Professor Peter Kibas from Zetech University. I'm excited because 30 years ago, if I can give a short history, please. 30 years ago, if you talked about entrepreneurship and innovation in the universities, they would throw you out and say, go to Juakali, because it belonged to Juakali, where you are teaching skills and knowledge. Because at that time, the universities were looking at, producing executives, engineers, and so on. But today, the pendulum has changed. It has turned around. We see the tide that senior administrators in the universities, the vice chancellors who are here now, have bought the idea. Thank you so much, the team that have organized this, Kenya and the group. I'm excited because when I look around this room, I see everybody talking about innovation, entrepreneurship, and how we can turn around the teaching in the universities and produce students who will not just be job seekers, but students who are going to begin in the universities, in the institutions, to do something that they can provide in the community, providing solutions in all the disciplines that are in. Medics, lawyers, educationists, engineers, business, all you name it. So I'm excited. One thing I've learned, and I will take home with me, is that the journey has begun of transforming the thinking in the universities, beginning with the top. The ministry are here, they were committed, but it is at the universities where there was resistance. There's always resistance in universities for change. And I can now see the journey has begun. Tony, I think this is great, and your team, that we are moving now towards the river has started, and it should move, transforming. Number one is transforming the thinking in the universities. The mind shift to think in terms of these students who come to us, what do we do with them? Do we just give them knowledge, or do we change them?
Sorry, 1 minute. You as an individual, when you go back to the institution, what will you do?
I'm coming to that. I'll go back, first of all, with my colleague. We present a report, and we'll be. The river has started, and it should move, transforming. Number one is transforming the thinking in the universities. The mind shift to think in terms of these students who come to us, what do we do with them? Do we just give them knowledge? Do we just give them knowledge, or do we change them?
Sorry, 1 minute. You as an individual, when you go back to the institution, what will you do?
I'm coming to that. I'll go back, first of all, with my colleague. We present a report, and we'll be able to see from the top that we need to have some kind of capacity building. All the faculty and the staff should begin thinking the innovative way, the entrepreneurial way, and then look at the curricula. How can we embed entrepreneurship in the curricula so that at the end of the day, we're not producing students who are going out there and telling you, I have no clue of what I'm going to do. That's what I'll do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We had a hand here as well.
Good morning. So mine will be brief. I think, in my view, the key takeaway for me is this innovation and entrepreneurship conversation isn't really a competition. I think there's room for every stakeholder, and even the questions that were posed yesterday about the debate, I think it came out very clear that there's space for every stakeholder to play on this. And I say this because there's the space for the operation team, there's space for the oversight board team, and I think by strong collaboration of all the stakeholders that we're going to make a difference in this space. That was just going to be my add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's something very important. I think even a lot of the speakers yesterday emphasized on partnership. There is enough for everyone, so it's not a competition. It's just understanding what stake do you actually play in the ecosystem.
Okay. Okay, I'm Dr. Karanja from Egerton. I think what will be my take home is that we are not just going to publish for the sake of publishing. We are going to change that we must publish, or we must have some innovation, something that is commercializable. And also something that I have to change. I think I take responsibility that in the next 5 months or so, I should be able to show something that I've been able to commercialize in my university. Thank you very much.
This is very interesting. This is a smart commitment because it's even providing a timeline. We'll see you after 5 months.
Thank you. And not innovate for the sake of innovating. We must innovate something like a product that can be able to be commercializable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question. We have a response in the back. Okay. Yes, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Professor Bernard Nasiuma from Moi University. I want to say that we have enormously benefited from this summit. It is a reflection of what we have done in Moi University over the years, bearing in mind that it is the university that created the entrepreneurship program at the postgraduate level, and I was a pioneer student. My professor is here who created the program, taught us through, and it found extension in other universities across the country. In the strategic plan of Moi University, basically entrepreneurship is deep embedded in driving sustainability of the university, and various aspects undertaken within the university are anchored within the context of entrepreneurship, including the teaching. The assumption has been that it's only entrepreneurship which you can teach from an entrepreneurial perspective. But even engineering, biological sciences, information sciences, because the focus is to identify the value that can be created arising from the content that is delivered to the learners. We have the common programs, which I teach, and entrepreneurship is core and is taught to various faculties in the university. Like, for example, in the first year, we introduce them to entrepreneurship, and we encourage them to think in terms of the specifics of the practice, how they can apply. Interestingly, most of the first-year students have been able to come up with very innovative ideas in the last academic year when we taught them. In the second year, we are teaching them creativity, innovation, and technology. And that helps them to crystallize the ideas they generated in the first year. The third year, we teach them the business model and business planning so they can actualize the ideas that they have generated.
Professor, as a result of this conference, from yesterday to today, your key takeaway, that's probably something new or challenging that you've taken up, that you're going to do different when you go back to your institution, what would that be?
Key takeaway, we are going to enhance the uptake of innovation so that we can have the numbers. And we're also going to find ways of incentivizing the innovators in such a way that we are not going to be a retail shop. We are going to have more innovations so that the returns to the university can be higher. And we're going to create an environment to really foster that kind of productivity in research and innovation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have the last response from behind, and then we can proceed with the program.
Thank you very much. Dr. Angeline Ochung-Orua from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. My takeaway is that institutions of higher learning should encourage students and faculty to be active in startups and give tangible solutions. And this would be done by turning research into marketable products through experiential learning. And then, together with that, there is need to monetize research so that we can raise funds for our institutions. That is my takeaway. Thank you.
There is need to monetize research, so that can actually go back to the institution. I'm just going to read a few from Slido. First one is take more risks and dare. Someone's actually committing to be daring when they go back to the institution. Expand partnership, especially with financial institutions. We have embraced dialogue between the academia and the industry for productive partnership. I think we saw it very clearly that research and innovation needs to be responding to our market need. And another one is on implement institutional master plan for entrepreneurship and commercialization. And we also have be the proponent for innovation ecosystem support and development. Maybe just pick one last thing is embrace dialogue. Okay, just hold on. There is support out here. Let students and faculty know. This is very important, that the students and the faculty personnel should actually know the kind of support that the ecosystem is ready to support. So thank you very much. I believe yesterday was a very interesting and key takeaways. But the key takeaways are not just to help us be excited and that's it, but it's actually the commitments that we're making to do things better. Remember, the only way we can be able to improve the innovation and investment ecosystem in the country or in Africa as a region is to actually be able to implement the little things, and the daring commitments that we're making in this room need to actually be felt when we go back to the institutions. So thank you very much, and I'd like to go straight to today's program. So before I call upon the next speaker on stage, who is one of the professors around here, we have a lot of intellectual people in the room. It's too much intellect to be able to take in for these 2 days. The first presentation is going to be by Professor Emily here. But after Professor Emily, we're supposed to have a presentation on leveraging AI in research. But unfortunately, Dr. Wanjiku is not here. So we're going to have a bit of like Professor Emily's presentation and a discussion around that to be able to leverage on that as well. So allow me to introduce the next speaker on stage, who is going to lead the discussion on commercialization of music. And we're also going to have a bit of a performance around there. Who says professors can't be cool? Who says academics actually can't be very fun and entertaining and creative? So we're going to have a bit of that today, and that's very intentional. That's why we don't even have a band this morning, because we're going to have a bit of that as well. Pressure is increasing. So allow me to introduce the next speaker on stage. A round of applause as we get on stage, Professor Momzandi, who is the Director, Research and Linkages in the University of Kabianga. Thank you very much. Professor, he will introduce you on stage.
Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much. Maybe to put this particular presentation into perspective, there's a poem here by one Robert Frost, and I think it's a very good poem to put our commercialization project into perspective, as well as put this presentation by our distinguished professor also into perspective. So The Road Not Taken is a poem by Robert J. Frost. Robert Frost tells us thus, or the persona, we just find him in a place, in a forest, and he has to choose one of either of the roads. So it's a divergent road, and he has to make a decision. So the first stanza, 2 roads, the poem is called The Road Not Taken. So please let's talk note of that. 2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and sorry, I could not travel both, one traveler. Long I stood and looked down one as far as I could to where it bent into the undergrowth. So that's one road. The persona is looking and he sees that the road leads to the undergrowth. But instead, what does he do? Then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim because it was grassy and wanted, though as for that, the passing there had warned them really about the same. And both that morning equally lay in leaves, no step had trodden black. Oh, I marked the first for another day, yet knowing how way leads onto way, I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh, somewhere edges and edges hence. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. So you can see that today we have a presentation that symbolizes that road not taken, and it will make a whole lot of a difference. This morning, we have an accomplished professor with us. Briefly, Professor Emily Achieng Akuno has trained as a music performer educator at Kenyatta University in Kenya, Northwestern State University of Louisiana, University of Kingston in the UK. Her research interests veer towards cultural relevance in music education. A professor of music of the Technical University of Kenya, she is editor and contributor of, among others, the 2019 published Music Education in Africa, Concepts, Process, and Practice. Her research and publications tackle issues around music and teacher education in cultural context, arts in and as education, and the place of culture in modern education. Our speaker is a board member and past president of the International Music Council and past president of the International Society for Music Education, as well as founding chair of the Music Education Research Group Kenya, abbreviated as MARG Kenya, a former chair of department and head of music at Kenyatta University, Kenya, and the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Durban, South Africa, executive dean of faculty at the Technical University of Kenya, and deputy vice chancellor academics at the Cooperative University of Kenya. She currently serves as vice chancellor of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, JOST, in Siaya County, Kenya. Emily continues to guide students through research and publication in diverse areas of music scholarship and practice, with recent emphasis on music as a sociocultural catalyst for sustainable growth and well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Emily Akuno to the dais so that she can share with us.
Gentle ladies and men, good morning. Sometimes you hear things and you look for the person. It is a privilege to be here, a real honor. This is my second CEIL Summit, and I think I'm in the right place. Not just because I can laugh with Penina here, and Gudu and Isaac and the others, but because I can talk about real things. The real things that to me are an area of emphasis in higher education that perhaps we've taken rather long to give attention, to pay attention to. And so I appreciate this opportunity, Tony and the council, the board and the council, and my colleagues. Let me start afresh. Good morning. Back home in Siaya County, we would say, Oyaure uru. And you just respond, Oyaure ahinya. So let's try that. I'm nervous. I'm trying to get to warm up. Come on, help me out. Oyaure uru. Thank you. Let's have the presentation. So my duty is to talk about commercialization of music. This is happening at a time when we're looking for money. Let's just face it, okay? We're looking for money. Everybody's looking for money. And you cannot sell what you don't have, can you? So it is only what you have and that is legitimately yours that you can sell. There was a time when if you were a musician, you needed a day job. Joyce, true or false? Joyce is my student, former. Nah, you're still my student. And so we talk a lot about music. So you needed a day job and wealth creation. But statistics vary about its worth, its value, and therefore also perhaps its potential for the commercially minded youth. Example, we have a 2007-2009 report that says that music was 5%, or that the creative economy was 5% of the GDP. But around that time again, or a little later, we get to learn that it is under 0% of the waged workers. It has less than 0.25 or something percent of the waged workers. So how can it be 5% of GDP and yet not be a day job? By waged workers, I'm equating that also to being a day job. And so music tends to be based on individual creativity, and so far, heavily informal. I've got it, I'll use it. It is deliberate, I'm sorry, it is deliberate. Thank you. Heavily informal, but today I am glad that the structures that we have in place, especially in Kenya, we have more regulation, and so commercialization is a lot more viable and possible and a lot better streamlined. We still have a few challenges. There's piracy, there's the non-remittance of royalties that make commercialization really effective. So those are still a challenge, but I was privileged to watch and hear the head of state on Friday, the 16th of August, just about 1 p.m. at State Lodge in Eldoret, make himself very clear that of the royalties collected, 80% should go to the creative and only 20% would remain for the administration. And that is a step forward so that the youth who are seeking or who are desiring to have music and the other arts as their day job, they have a little hope. So, I have given my appreciation. So what is music? It is what people do, isn't it? I think one of the reasons why Baba, not Baba, the one you know, but the one I had, why he could not appreciate his daughter taking music was because it was everywhere. It's what everybody did. So how are you going to make a living out of what everybody does? And it is part of the creative economy. And it is very central to many other forms of the creative disciplines, very central to a lot of the artistic disciplines that there are. Perhaps in our context, these artistic expressions have not really been separated, especially if you look at it culturally. And we used to tell people that you cannot expect me to stand on the stage and just sing. I've got to move a little. I've got to dance. Because we have had, and still do, I think, a holistic approach to the cultural expressions, to the arts. So that's why music still remains embedded in a lot of what we do, in poetry, in drama, in film, etc. Music speaks to us. It speaks to who we are. And so when you create your music, you will be showing a little bit of who you are, your beliefs, what it is that excites you. It drives our activities. Remember yesterday morning? Those who came in early, the videos that were being shown of the past activities, there was quite a lot of music in the background, and it is abundant. This ubiquity of music makes it a hard nut to crack because there is heavy competition for the audience. There is heavy competition for the audience. I think in economics term, where's Museve? How do you handle that? There's, what is it? The supply is greater than the demand? Probably not, but there's a lot of supply. Thank you. That's my business person. There's a lot of supply. So if you're going to crack that market, then you've got to be a lot different. You've got to be very particular. When you create your product, what is your market target? These are some of the things that we need to consider as we talk about commercialization of music. And what I have discovered, friends, and I mentioned it yesterday, my sister over there, I mentioned that talent is not enough. Imagine, we have seen heavily talented people needing fundraising so that they could pay their hospital bills. So talent is not sufficient. You need to make an impression. Your art has to make an impression. What is the impression? Is it wow, a superficial dazzle? That fades very fast. That does not create those things we call evergreens. Remember songs like Malaika? It's always going. It goes on and on and on. Or is the impression a touching of the soul? That way you will get to build a fan base of loyalists. Your music has to have an impact. What is the impact? Some change or some influence on behavior or what? So those are significant. Talent is not enough. Your work or yourself as the musician, you must make an impression, you must have an impact. Having said that, the question is, what's in a song? More sound?
Bwana Mwokozi Mungu wangu, nakuja kwako kukuabudu. Ewe Mwokozi mwenye huruma, nakuomba unisamehe. Kwa kuwa mimi mwenye dhambi, naja kwako unihurumie. Ninatubu dhambi zangu zote, unioshe kwa damu yako. Umeniumba ukanipa uhai, lakini mimi ni mnyonge sana. Nakuja kwako Bwana wa mabwana, Kristo Mwokozi mwenye upendo. Mungu wangu unipokee, unipokee nyumbani mwako. Mungu wetu alitupenda, akamtoa mwana wa pekee. Aliishi hapa bila dhambi, akitufundisha ukweli. Msalabani alikufa ili atufungulie njia. Tukiamini upendo wake, tutapata uzima tele. Umeniumba ukanipa uhai, lakini mimi ni mnyonge sana. Nakuja kwako Bwana wa mabwana, Kristo Mwokozi mwenye upendo. Mungu wangu unipokee, unipokee nyumbani mwako. Umeniumba ukanipa uhai, lakini mimi ni mnyonge sana. Nakuja kwako Bwana wa mabwana, Kristo Mwokozi mwenye upendo. Kwa kuwa mimi mwenye dhambi, naja kwako unihurumie. Ninatubu dhambi zangu zote, unioshe kwa damu yako. Ewe Mungu umeniumba.
Amen. I think through that song, I've probably told you more about myself than I've ever done. As I mentioned, it reveals who you are. Now, I don't know if there's anything in that that would make you buy music. Hi, Sharon, how are you? If there's anything in that that would make you buy music. And I just want to go through what is it that sells, okay? the commercializing music. There would be the cultural value. I mean, from a cultural perspective, there's a value, there's meaning. What's in it for you? So if you're going to be selling music, what is its content? What is the information in it that you want somebody to buy? There's the lyrics, there's the words. And that has revealed who I am, hasn't it? And there's this purpose, the use. Is it appropriate to a particular, to whom is it appropriate? So who will buy it? You see, you're kind of trying to identify your market. Accessibility, the type of music that you have or that you generate and want to market will perhaps, there will be part of an audience that identifies with it, that can access it. Is it the language? Is it the speed of the music? Is it the way the instruments are used? Is it the kind of tune? Something that speaks to you. How about the aesthetics, the beauty? Wow. Okay? And what does it make you feel? Is it singable? If I tried a bit of that song, would you sing back? Maybe. Does it remind you of something? Music has associative powers. Music has associative powers. When you hear a piece of music and you hear it again, you will associate it with something that you went through the first time you heard it. And so it will keep reminding you of that thing. And so you'll go back and buy another one by the same artist because the previous song reminded you of something that was significant. Can I stop there? Is it memorable? Does it sound good? And sometimes it sounds good because we can sway and swing to it. And sometimes it just sounds good because it sounds like an Ekegusi song that I used to sing as a child, and I loved that song. Oh, you know that one. Does it sound good? And this is where excellence in crafting and in execution come in. And that is why we've got to teach the arts at university. So when we create our commercial music products, what is our market target? This is the what of commercializing music. What is it that you're going to commercialize? What are you going to be selling? And the question is, what makes it? How do the what's that make it come together? Music is information. Music is a cultural commodity. And that is what you're going to be selling. Or shall I say it is data? But it is a complex whole because you've got the content and the container and the conveyor. You've got the product, the packaging of that product, and the promotion. And all of those have to fuse perfectly together for you to sell it well. And you've got to balance what it is that you put in your music. The familiar with what is new. If there's too much new, then we stand back. If it is too familiar, hiyo ni kawaida. It's no big deal. Why should I be buying it? The information that you give must be adequate. It must be adequate. It must enable the music to be accessible. And I quote Winston Churchill it was. So the information must be like a woman's skirt, long enough to cover the subject and short enough to create interest. That was Sir Winston Churchill. What is the appeal of music? What is the appeal of music? We're still on the what that you're going to be commercializing, the quality, the socio-cultural function. So there's the sound and the visuals. What is the impact and how does it make me feel? I'll buy that. How about the emotional impact of music? What is the subject matter? What does it do for me? That one gets me on my knees to start repenting because that's what it's all about immediately. How about the senses? How do I think I'm mixing these up. How does it make me feel and what does it make me do? What does it help me to do? That's the appeal. In sales, you're also talking about where, your target, your selling spaces. And we're talking about music in the marketplace. Again, one of the quotes, I think is Akuno 2022. There's a close tie between the context, the content, and the processes of music. The context of music will determine its content. When I stand here and I perform, there's a way that I'll perform. And if I go to Nyayo Stadium, I'll do totally differently because the context has changed. So where are these selling places? Radio. You've got to identify your audience. So you need to do some market research so that you know which radio station will pick your music or which segment of the station's programs might play your music. And this can be tough because you can walk all over with your demo tape and none of them takes it. So this is something that it takes a lot of time to break through. How about TV and videos? That is another space for selling our music. And with TV, you know, the theme songs or the branding tunes, etc. Movies and TV games, what stops us as Africans from writing the soundtracks of the music? One of the movies that I fell in love with a long time ago, because I watched it while I was away from home, was the one that starts with I Had a Farm in Africa. Meryl Streep, Karen Blixen's story, that one. What is it called? Out of Africa. Okay, and I was very sad to learn that the person who did the soundtrack was not Kenyan, but it is okay, we are getting there. And so we can do that. How about music in adverts, the jingles? The jingles, good morning, the Good Morning Langtonic song. I have just revealed my age because some of you don't know that such a thing existed, but it is okay. All right, so writing for those. How about music in theater? And she's given me a thumbs up. And I mentioned earlier that the arts, we tend to not separate them. They come closely together. And then we have music products, music merchandise, the mechanical wear, etc., the music instruments, the specialty shops, the publications, sheet music, all of that. Those are spaces for commercializing music. Now, the science, I didn't say art, the science of commercializing music. How do we get to succeed? How do we become the entrepreneurial musicians? That is important. You've got to, number one, set your goals. What exactly do you want to do? What is your target at that particular moment? What do you want to achieve? So it's got to be tangible. It's got to be realistic, achievable, time-based. And timing is important so that you don't do one thing for eternity and your hair is turning gray and you're still waiting for that breakthrough. If that one has refused, move on to something else. Do not discard it. Maybe its time had not yet arrived. Pitch effectively. And this has nothing to do with basketball or rugby. It simply means placing yourself out there. Give appetizing information. How do you describe yourself? And it needs to be concise. It needs to be easy to understand. And then, as you're pitching, you need to find what your unique selling point is. What is it that makes me different? My time is fast? Whoa, okay. What is it that is your unique selling point? Those are some of the details that you put in the pitch, the genres that you play. And this is, we need to be cautious here that we must not over-specialize because the audience is flexy, it's dynamic. And some of the things that you can say is, you sound like so-and-so. And if I say MJ, I am not talking about Michael Jackson. I'm actually talking about Millie Jackson. I wonder how many people remember her. So do I sound like Kamaru? Okay, or this is the 21st century Kamaru. Kabasele, the Zabrons, you know the Zabrons, the ones from Tanzania? I am seeing heads not. Does the saxophonist sound like Hugh Masekela? What is it? Because if you're not known, we need a point of reference. So you can be telling us that they sound like so-and-so. Or, and this happens a lot in classical music, this is a student of so-and-so. Do you know that your teacher can sell you? Can open up the markets for you? For us in music, we don't go to the school, we go to the guru. We go to the professor. That's the one we go to study with, so we'll follow them wherever they go. So if you're a teacher, please be good, because those who come after you will need you. So in your pitch, you're also indicating what I'd like my music to do to you. Where do you place your pitch? There's offline and online. You need to have, I think a website is a good place. But if you can make sure that you have pertinent information on flyers, on brochures, on pamphlets, etc., that will be good. How do you then make money? Number one, please join a performing or publishing rights organization because they need to protect you. They need to give you that 80% and keep the 20. Otherwise, they'll be keeping the 100% out of royalties. Know the industry. You've got to know the industry. What are the procedures? What are the licenses? How do royalties come about? Please know the classics for your genre. I'm supposed to be a vocalist when I used to sing. And as you've seen, I go spiritual music, gospel. But I can't just over-specialize. If you're into gospel music, there are some standards that you must know. There are standards, because everybody will be asking for them. The other day I was traveling and I met this group that looked like they should be religious, and I asked them, can you sing for me Amazing Grace? Did I put Amazing Grace? There are certain things that everybody is expected to know if that is your trade, okay? Digital distribution? Contracts, please read the details on the contract. Somebody once said, don't sign on the dotted line until you talk to us. Don't sign on that dotted line until you've gone through the paper 600-700 times. Because sometimes there's some legal vocabulary whose meaning we may not easily know. Please ensure that you are financially literate. And it's not just about bookkeeping. There's a lot more. And keep tabs of your coins, etc. Gentle ladies and men, music is useful in the statement of cultural identity, and culture sells in specific places, in specific ways. You just need to know where and how it will sell. Commercialization of music is the commodification of culture. So, how does the musician with song in hand set the dining table? With what is in their hand? With music. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's a demonstration of the road not taken by many of us because we thought it was just a common thing. But what brings us together is the commercialization of such products. And it's not too late for us who didn't take that road. We could still make to that road by ensuring that we have a lot. The digitization space can actualize your dreams of the road you did not take. So this is a keynote speech, and I think at this juncture, you will save your questions and maybe contact the professional, because this is what you should do in arts. We can't finish it here. So may I return the program to the speaker, but before then, please let's clap for Professor Emily Akuno for the wonderful treatise. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This conversation, good morning everyone. This conversation has hit home because in 2009, I decided that I want to be a musician. And so I went and spent 250,000 shillings, Jesus. And I recorded a song. It's on YouTube. Please find it. It's called Nazama by Wakio. Have I made money from it? I am still waiting. So this conversation on how to commercialize music is really, really important. And it's more than just the singer. Music employs so many other people. Employs the editors, the producers, videographers if you're going to have a video, gaffers. So many people are actually earning from music. And making money from music is definitely going to increase our GDP as well. So, are you having a good time already? Are you ready for the rest of the day? Let's see some smiles, guys. I have a gift for 3 people. These 3 people must be able to sing for us their favorite nursery rhymes. Real quick, shoot your hand. I have amazing gifts, guys. Thank you, Mwansa, as you can see your hand. Thank you very much. Please, let's bring the microphone to him. Amazing. We have another, and the third person. Okay, so we have 3 people. Microphone to Mwansa first.
Even George wants to sing.
Okay, wow, okay. We'll see. Then we'll vote for the three. Go ahead.
I thought it was a different Omwansa.
There isn't any other.
Can I do last?
Yes.
Okay.
He's benchmarking.
Okay, good morning. I'm Fanis from Riara University. I'm going to do a simple one in Swahili. So those who don't understand Swahili is unfortunate, but the MC will kind of translate. Nasikia sauti, sauti ya mama, sasa ni saa sita, kwaheri mwalimu, tutaonana kesho.
Now we know what you were thinking when you just, it's in the morning. We have not, Yani, it's early in the morning and she's already thinking of lunchtime. So for those who don't understand, that song was sung by children when they're just about to break for lunch and they were eager to go for their lunch break and not come back in the afternoon session. That is her. Next, real quick.
Well, she just sang my song.
Let's see who sings better.
Okay. Nasikia sauti, nasikia sauti, sauti ya mama, sauti ya mama, sasa ni saa sita, sasa ni saa sita, mwalimu kwaheri, mwalimu kwaheri.
All right. Huyo ni wa SDA choir. Over there.
Okay, so this will tell you something about myself. Okay, so it goes, Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to him belong. They are weak, but he is strong.
Sing along.
Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so.
Wonderful, wonderful. Just two more people and then we are gone, okay? One there and then her. And then Anna.
Now, there is a kissy version of that song. This is Nasikia Sauti. So, it used to go like this. Nasikia Sauti, Nasikia Sauti, Sauti ya mama, Sauti ya mama, sasa ni saa sita, sasa ni saa sita, onongo genda tule, tochikora mama, go cholgiro go sorgiro bokuma. Bye, madam. So we used to add...
Round of applause for him. Hey, it's the bye-bye madam for me. Anna? No, let's help Anna with the microphone, please.
I'll sing mine with my local dialect, and then I'll now sing it with how I graduated to know how it was sung in real sense. So it was public one. Then when I went to school, then I realized that it's public van. But we used to sing public one, number 28, for away, Patina. Then now in high school, you're being told public van. You know that song? Public van, I went for a walk. Now those in the room, let's sing public one, number 20. Now what you used to sing in Kisii, in your local dialect, did you know that it was public van? No.
Please just sing it. Public van, number 20. I went, but now, under break. For the one, around and around. Oh, this is the factory I want to do.
Salute for the king, bend for the queen. Count from 1 to 15. A 1, a 2, a 3.
And finally, just before we go to Mwanza, and we have a lot of people from the Kisii area. Yes?
I was going to sing what she said now in my, I don't know whether it was in my dialect, but that is how we used to sing in school. Babrigan, Babrigan.
Oh,
Number
Lord.
28, I went for a walk, but I stopped. Under break. Salute for the king, bend for the king. This is the factory I must do. A1, count. Please help me. Count from 1 and you
1
go
to 15.
A1,
A2,
A2, A3, A4. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, on one side we have arrived.
He was hoping you'd have forgotten him.
No, we do not forget things.
How many of us sang If You're Happy and You Know? Yeah. The hands are. So you'll sing with me. If you're happy and you know, stand up. If you're happy and you know, sit down. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, stand up. If you're happy and you know, shake your... Yeah, Q-no, yeah? If you're happy and
waist.
you know, shake you know. If you're happy and you know, shake you know. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, stamp your feet. Something like that.
Thank you very much. So you can see all the uses of music. Like music tells us who we are, music reminds us of who we are, and music actually brings laughter and joy in spaces such as this. And I think the conversation that we're missing out with Dr. Wanjiku Nganga on leveraging AI would have been really, really crucial in understanding how we can leverage AI, especially in the creative space. We've seen a lot of music being taken over, and there's a lot of concern and worry among artists on how AI is taking their space. And this conversation would have been really, really nice. I don't know if the organizers could figure out how we could have like an online version of this conversation later on that we could access. But right now, we're moving on to donor harmonization and opportunities for innovation, commercialization, and entrepreneurship. And we are going to be having a panel discussion for this session. And I would just want to invite Katuchi Katsandi, consultant Lemelson and Foundation. A round of applause for Katuchi Katsandi. Karibu sana.
So all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So as she said, my name is Katuchi Kasandi, and I'm with the Lemelson Foundation. And we are really excited to be not only a sponsor for the CEIL Summit, but to be a part of this summit and learn from all of your work, because that is the material that we usually need to be able to co-create programming that is relevant. Thank you. That is relevant to the Kenyan market. For this session, I'm going to be inviting a group of a few donors, and we are going to delve into a conversation on donor harmonization. And as we do that, it's important for us to just have a bit of an understanding of what we mean, or what we'll be meaning when we speak about donor harmonization. So when you're talking about donor harmonization, what you're thinking about is how do a group of donors that are interested in certain issue areas come together to coordinate their funding efforts to be able to scale their impact? At the very basic level, what this would look like is really just basically donors who are still they are still funding individually, coming together to learn from each other, to prioritize an issue area, but still fund individually. But at a very high level, what this would look like is a group of donors identifying issue areas that are super strategic to them and the community they serve, coming together to align their funding to a point where they are able to fund jointly, they are able to align their metrics to the grantees and reduce that burden, and they are even able to incorporate these joint funding mechanisms within their strategic priorities. Today, I'm going to have a group of a few donors sharing what they've learned from this process, what are some of the ways in which they've implemented this kind of work, and where they see the benefit to you and the work that you do in harmonizing their priorities. And with that, I'd like to invite my panelists to join me on stage. And first, I'm going to invite Monica Blagescu to join me on stage, and she's going to do a bit more introduction when she's here. Secondly, I'm going to invite Dr. Emi Chirichiri. She's already up. And last but not the least, I'm going to invite Miss Susan Wanjiko to join me on stage. As you can see, I'm very happy to say that this is going to be an all-female panel. But that doesn't mean anything. But I'm just excited to see that we have an all-female panel as we talk about funding and innovation. So thank you. I'll move to the panel for us to start the discussion. Good morning, Monica. Okay, so to start us off, I'd like to invite you, Monica, and each and every of the panelists to go ahead and just introduce you and introduce your institution before we start the discussion.
Habari asubuhi. It's wonderful to be here amongst colleagues and friends, and thanks to you all for making the journey and for engaging so actively in such inspiring conversations. As Katuchi said, I'm Monica Blagescu. I'm the head of education at the British Council. The British Council is the UK's cultural engagement organisation. We have been here for 60 years, and we are an agency committed to building trust and understanding between people and institutions, because fundamentally we believe that's going to bring about peace and prosperity. So a lot of the work that we do is very values-driven. And that aligns very much with who I am as well. And Katuchi did say she's going to give us a minute to say a little bit about who we are and how we fit in. I've spent more than half of my nearly 25-year professional life now working either on bringing together like-minded institutions and cross-sector partnerships, being part of alliances and collaborative efforts, or supporting through funding and technical assistance the nurturing of partnerships, alliances, and cross-sector collaborations, which is hopefully something that gives you an insight into why we are so committed to the work that you are doing together as a sector and looking at ways to expand cross-sector and bring others into this conversation. Katuchi, thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Emi. Good morning.
Can you hear? Oh, okay, there you go. Right. It looks very different when you're seated here in front. So it's good to see everyone. My name is Emi. I work with the British High Commission, another UK organization. Some of you know it as the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, sometimes abbreviated as FCDO, but we consider ourselves basically working for the UK government or with the UK government. And my role there is sitting within a team called the East Africa Research and Innovation Hub, where we commission research, we run programs, different programs on research capacity strengthening, research system strengthening, innovation system strengthening, and many more. And I'm not here alone. There's lots of us in the room. There's Emmeline Skinner, my colleague, and colleagues from the Tech Hub, Enos and Billy, but also others that I consider colleagues as well from our projects. We have colleagues from the Innovation Systems Africa Fund, RISA Fund, so quite a number of them here. We have colleagues as well from across the continent. So very happy to be here, and so very happy to also see most of you still here this Friday.
Thank you. Over to you, Susan.
Hello? Okay. Good morning again. You look very beautiful from up here. I don't know if you saw it, yeah? So my name is Susan Wanjiko. I'm the Innovation and Investment Fund Manager at Spark, GIZ Kenya, which is a project that we're working to build, enable, and fund climate innovations, gender responsive, more applied research sort of backgrounds. And so this is a new project that we just launched, or launching, coming off our sister project, Make IT in Africa, which is where most of you would know me from. And so it has been important for us to say that we are now Spark, and we are not sector agnostic as we were, and also we are still working regionally, but then now towards climate innovations. I'm also here with my colleague on the far corner, Olaf. It's not hard to spot him because he walks with me all the time. So yeah, so happy to be joining this discussion today.
Thank you so much, Susan. And as you've heard, for example, in Monica's introduction, that she's had a lot of experience bringing together diverse partners around a shared goal. So for the purposes of today, it would be very important for us to hear what are some of the examples of these donor initiatives and have a little bit of a bias around their involvement with government. So is it at a high touch, low touch? Yeah.
No, thanks for that. And we did think about how we make this session most informative, but also bring to the forefront some of our specificities, because we all approach our involvement in the education sector in Kenya, in the higher education, research, science, and innovation space through the lens of our priorities, which are informed by our organizational values, objectives, so on and so forth. And with your permission, I'm speaking on behalf of the four of us sitting up here to say that as we shift into sharing with you some of the more nimble ways in which we collaborate and engage here in Kenya in this space, which is of direct relevance to the audience today, we also stand on the shoulders of much bigger initiatives. And I do think it's important to reassure you that we are cognizant of those initiatives and that we recognize that we play a role in delivering global commitments. So let me start a bit with the big picture, and I hope it's okay for my colleagues that I go into this just to ground the discussion today into this broader context. Many of you in the room are familiar with the 2005 Paris Declaration on aid effectiveness, to improve the quality of aid and its impact. And then there are subsequent commitments that have been made in terms of global governance around the Accra Agenda for Action in 2008, then the Busan Outcomes in 2011, the Mexico Communique in 2014, and it goes on and so forth, you know, the Nairobi Outcome in 2016. So we do stand on the shoulders of these global commitments. So effectively, from our perspective, in my particular case, a cultural engagement organization from the UK, but a development partner in the way in which we engage in countries around the world, including in Kenya, we are committed to delivering against these global commitments, to eliminate duplication, to manage for results, and to uphold mutual accountability and transparency with government partners and with our national partners. On education, including higher education, research, science, and innovation, it's important to also acknowledge that there is a donor harmonization forum, which is an informal network of European agencies that administer aid-funded capacity development programs in education, and we relate to that group as well. And the group does meet every couple of years. Obviously, here in Kenya, it's important to acknowledge that there is a development partnerships forum, which was set up to foster stronger partnerships and to enable coordination and harmonization between development partners. It's currently chaired by the government of Kenya with 2 heads of mission, and the heads of mission normally kind of are co-chairs on a rotational basis. One is a bilateral and one is a multilateral traditionally. And now it's the German ambassador who is co-chairing together with the UN resident coordinator. And then there is a next layer down. And I think it's important that we do place what we do here in that context, because these are really important commitments that have been made by our respective governments, and many of us standing here or sitting here in front of you today are also bringing to the forefront, not just technical advice, know-how, connections with our respective constituencies back, in my case, in the UK and in the region, but we also bring funding, and that funding is taxpayers' money in the countries where we come from. And these are really important commitments that we have made to the Paris Declaration. So here in the UK, there is a next layer. So we have a joint sector working group. Some of you in the room would be familiar with the Education Development Partners Coordination Group. How many of you have heard of EDPCG? And if you haven't, that's why this conversation today is so important, because EDPCG is both a forum that you can contribute to and where you can hold us as a joint group as well as the government to account. So under the Education Development Partners Coordination Group, which currently is co-chaired by the UK government, by FCGO, together with the Ministry of Education, there are joint subsector groups. There is one on higher education and research. There is one on skills and employability, all of them relevant to the conversations that we're having here today. The African Development Bank, for example, is currently the secretariat on EDPCG. So it's important to ground what we talk about, and when we get into conversations around harmonization, it's important to ground ourselves into the coordination structures and the global commitments that have been made, and to which Kenya is a partner. I don't want to go too much into the conversations around IATI and around the International Aid Transparency Initiative, but it's another really important initiative. Where bilateral donors, multilateral donors, as well as private sector and civil society organizations have made a commitment to share the flow of funds for development. So if one of you types in British Council, Kenya, International Science Partnerships Fund, you will go to the IATI website and see that we are transparent about how we're utilizing UK government money in Kenya around the International Science Partnership Fund. That becomes a mechanism where we have better data around the flow of funds that links to results. It's creating a sense of mutual accountability. And it's a space where journalists, public, general public, interested general public, institutions, donors, governments can go and look at the flow of funds. And it's important to acknowledge that what we do here, as I said earlier, is grounded on these coordination mechanisms. Now, obviously, that is not the only way in which we harmonize and in which we engage at country level. Structures and formal structures play a really important role, but there is an all-important soft side to who we are as country offices and as individuals representing development partners in countries like Kenya. And I'm sure you'll hear from my colleagues as well, relationships matter. You've heard me say in several fora earlier today, I've been in Kenya now for 5 years. I've been with the British Council for 3. I am deeply committed, because it's in line with the British Council values, I'm deeply committed to relationships. And I guess the plea from me and what we're trying to achieve through the group that Katuchi has so strongly coordinated for us is to also come together as individuals and be nimble and agile and identify ways in which what we do at country level in those shared areas of work can really bring about results. Because we don't all have the funding to do everything. We don't all have the know-how to support and do everything. And that complementarity and the conversations that need to take place to enable us to gain a deep understanding of context, but also of each other's strengths and weaknesses are ever so important. And Katuchi, I have no doubt that you'll come on in a second to speak about the Kenya Innovation Funders Forum that we have also kind of set up. So before I stop, I just want to reiterate this point around relationships and how important they are. Also to highlight the fact that there is a need for commitment to long-term change processes, and obviously, again, this goes very close to the heart of the British Council values. So everything we do, from supporting initiatives around curriculum reform, to supporting pedagogical leadership, to looking at ways in which higher education institutions can strengthen their research capability, their research to market opportunities, the work that we are doing with many of you in the room here today, the work that we're doing through and with Kenya National Innovation Agency and several other semi-autonomous government agencies, is part of that long-term commitment to change, and our approach to shift between being project-focused to being relationship-based and relationship-focused. Let me stop there for now, but hopefully that's giving you a sense of the broader formal coordination structures within which a lot of the work that we do needs to place itself. And to reassure you also that through our connections and relationships that we've built, we are also designing more nimble ways, and Katuchi will speak more about that, to interact and to harmonize. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica, for providing such a comprehensive context before you even embark on the discussion. And I like one of the things that you've really emphasized. It's very relationship-based, and I really look forward to later on hear you, all of us, reflect on what are some of those things that people need to know about funding. What are we learning about funding? I think this relationship-based element and really investing in it is one of those things that are going to come up. And I mean, I don't even need to overemphasize that. Professor Iro yesterday in a session here, he spoke about his fundraising journey and how he's realized, even in just trying to get money from Manu Chandaria, how he's had to invest in that relationship for them to be able to effectively work together. But in coming back to like some of the broader existing structures that Monica has eloquently articulated, I wanted to also just highlight that all of us represented here are a part of a smaller and a more nimble donor harmonization initiative that's called the Kenya Innovation Ecosystem Funders Forum. What we did as funders is that all of us are actually supporting work within universities that is geared towards facilitating commercialization. And we wanted to reflect, but last year we spent some time just reflecting back and asking ourselves, what are some of those systemic challenges that we are experiencing in supporting commercialization within universities that we cannot address individually, and we need to come together and learn from each other and find ways to scale our funding to actually support some of those systemic needs. And what I would say is that it's still a learning journey, it's still early stage, but what we've settled on is just going through the Kenya Innovation Master Plan, identifying what are some of those areas that bring all of us together. And for us, that was infrastructure, specifically the technology transfer offices within universities. And what we are doing is that we are spending time learning from each other and trying to understand what are some of those priority areas that we want to either support collectively or complement our strategies around supporting those areas so that we can unlock more value within the university. And I think we will speak a little bit more about this later, but I wanted to make sure that we bring Dr. Emmy into this conversation. Dr. Emmy, you know, for example, with the work that Monica has highlighted, a lot of that has, like, for example, government and a private sector partner working together to harmonize. And for the Kenya Innovation Ecosystem Funders Forum, it's private sector funders, but with active engagement from the Kenya National Innovation Agencies to make sure that you're being very responsive to the local government agenda around innovation. What are some of those things that, as we are building these types of donor harmonization initiatives, we need to make sure that they are included in the process for them to succeed and be impactful?
All right. Thanks for the question. I think my starting point would be around the term donor. Like Monica, I've been working with the High Commission for 5 years now, and before that I was in private sector development. And donor, I think it's past its time. I think we should now be talking about partnerships or commitment or collaboration, because I find that the term donor puts in the mind, and we've been talking a lot about mind shifts the last couple of days, but it puts in the mind this thing of, there's a recipient, and often the recipient is very passive. But my experience working with partners here is there's no one who is passive. They have a defined agenda. We have now the master plan, which is a 10-year strategy that you're talking about, which really provides that alignment for partners. So I feel like donor is easy, it's passive, and that's not the context we want to work in. We want to work in what we call an equitable partnership, where there's mutual alignment of goals, there's trust, there's equal value placed on each of the partners. So for me, I think the first thing is just to drop that term called donor. And in any case, it's not a donation. As Monica has said, I think the UK citizens are foregoing something to offer that partnership across the different geographies they're working in. And also, we need to consider the current landscape where this funding and this taxpayers' money is now actually decreasing, and look at it as investments and partnerships. So for me, that's the first alignment that we need to have. And then the second sort of thing that, at least for us from the UK side, including the British Council, is around equitable partnership, which I've already mentioned, where we don't look at it as a one-way, we look at it as an exchange, because there's something that all of us have to offer to each other in this current global context. So we have a very inclusive agenda in terms of how we design our programs. We start with a bit of sort of needs assessment. We work alongside, and I hope that the partners in the room, I can see Prof. Andala and Tony can attest to that. We sit with them, we work with them, we are part of their teams in more ways than one. So we have a co-design sort of principle and different agreements. So we have the UK-Kenya Partnership Agreement 2020-2025. In Ghana, there's a UK-Ghana MOU. In South Africa, there's something called the International Bilateral Agreement. You hear there's no donor in any of those agreements. So again, it's about agreements, partnerships, collaboration, and commitments. So for us, that's a first, I think, important piece. And then it doesn't stop there. Like I've said, we genuinely work alongside the partners. And I think that's one of the value that I see from the UK side, where they have local colleagues. And I can also see from the German side of things, this is us. It's us, the local talent that's working alongside the local partners. So again, that genuine working alongside our partners is another one. And then the third thing and the last thing is around policy alignment. And this is where I think there's an onus on our partners from the government side or from the institution side, because we come into a space, and sometimes, to be honest, there are predefined agendas coming from these partners. And especially if there's no existing policy or no existing strategy, we will go with whatever we think, we think is the overarching agenda or the mutual agenda. But that sort of coming to the table, you come with your agenda, we come with our agenda. When we find the alignment, I think it's important that wherever we go, we try and find some policy alignment in our different pieces of work. So I think those three would be important points for me whenever we engage with partners.
Thank you so much, Emmy. I'm really trying, today one of the things that I'll try in this conversation is to shift from saying donor to equitable partnerships or collaboration, because even with the Lemelson, one of the things that the Lemelson doesn't do is we do not usually even have RFPs. Like, you'll never see Lemelson posting out an RFP for people to apply. What we do is we co-create with partners, where we see an opportunity and a partner approaches us around that opportunity. We work with them to co-create with them and the local ecosystem to see what that solution would look like. So yeah, we need to move from donor to equitable partners or collaborators. And thank you so much, Emmy. Something that I'm also just picking up from you around, like in all this collaboration, this harmonization that we're trying to do with partners, a key beat, even I think for KIF, a key success for KIF has been having the Kenya Innovation Master Plan as a guiding light and rallying our efforts around it. And to the extent that within universities, we are also able to find like this, like anchoring policy that we are able to further support. I think that would be like one of those ingredients that make the partnership a little bit easier. So let's transition to Susan. Susan, we've spoken about this partner collaborations. We've spoken about like what are some of those elements that really make them work. From your end, I would like to hear what have you seen as the additionality that these types of collaborations bring both to the end users and to the partners who are supporting them.
Thank you for this, because I remember in the beginning of the year when we were meeting, I think one of the first or the initial activities was mapping, needs mapping. And as we were mapping these needs is that then we found that we have similar partners, we have similar interests, and also we're keen to work on somewhat same activities. And as you know, as thought would have it, is that then we needed to coordinate and streamline a whole lot, because then we don't want to do double funding. Because if, you know, the ecosystem is pretty nascent, it's also a bit young, so then we're saying, can we optimize these resources? And so I think I found that the benefits of this also even amongst our colleagues from our GSZ side and even towards the British, with the FCDO and British Council and the others, that this ecosystem is very resource intensive. And so we need then to coordinate these resources so that then we're able to apply them in infrastructure, in hardware, and even in research and development. And so if then we had it split in silos, or as we would have it, say, in other ecosystems, then we were like, yeah, from our lived experiences as equitable partners, is that we were like, yes, we would like to have a different approach within this ecosystem. And so for us to build and then be able to enable, of course, we wanted to also, we also want to have sustainability. And sustainability of projects and programs is very key, because I mean, if we're talking specifically, say if we are talking about research, say in climate, that's gonna take a long time. So then, you know, then there's need for that continuity to continue. I think at the end of it, also, I think one part within the ecosystem, one of the main benefits I also see is risk mitigation, because there's need then to invest, you know, directly also into the ecosystem. And so if we're talking also like, say, research to commercialization, then we're putting in investment or funding, then we want to make sure that, you know, we are mitigating risk of introducing patient capital that other investors, say VCs or angels, can come in and find that, you know, we've laid the ground. So these are some of the benefits we've seen.
Thank you so much, Susan, for that. And I've heard even some of the things that Dr. Emmy has said. For example, the thing that you're talking about, like making sure that you are having patient capital, making sure that we are having capital that could be able to absorb risk so that we are able to inspire other people to invest in this sector. Yeah. And just coming back to what you're talking about even around sustainability, I think a good picture for us to paint is, for instance, one of the initiatives that, I don't know if Dr. Tony has spoken about this publicly, but one of the initiatives that we know that Kenya and the NAIL group has been really interested in is supporting TTO as a shared service model. And when this came to the Funders Forum, like what we wanted to make sure that we are doing as funders is to understand, like within this, what is FCDO and British Council supporting, and what still needs support that other partners could come in and support. And in that way, we were able to think about this opportunity from like a value chain perspective and see where different funders were playing, so that in the end, we make sure that this opportunity has funding spread out across different sort of like points, depending on what is a priority area for the funder and depending on the kind of risk that they can take. Another thing that we've really seen work for us is that, for example, like Monica and Dr. Emmy always say, is that sometimes money that comes from bilateral partners is like timed. So it's timed within like certain budgetary, you know, allocation years. But if you see with a family foundation like Lemelson, the funding is very flexible. Mm-hmm. So to the extent that you are able to come together and they are able to fund some of the earlier initiatives within the ecosystem, and Lemelson is able to come and support like the long-term thinking, then it means that the ecosystem is able to benefit from some of these opportunities in a very sustainable way. And so with that, I'd also like to reflect a little bit before we invite the audience to participate in this conversation. I know all of us as funders, we've really had time to reflect and think about what can we do differently as funders. And I know first we've already had the thing around moving from like just transactional relationships to a relationship based sort of approach. We've had Dr. Emmy obviously speak about moving from like a donor beneficiary approach where there's a dynamic to ensuring that we are moving into an equitable partner sort of like engagement. I've also had Susan sort of like just allude to how do we ensure that when we are funding ecosystems, we are facilitating sustainability, because we've seen a lot of markets where donors actually distort the market and make the programs not sustainable. So in our reflection, what have you learned from your donor work that you want to make sure that we can communicate to our audience?
I'm happy to go first and just have a go at this. And I think for many of you in the audience today, you are hopefully aware of how strong partnerships are at the core of everything we do, because we believe the value that we as a British Council bring to the higher education, science, research and innovation ecosystem in Kenya is not just funding. So could I just ask colleagues in the room who have been partnered with other institutions in Kenya, in the UK, and on the continent to stand up? I just want to kind of get a sense of how many there are in the room today. How many of you have been partnered over the last 5 years through one of our projects at the British Council? Can I just see? Prof. Waikiki, I'm aware of the Nottingham University. Prof. Emily, I'm aware of the work you've done with KICC. So can I just see NRF? I'm aware of the work we've done with Newton. Can I just see a kind of everyone standing up in a big wave? Because I just want to show that what we do is partnership-based, fundamentally, because, thank you so much, colleagues. A big round of applause to you and to your team's hard work. And I think it's important to acknowledge that what we do is partnership-based, because we believe partnership and collaboration can unlock solutions. Now, there is an implied expectation that these partnerships do not just live and are not just creations linked to funding. And as many of you know who have worked with me in recent years, we start to talk about sustainability of partnerships and impact from the very inception phase of the work that we are supporting. And we always ask about where the ownership sits, whether there are mutual benefits that the partnership has already identified from the inception phase, how much funding and technical expertise each of the partners is contributing. So really starting those deep conversations around mutual benefit in partnerships from the start of any initiative. And that's the first thing to say. The second one, I guess, and this is a difficult point to grapple, is around flexible multi-year funding. And this is a bigger conversation that I don't think any of us have quite gripped because of the realities within which we also are placed, which is treasury in our respective countries, and the fact that we are indeed using taxpayers' money in our development work. But what we have managed to do, and both the coordination mechanisms with the government that I talked about earlier, as well as the Funders Forum that Katuchi mentioned, is helping us to build in a sense of complementarity. So if I was able, on behalf of the British Council, to make a small seed grant contribution to scoping out TTOs as a shared service, can Lemelson piggyback on that and provide then support for phase one of taking that project forward? So it's being much more deliberate amongst us as a group of committed professionals and committed institutions to acknowledge the importance of that complementarity and how if we are to be making significant progress in terms of developing against the SDGs, there's not a single development partners opportunity or responsibility. That is something that we all share, and we share that with you. So that's my second point. The third one, and I've already touched upon, is this point around ownership. Where does the ownership actually really sit? And can we demonstrate results jointly that the investments that we are making are actually being owned and the responsibility is being transferred to the partner? And we're seeing some extraordinary examples here in Kenya through some of the work that we've done under our Innovation for African Universities program, for example, but also some of the more recent work we've done under our Learning and Design Labs. You know, we're seeing institutions that are taking forward, replicating some of the frameworks, approaches, tools that have been developed across other departments. We are seeing some of the partners coming together and securing funding from other sources. So we are seeing that sense of responsibility, ownership, and commitment really being, really sitting with the local partner. And one last point before I stop, I guess it's around the point that Emmy made already, which is, if this is about partnerships and we are in this together, how do we make sure that we continue the relationships beyond a project? Just because a project ends, it doesn't mean that our policy commitments to a story of change end as well. And very often what we hear from partners is that, yes, funding is an important contribution that we are making, but more often than not, what is being valued is a technical advice, it is the know-how, and it is the connections and the enabling of connections and partnerships and collaboration. I receive a lot of communication from many of you in the room asking me to link them up with UK partners, where they could exchange, where they could learn from each other, where they could explore joint funding opportunities. And a lot of what we do is building those bridges and making those connections beyond and above the very limited funding that we are able to provide. Let me leave it at that, Katuchi.
Thank you so much. Monica, I've heard you speak about like the equitable partnerships, the complementarity, and I've also just heard you say that you're really reflecting on where the ownership of some of this work sits. And I know Maureen is already telling me time is up. So if Dr. Emmy could just reflect on one key lesson that you've learned as a funder, and if Susan, you could also do the same so that you can allow the audience to ask at least one or two questions.
Okay. Yeah, I had very similar points to Monica. I see alignment in three ways. So there's alignment with the partners, and we've talked about that in the previous part. Yeah. There's also alignment that needs to happen amongst donors, and Monica has summarized that very well. I think we are recognizing that we can't do everything by ourselves. It's not a contest, and there'll always be more challenges than resources. And so, I mean, otherwise we wouldn't be sitting here if you know, that was not a problem. And so we are recognizing that we need to look at it as, you know, what you're calling value chain. You know, if our funding, which has mostly been for early stage, very nascent sort of, you know, system stuff, which takes a very long time to realize some of those outcomes, who else can we bring in across the funding community and even beyond in terms of the partnerships? And then the third one is even alignment within our own internal organizations. So within the British High Commission, there's like 5 teams who work on, you know, science, tech, research, innovation. And oftentimes we ask ourselves, you know, who is doing what? You know, the Tech Hub works with startups. We work with universities. Is there a way that we can do more join up? So I think there's that recognition. And then the alignment with partners, I think just to reiterate some of the points that have been made, that it cannot continue to be business as usual. If there's anything that we can take away from this particular CEIL Summit after 3 or 4 CEIL Summits, is that we need to be doing things differently. And so for me, I think one of the things that I really want to recognize is that after maybe 4 years where we get questions like, what's changing, what's happening? We are seeing some of that change. We have seen from the initiative partnering with Kenya Innovation Agency, some of the institutions are putting in money. We've had University of Kabianga has put in some money. We've had Dedan Kimathi has put in some of their resources. And we get very encouraged because it means that there's some value that they're also bringing to the table, and they're recognizing that some of these efforts make sense. It's that mind shift that we've been talking about for a long time. But I think also for us internally, we are recognizing that it's not always about funding. Sometimes very little money can move a long way. We've seen examples in South Africa where we've tested a small model, and a group of previously marginalized universities are now saying we've tested the model, and that has actually unlocked funding from the Tech Innovation Agency, who said we'll add a bit more money, and then you go. And then so that leaves space for others to come in. And so we're very encouraged by some of those efforts. So it's not always about the funding, sometimes about orchestrating other partners and other partnerships, other resources. And hopefully, one day, we'll get to have that, co-funding and sort of, proper sort of demonstration of equitable partnerships. So I think just to maybe summarize some of the points already made.
Yeah, I think I'd like to quickly also just add a few points on that. And I really like that Emmy and I, from where we are, that is that we're representatives of also of the ecosystem, locals and of the ecosystem. And so we also want to really be good stewards of the work that we're doing and also lead it from the front, because when we say that we want to co-create, we want equitable partnerships, then we also need to do it from here, from where we are. And so of this is also that we're keen to ensure that we are embedding ourselves within the ecosystem and we're integrating, because beyond the needs assessment that we conduct and where we interact with a few people, say usually management or higher level, is that being within the ecosystem then brings out the real needs. And so say at the point we are working with Kenya or the universities and the research institutions, then there's a lot more transparency. And that also is also to break the barriers of, say, mindsets, the cultural mindsets of or stereotypes of where it's like, oh, don't tell your neighbor you're working with GIZ and FCDO, I don't know, juju could happen or whatever. So, so then that we have transparency of resources also, so that we are able to optimize them. And yeah, with that, really go back to you, Katuchi.
And I guess just to say, have we got it right? Most likely, most often not. But we are committed to learning and improving as well. And that open door policy and the ongoing engagement and the ongoing feedback from you gives us a seat at your table so that we know how we can best address your realities and ground the work that we do in your challenges, your capabilities, and your aspirations.
Thank you so much, Monica. I think from the Lemelson Foundation, I'll add three things. One, ecosystem level work is long term. So we need to invest in the ecosystem in the long term. Then the second thing related to that is sometimes funders are usually not very comfortable with investing in capacity, but you need to invest in the capacity of the team for them to actually be able to deliver. So a little bit of flexibility around investing in capacity of the team for delivery. And then thirdly, we are starting, there's a lot of efforts that we are all collectively putting together within the university to ensure that we start seeing a lot more commercialization happening. So the question is, we are starting to strategically think around when we start seeing spin-outs coming from the university, what kind of funding needs to be available to support these spin-outs? So we are starting to think how this could look like based on some of the lessons that we are learning. And related to that, as I think Dr. Emmy has highlighted, from some of the initial work that we are doing, there are already some results that are starting to happen. So how do we put a spotlight on some of these champions that are doing amazing work at commercialization and ensuring that we leverage that cohort of initial adapters to actually be able to inspire a lot more innovators that are coming from the research and transitioning to commercializing their products. With that, I want to make sure that at least we give the audience an opportunity to participate. I'm sorry, Maureen, I don't know where you are, you've texted me, but we will definitely ask at least 3 questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Kevit Desai. I'm championing an initiative that tries to address outcomes as far as food systems as well as regenerative agriculture is concerned. And in fact, I've been endorsed by Tony to be the champion, of which I accept. But ladies and gentlemen, I have something very unique to share. If you're talking about ownership and sustainability of research and outcomes of research and so on, then what we're trying to do is something unique. It's the first time that private sector is now driving the initiative on an initiative which hopes to bring about solutions as far as climate-friendly solutions towards food systems and regenerative agricultural systems in partnership with the University of Nairobi. But it's not just one organization, it's a cluster approach because, markets work on a cluster or whatever you call it, value chains, etc. And we're looking at an end-to-end system. In the case of the dichotomy between urban-rural agricultural systems, the issues are across the entire value chain. So I think that that's the first point, how do you ensure that we are working towards common issues? Because that's the only way we'll bring the unity of all the people that you see around. If we're talking about common approaches to common challenges. And those need to be heavily invested in. The second is the concern I have of this initiative, and this is the entire agricultural sector committing to invest, and they've already started to invest, is how do we ensure a value proposition back to them? Because they're looking at it from a commercial perspective, in terms of transformation of productivity, innovation, efficiency, technology transfer. And therefore, issues with respect to skills, education, research, extension, commercialization need to be seen holistically. I need the support in terms of how do we monetize IP so that we're able to really incentivize researchers and academic faculties that cut across. And we need to find a way in which we jumpstart this entire process because there's a limited attention and commitment. I think that, it really needs to be stimulating. It has to stimulate the 11 faculties, for example, of University of Nairobi. This initiative hopes to create a network and a link to other universities and other technical vocational training institutions as far as extension is concerned. So this is the exit strategy. How do we sit around the table together as development partners? Because at the end of the day, the development partners need an exit strategy. It is the work of private sector to continue, and in cooperation with government, who they, have a relationship as far as paying taxes. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to touch on 3 things within 1 minute. There has been a problem between flexibility, alignment, and impact funding. Let me put it into perspective. Funders have been accused of, I'm not accusing you, but of funding what they want funded and not what we think you should fund. In fact, some of us have very good proposals that can create impact, but we cannot find funders because every time you look at some of these proposals they want to fund, they have specific wordings that, and what they want funded. So you don't align to that. So how flexible, because I find many of these funding agencies very inflexible. Talking of impact, there is also an accusation that we apportion too much money to capacity building and too many workshops. But the real thing, very little money actually goes to the impact on the ground. And most of us researchers from the universities, when you have been funded heavily by an agency, and you have almost coming out with solutions that are supposed to be taken up, the funding ends. And then they tell you now you need to start doing something else, and you're like, okay, but I thought we were going to, we are going to cascade this one. So you start on something else, instead of the funding continuing to the level of where you do the impact. You know that, what I'm interested in is that impact funding where you have real things coming out from what you did. So please comment on the flexibility of the funding agencies and what they're funding, on the alignment to what the dons are thinking or the researchers are thinking that is going to bring impact, and also on impact to the ground. So lastly, we have Kenya problems, Kenya solutions. Is it possible for us just to do what can bring impact to our communities than what the funder agencies? Because what is in the, for example, the UK is very different from what is in Kenya in terms of the impact we want to develop in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If we have any other person asking a question, can we keep it very brief? We are really short on time, but we've taken note of the two that have been asked.
Thank you. Mine is going to be very brief. First of all, I appreciate the panelists for enlightening some of us about what's available and how partners work together. One question that has always come in, I've experienced both in public universities and private universities, and there seem to be acquired bias towards funding projects from public universities. And sometimes they say, this must be, you have been working in the public sector, so on. What about the private universities? I appreciate what Dr. Desai mentioned there from my peers. Thank you so much, Professor. Private sector plays a key role in funding. But there is something that is, I want you to demystify from your organizations. Thank you so much.
Okay. So my question is a question and a comment around when you create these funding partner coordination groups, which are excellent, including in the core group also key members of the implementing partners, so that at that level where you're coordinating, you're also as a group getting feedback. Funding partners, I'm trying not to say donors, are very good at engaging one-on-one with potential beneficiaries. But it's also useful to, as a group, to engage with potential implementing partners and to understand for your sector together the gaps, not just donor partners talking together, but also having implementing agencies in the room. And I've been in coordination meetings where it's only funding partners, and the conversation is very different even when you have one person in the room who's an implementing partner, because we all have blind spots. And then the second is on the question on flexible outputs and outcomes. And that's something that working with the Riser Fund of FCDO has been one of the best experiences. So I thought I could share that. When we started working with Riser, we wanted to increase financing for innovation, and we wanted to set up a fund of funds. And so we needed outcomes like number of funding partners that we've engaged, a design completed. This was not development outcomes like lives changed, jobs done. And so you needed to have the funding partner recognize that this is a 10-year play. Impact funds are a 10-year play. And in the first 3 years, you're doing design and you're bringing stakeholders together. So that is what the outcome can be. Emmy talked about orchestration. If you want to be sustainable, you need to bring in other partners. So we had outputs around bringing in other partners and funding that allowed us to travel, go to conferences, and meet one-on-one with these funding partners, because relationships are not built over Zoom. They are built over coffee and dinner. And so if we want implementing partners to have sustainable funding to get to impact, like my brother was saying, then we need to fund those kinds of activities in addition to
the research and the capacity building, or else we will not have sustainable financing and impact at the end of the day.
Thank you so much. Because of time, maybe we should respond to these questions that have been highlighted. And for the funders, I actually want to make sure that we only have one responding to a question. So Monica, if you could speak to funding public versus private universities. I know that you've done both, so you could speak to the thinking around that. Emmy, if you could speak to us about how do we create exit strategies that enable private sector and or government to take over after we've funders have exited the market. And Susan, if you could speak about how do we balance the funders' agenda and the local ecosystem agenda, that would be very helpful. I can finalize by speaking about like the concept around how to include core groups in, or the end user groups within some of these funding conversations. So yeah.
Thanks very much for that. I'll try to be as brief as possible, but actually I do want to tackle the point from my colleague in Ghana around implementing partners being at the table, and they are always invited. So the EDPCG here in Kenya, we always have implementing partners joining that. So just as a bit of reassurance about the process, but I very much take your point, are the right people at the table? And I guess it comes back to Kevin's point, which is such a valid one. How do we start to generate these movements around specific issue areas? And are we speaking to the right people? So, what's happening to the agricultural subsector working group and the education subsector working group? Is there scope for you to bring that together with KEPSA and others, for example, to generate the momentum that's needed around providing the support you need on the value chain of delivering something that's focusing on food systems, for example? And I think that's a really valid point. And some of the larger multilateral donors and private sector working together can hopefully kind of help start to address that. And I'd love to take that conversation with you. But let me be obedient and listen to Katuchi, because she's asked me to address this point around whether there is bias. And actually there isn't. If you look at the portfolio of work that the British Council has here in Kenya, we are engaging both public as well as private universities. We're working very closely with the chairs of the two committees, and obviously the work that we've been supporting through Kenya and enabling the entrepreneurial institutions maturity framework assessments, for example, includes the 14 institutions. The work with Neil also includes a good spread of public and private institutions. So we do need to dispel the myth. We have strong partnerships with the likes of KCA and the likes of Strathmore private universities, the same way that we've had very strong partnerships with the likes of the University of Nairobi. I think just on the point around the University of Nairobi colleague who talked about capacity development and whether there is enough investment in that and alignment with local realities, Prof. Kinoti here will know better than anyone else that when the University of Nairobi was one of the 3 partners in running the Center of Excellence for the University Innovation of African Universities program that the British Council supported, we've had 6 to 8 months of inception phase, which was all about design thinking. There wasn't something that we as the British Council asked the partners to focus on. We chose the strongest proposals, all of them are partnership-based, including with the private sector, and we said, take these 6 to 8 months and identify the most pressing problem in your institution right now and in your ecosystem that you want to address. And then we moved into a community grant phase and we moved into a consolidation grant phase. So there are techniques out there that we are piloting, we are deploying, and we are also learning from. But allowing the sufficient time, which included a very strong element of capacity development for the partners, I think it's a key lesson for us and something that we're committed to taking forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Emmy?
Yes, maybe I'll start with 2 admissions. One is that our partners don't like exit strategies oftentimes. There are instances where the project has come to an end and the grantee, let me call them the grantee, is still looking for additional funding. And in our eyes, in our minds, as part of the plan, it's like, nope, I think you're good to go. But they still want to come back and have a new proposal, tweak it, flex it, flip it. And they don't like exit strategies. But their second admission, I think, is that donors previously or currently also don't quite understand how to work with private sector. And I think, when we talk about industry-academia linkages, that's also part of the challenge. But I think we're trying to do it a bit differently, recognizing that, especially, if you look back from our perspective and my own observation from the UK government, the funding has been shrinking COVID, and there's more like internal focus and prioritization of domestic priorities. And so the question for us is, how do we do it differently? And I think one of the things we've tried to do is to say, when you're doing your initial proposal, can you include a sustainability framework? So that we're also funding sustainability from the beginning and trying to understand, how do you structure outcomes? Do those outcomes align? And what will that 5-year project look like at the end? So I think that's how we're trying to do it. It's not yet there. It's not even almost half there if you ask some of our grantees and our partners, but it's something that we've been emphasizing. Can we start to actually fund sustainability in our projects, not just the activities and the outputs? And then the third thing is what I have said from the beginning, is this orchestration and recognition that we can't do everything. And one of the things we are trying is to say, can we actualize this South-to-South partnership where the UK is a facilitator? And we're trying to do that with Dedan Kimathi, the IIT Madras, and other universities, RIARA, and saying, can we step back, allow you to sort of structure it by yourself and see where it goes, and potentially bring in your own resources, whether it's your faculty, your students, your physical space, your infrastructure. And then we just provide a small seed funding and see where that goes. But I think it's a very new space, if you ask me, for development partners, but also for our partners from the other side. But it's something we're trying, and we're keen to also have a conversation with you.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, so much for that question. Because internally at JZ, and especially within a global management conversation, there's been a lot of talk on decolonizing funding. And within this conversation then, I think also comes about Spark, the project that we are now working on, where that we are moving past technical capacity building to investing. And this in itself, process-wise, as an organization that's been running in Kenya for 60 years, of course, is very challenging because, it's a new system, so that we are actually going to be putting money in startups, which we've not done before, and this is also to say that then we are listening, that we've been listening to say, as we keep on hearing that, yeah, all you do fund is capacity building of all sorts of things, but then, also being in the ecosystem within MEKIT for up to 7 years, within the region saying, can we do more than policy? Can we do more than technical capacity building and invest? And you see, investment is where you're like, yeah, if I really believe in this, then I'm gonna put money on it, yeah? And so we are learning. And also in retrospect, and to be fair also to the donor organization, is that we're also representing taxpayers' money. And that means that then there are government priorities that are also exchanged. And so beyond then the government priorities that are exchanged between countries bilaterally, also say for our case, there's the European Commission, also where within the innovation ecosystem is what we mirror. And then we try then come to local partners to co-create. So to co-create so that we can share best practices, because also we don't know it all. Not everything that works, say, within Europe or in Germany works in Kenya. And so this is also like exchanges that we have, say, within our sort of what we term as digital dialogues in JZ, where we are sharing of what can Germany learn from Kenya and vice versa, yeah? And so of impact and funding, I think this is something that we are very honest about also within ourselves, saying that, okay, yes, if this is gonna help all of us, then we have to take a different approach. And so that's also somewhat something that we're trying within our new project called Spark. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So co-creation, because as you say, we will always have an agenda, but how do you co-create to ensure that both are incorporated within like an equitable partnership framework? I know Mr. Desai asked a question around how do we ensure that we are also supporting like clusters? And I would say from a Lemelson perspective, there's work that we will be supporting in Kenyatta University to set up a master's program. And it doesn't have a name, but I'll just call it Impact Inventing Master's Program. What we've realized with supporting one institution is that it's not scalable. It is so resource intensive, because if you're building like a lab, you're setting up a whole program, it's so resource intensive. So what one of the things that motivated us to even want to work with other funders was that we realized that we could still get impact by identifying aggregation points of work that is happening within research to commercialization. So, for example, instead of just working with one partner, are there points that are aggregating more partners to implement these types of initiatives? Then that's where we prioritize our funding. And we also realize that as we're trying to fund clusters, we do not have the internal funding capacity to do it individually. So if you are to fund clusters, it means that you have to look for other like-minded partners that are interested in this cluster so that they can put money where their priority is, and then we can put our money where our priority is, and then together we can try and shift or scale the impact of ecosystem level clusters. And then finally, related to bringing the end user into the conversations around funding, I would say that for the Kenya Innovation Ecosystem Funders Forum, one of the things that we are very clear about is that if we are discussing a topic where, like right now, it's still early stages where we are still, forming, norming, etc. So bringing in external perspectives right now could be a little bit challenging. However, the plan is, as we learn together, as we start finding the priority areas, then we need to bring the perspectives into the conversation to ensure that we are co-creating those opportunities with the end users and not just a funders conversation. In my experience in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, we would run a lot of funders conversations. And what we would do sometimes is that we would invite small and growing businesses to be a part of these conversations. And the moment that dynamic shifts, like there would be conversations that are really important that would not happen in that meeting. So for example, some of the conversations around what's not working, it's very hard to have when the end user, especially if working with certain partners hasn't worked for you, it's very hard, doesn't create a safe space for partners. Thank you very much. I see they are working towards us. We'll not be able to say our closing remarks, but feel free to follow each and every of these funders in the room to hear a lot more about what they had to say today. But if you forget anything, remember equitable partnerships, the complementarity of working together, and the need to ensure that whatever we are doing, we are sustaining the funding across the innovation process. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to our panelists for that very interesting discussion. And it took way longer than expected, but thank you very much. Maybe as they actually sit, do we have partners in the room that have actually benefited from the institutional support and the research to commercialization from FCDO and the British Council? If you're around, please stand. Okay. Thank you. That's a decent amount of people in the room. Thank you very much to the partners in the room. And I think the conversations are very interesting. When we talk about funding, how do we make sure it's not about one person giving the money to the other and directions on how to do this, but rather how do we co-create? If you can hear me, tap your neighbor and tell them this was an interesting conversation. Now that the men refuse to tell each other you look beautiful, just tell them this was an interesting conversation. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Katuchi, are you still around? My understanding is we're supposed to have another presentation that you are leading in calling the next speaker. Just to be cautious this time, we are 30 minutes past. We're actually supposed to be having tea break right now, and the other side normally has like time reservations on when we can start and end breakfast. So it's very important for us to be cautious about time. This is to all our speakers for the day. You said you'd want time for the beach. If you really want to go to the beach, we have to be very cautious about time.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. So all protocols observed. Again, good morning. So I'll repeat for those who are not here. My name is Katuchi Kasandi, and I work with the Lemelson Foundation. So up next, we do have a session on leveraging shared infrastructure to empower innovation and drive economic growth. For this session, we are going to have 3 main speakers that actually are involved or usually implement work around shared infrastructure.
And what we want to hear from them is, what are these opportunities that are available within their institutions around shared infrastructure? And what is how can the innovators that we are supporting take advantage of this shared infrastructure? And what is the benefit? What should be their pitch to their innovators around leveraging this shared infrastructure? And to help me unpack this conversation, we are going to use a format where we will have 3 presenters come on stage, present their model, then thereafter we will take the questions from the audience, and those are the questions that we ask our panelists. So as they are presenting, please take note of all the questions that we have so that when they are done, we can go ahead and do a Q&A session. For the speakers, you've heard what the MC has told me. Let's just try and speak and stick to a maximum of 5 to 7 minutes in your presentation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our speaker from Konza Technopolis Development Authority. And when he comes in, he's going to introduce himself. So if you're here, Mr. Jackson Kaireri, please come on board, introduce yourself, and we look forward to hearing what you have for us. Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jackson Karieri. I work for Konza Technopolis, and I'm here standing in for our CEO, JP Okwiri. So just briefly, I know we have a short time, but I will just want to go direct to the presentation. I have a short video that will prepare the stage for what exactly we want to discuss. Please help me to play it. Thank you.
Welcome to Konza Technopolis, a visionary smart city in the heart of Kenya, a flagship project under Kenya's Vision 2030. Konza Technopolis is a 5,000-acre smart and sustainable city, strategically located 67 kilometers from Nairobi along the Nairobi-Mombasa Highway.
Konza Technopolis was established to enable Kenya move towards what we call a digital economy, to be able to accelerate its growth in innovation and knowledge economy.
We are at the forefront of ensuring that we are able to provide technological solutions to the problems that we have as a country.
So we are looking at a city that will be adjacent to the capital city of Nairobi, but that is developed with the 21st century standards of smart city development, embracing technology and embracing and creating an environment that facilitates research, innovation, and commercialization of this research.
But why should you invest in Konza Technopolis? Join us as we explore the compelling reasons. It is a special economic zone with attractive fiscal and non-fiscal incentives for investors and businesses.
The fiscal incentives are tax-related benefits, like the VAT is zero-rated. We have the excise duty that is not charged on goods and services produced within the zone. The stamp duty is exempted for instruments that are executed within the zone.
We believe with what has been put in Konza Technopolis, with the establishment of a research institute, Kenyan enterprises can build the innovativeness and their innovative capabilities by locating at Konza Technopolis. SMEs can go to Konza and be able to grow. Startups can go to Konza and be able to prosper. Research facilities can be located at Konza and will bring better results.
We have the streetscape, and that entails the road network, the sewerage network, stormwater drainage, the clean water system, the irrigation network, the power system, the fiber optic cable.
The city also boasts of open spaces, sports, and entertainment facilities, making it a wholesome place to work, live, and play.
We call this a 15-minute city
For every 15 minutes walk, come across an open park or a public utility. There are walkways, there are pedestrian cyclist ways. Gonna try your scooter right here in Konza. Very good quality of life, is very well assured, and this is a place to be for your investment, for you to work, to live, and to play.
And you're calling it light industrial because you're concerned with assembly.
Oh, okay, thank you. Ideally, that is a brief recap of Konza Technopolis and exactly where we are currently. So our journey has been quite very good. So from the year 2009, first when the idea was being conceptualized from the cabinet approval up to currently where we are at this stage of 2022 and beyond. So first we started with the master planning of the entire city, and then started phase 1 development, whereby we launched our first strategic plan. Then between 2016 and 2020, we did the phase 1 development, launching the Konza Innovation Ecosystem and the Konza Greening Initiative. Then that is the time when all the staff of Konza Technopolis migrated to Konza Technopolis at along Mombasa Road. Then 2021 to 2022, that is when we started the city operationalization or acceleration stage. So this is whereby now we launch our second strategic plan and also operationalizing our Tier 3 national Konza National Data Center, and then also construction of the Kenya KAIST University that is based on research on STEM courses started. Then looking at 2022 moving forward is at the acceleration stage, whereby we are now focusing more on vertical development. So these are some of the statistics of merit of statistics of currently status of what is happening. 80% of committed parcels within Konza Technopolis has been committed, and 90% of the infrastructure that is currently built on. So that is the master plan of Konza Technopolis. It is a 5,000-acre city that is about 60 kilometers from Nairobi and about 1.5 trillion investment currently. And we aspire to contribute to at least 2% of the GDP of the country. And as you can see, implementation of Konza Technopolis, we have different bands. So we have a band for technology, whereby now our innovators will be located at. We have band for mixed-use development. We have bands for education. We have bands for residential building. So this is a well-master-planned smart city that is now surrounded by a buffer zone of 10 kilometers radius. Looking at the infrastructure that is well much aligned for our innovators, we've been able to do anchor projects. For example, we are talking about the water treatment plant, which has a capacity of about 7.5 megaliter per day, and water reclamation facility. What happens in Konza when it rains that we collect all this water and then we take it to water reclamation facility and then pump it now to the water treatment plant. So once the water has been treated up to the level that can be consumed by humans, but then we use it now for greening purposes. Then we've been able to do at least 40 kilometers of streetscapes. These are the roads and landscaping, together with automatic solid waste system that is vacuum system conveyed. So what happens, we'll be segregating or separating different types of waste within Konza Technopolis and be able to recycle those which are recyclable. And then utilities, about 70 kilometers of drainage water supply and about 15 kilometers of irrigation that for reuse, and landscaping together with electrical system, ICT conduits, and public facilities. The architecture to support innovation ecosystem at Konza Technopolis, what we focus more, we use the infrastructure, for example, the ICT and IT-enabled services, the data center, the innovation hub, working together with TVETs and universities, using creative or collaborative policies, talent development. We work together with innovators from the conceptualization of the idea up to the last stage, which is now a maturity stage. What is the output of that? Job creation, startup, enterprise, and even creating, contributing to the country's GDP and knowledge innovation economy. So these are some of the key infrastructure that we've been able to do to support our innovators. For example, we are talking about the road transport within Konza Technopolis. We have a drone corridor whereby innovators, startups are able now to pilot their drones test after they have been assembled. And then we have good rail transport and 3 water sources for the city. Looking at power supply, we have a 400 kVA substation that is being supported by Ketriako. This power will be able to support the entire city, 5,000 acres, together with our neighbors. And then also a coal contact center for supporting all our customers. So these are promising to our innovators. Whenever they come and pitch or they pilot their solution or even they host their solution within us, there is a 24/7 support, a contact center. And then also we are talking about the Kenya KAIST, which is a postgraduate research-based university that is located at Konza, and the project plan is to have it launched by this year. Then the coming project is the Konza Digital Media City that is now positioned Kenya or Konza to be a creative industry. This is whereby the animation, film industries will be created and be deployed. Then, being the home of tech innovators, we've been able to do a dedicated band for technologies, a BPO working for software, hardware manufacturing, and even assembly. And then our innovation ecosystem provides a clustered network of peers drawn from all 47 counties within the country. Then, looking at a vibrant innovation ecosystem, working together with a support and our Innovators Fund, what we are providing is an emerging social creative startups that will be able now to provide, to be able to take this innovation to the market. Then to focus more now on this is the infrastructure that we have is the Konza National Data Center, which is a Tier 3 data center that is certified by Uptime. So what we provide are different bundles of products. We are talking about software as a service. We are talking about platform as a service, which is very key for innovators. This is whereby now they are able to develop their solutions, deploy their solution, and even test in that one single platform. So we use an open source platform that is called EULA, platform as a service, whereby our software developers can build, test, and even deploy the application from that particular. Then apart from that, we have other various products within the data center. And then the data center has been able to create opportunities because we don't work alone. We work with innovators, with startups. There's a framework called software and cloud vendors, whereby after a cloud vendor or an innovator has a solution, they can partner with us either under technology category, under reseller technology, or even under R&D. So after they're able to partner with us, they host their solution within our data center, and we're able now to take this solution up to the market. So some of the key achievement for the data center, what we've been able to do currently, we have quite a number of customers that we've been able to host within our data center and even be able to host quite a number of digital solutions. Email hosting, website hosting, ERPs, all of them. Be able to work with at least 17 innovators that have been able to support it. So we have a program whereby we have a leeway period of about 6 months. Then this is for innovators or startups who don't have the starting capitals to hold their solution on cloud. So what we do, we work with them, we give them a specific package for about maybe 6 months. Then after that, they're able to commercialize their solutions. So these are some of the certifications that are promising to our customers, Tier 3 lead certification, and even some certification from Communication Authority of Kenya. And then why Konza Cloud? We are looking at cost. Organizations need to focus more on what is their key areas. For example, don't focus more on capital expenditure, just focus on operational expenditure. So we host this data. We host this data for organizations, including the startups, and then on capacity, we meet all the planned jobs, flexibility, performance, and innovativeness. We have a Konza App Store, which is like Google Play Store, whereby all the applications from our innovators, from our startups, and even our partners, we're able now to deploy and push them from there. They are published. Then all our customers will be able to interact with them from that particular platform. It is a self-service platform for our clients. Then key one is the Jitume program. So Jitume program actually what looks on its training, digital labs, awareness, and linking them with the jobs. Currently, we are working with the TVETs to ensure that we train the youths on digital skills, for example, on data science. Once now they have the skills, they're able now to pitch for the jobs and be able to earn a living from them. Then we have the second phase of the project, which is called now the digital hubs. We've heard the president talking about the 1450 digital hubs that will be implemented in all the 1450 wards in the country. But then again, we are doing it in phases. First, we are going to have 147 centers of excellence, and then we have the standards and the basic infrastructure. So we are working very closely with the CDF, NGAF, or the MPs to ensure that this is fully operational. So these are some of the achievement or the statistics of the Jitume program. Be able to do 169 Jitume labs and doing 1560 devices that have been deployed, and at least 90 have been launched. So this program has the infrastructure side of it, whereby now the model is that we use infrastructure as a service, VDI, virtual desktop infrastructure. So we create a virtual desktop whereby now innovators or youths who don't have computers, they can log in and be able to use that particular platform to create their content, to build the application from there, and be able to test from that particular environment. I've talked about KAIST, which is very key for us and even for this particular forum, because now this one focuses more on research and be able to take this research, the ideas from concept up to commercialization stage. These are some of the photos of our previous activities with our startups. And also that one I've talked about, the Jitume labs that we've been able to launch in the country, which is being spearheaded by our Ministry of ICT and support from the presidency. So those are some of the investment opportunities for innovators in the country, looking at ICT and IT-enabled services, smart city services, life sciences, robotics, engineering, film industry, and even real estate. So we'll welcome any ideas from the innovators to pitch in Konza and be able to take the ideas up to realization. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. As you said, they take care of the infrastructure and you focus on your operations. So if you could leverage that opportunity as an entrepreneur, that is something that would really help you in saving your initial costs and also offer a lot of opportunities for collaborating with others who are situated there. So up next, I'm going to invite Ms. Mercy Kimalat from the Association of Startups and SMEs of Kenya.
Good morning, everyone. I know we've been sitting for a while, but can we just stretch? Stretch your hands as far as wide. Touch the ocean. Can you touch the ocean? Can you touch the ocean? Let's go up. We're going to space. Can you identify Pluto? Is Pluto there? Can we go down? Let's go down, down, down. I think someone has just found a shell. All right? All right, thank you so much. So my name is Mercy Kimalat. I'm the CEO for ASEC. ASEC stands for the Association of Startup and SME Enablers of Kenya. I don't know if my presentation can be loaded, but I'll just start. So who we are. ASEC was founded in 2018 by a community of founders and leaders of innovation hubs that have been working with startups and SMEs since 2010, when we had the first innovation hub called iHub that was just launched in the country and even actually across Africa, that was really catering to graduates, ongoing students, and even early stage innovators to come into a space to think about commercializing their solutions. And from there, the case was built that we actually do need different outfits that can support an entrepreneur throughout the entire life cycle in their entrepreneurship journey. So who we are, we're a membership-based association that brings together and represents the interests and also represents their core issues in terms of policy and advocacy, both to development partners, government, and other stakeholders, because they are the ones that actually provide core services and support to Kenyan startups and SMEs in supporting their growth and scaling their impact. Our mission, this is why we were actually founded, was to unify and empower entrepreneur support organizations to foster an inclusive ecosystem that drives innovation and sustainable growth. The vision for ASEC is to be the leading voice of a globally recognized, dynamic, and inclusive ecosystem that is driving sustainable growth and technological advancement. Why? Because we believe that Kenya really is the bedrock of innovation, and we can actually cater to not only the East Africa region, but provide global solutions right here from home. If you look at our reach and our membership, we have more than 150 entrepreneur support organizations that are serving startups and SMEs across a diverse category of sectors. So if you're looking at the big four from the previous government, if you're looking at the current priorities aligned to the MTP4 according to Vision 2030, that is where our members are playing a key role. So for example, agriculture and sustainable livelihoods, we have people who have been supported in manufacturing sector, we have the health and biosciences, the green and circular economy, e-mobility, which is now taking off, we have affordable housing, ed tech and technology and ICT as well. If you look at the how ASEC actually delivers its mandate, it's across 4 pillars. One of them is on policy and advocacy, because we are the leading voice for the entrepreneur support organizations and thereof the indirect beneficiaries. We collect all the feedback, data, and insights and bring this to the forefront for government to actually make the right kind of policies. A simple case study is the startup bill, where we drafted the bill as private sector, and through continuous engagement with government, that is still being pushed at their level, and hopefully will become an act just to enable and secure a more vibrant ecosystem. The second thing that we do is active collaboration. You mentioned a lot about equitable partnerships. One thing that I've seen in the ecosystem is bringing people together on a like-minded vision, but sustaining that momentum. ASEC really is a vehicle that really has brought multiple sector partners, but also stakeholders aligned to one vision on actually looking at job creation, climate change, and other emerging issues. And that's what we do at an ecosystem level. For internationalization, again, going back into being the bedrock of innovation for solving Kenyan problems with a global perspective, our members are actually based across the entire world. We have members who are based in Norway, there are those who are based in Belgium, we have those based in the USA, and also Australia and many other parts of the world. And that already has created route to market opportunities for startups and SMEs. A bit of an impact, so we've been able to engage more than 20,000 participants, the different engagements. We have been able to profile and even give visibility of more than 150 ESOs in the ground. And remember, our members are also operating both at the urban center, peri-urban, and also rural settlements. So they have also been able to be profiled. We've also been able to build more than 100 partnerships that have come into the ecosystem through ASEC, and that has led to devolved funding, which includes now, for example, running different innovation challenges, hosting more than 10 policy and ecosystem dialogues on key thematic issues, and then also fundraising for our own members to a tune of 350,000 euros that directly contributes to their sustainability. And in turn, we've seen a ripple effect whereby 974,000 euros has gone directly to the startups and SMEs who have now created multiple jobs in the sector. So ASEC really plays a very key role in a multiplier effect whereby we empower our members who go and create the actual momentum and impact on the ground. 3 case studies that I want to share with you. One is on policy and formulation and roundtables, because we do understand that supporting an entrepreneur can be sufficient, building their processes, getting them the right team, having a go-to-market strategy, but regulation and compliance is actually a key issue. And what we try to do is that we facilitate human-centered design dialogues with county government and also bring in other stakeholders to work together along that. Aligned to policy is that we also do research. So we want to do policy conversation from a data-informed perspective, and so we've been able to conduct research for 25 counties in Kenya, and that has also helped to shape the conversation. On internationalization, bringing in different partners that have actually supported more than 1,000 entrepreneurs to be able to access 400,000 euros in terms of capital, but also creating access to markets. The final thing also under internationalization is how we've been able to create a bridge for innovation and commercialization to happen across different markets, and that has been pioneering the knowledge and tech transfer. On ESO capacity building, we do annually conduct regular needs assessment, and for this year we actually saw the emerging technologies as a key thing. So we focused a training on cybersecurity, where we trained 100 entrepreneur support organizations who now went and trained more than 3,000 SMEs just on cybersecurity. Therefore, as we support their capacity, we are also ensuring that even as SMEs and startups are trading, they are also protecting their consumers as well. And looking at the aspect of standardization of incubation training toolkits and coaching framework, just to ensure that an entrepreneur, whether you're in Lamu, whether in Wajir, whether you're in Nairobi, you have the same quality of experience. And finally, along the ESO capacity building is really looking at the matter of youth and gender inclusion. As you look at the economic ladder, you find that most women and youth are still not able to close the gap or even access higher economic opportunities, and that's what we're trying to address at a systemic level. Now, going into the theme of today, which is leveraging the shared infrastructure to empower innovation and drive economic growth, I just want to share the ASEC perspective. And for me to do that, we need to understand the life cycle of a business. We can go to the next slide. If you look at the life cycle of a business, so we have time versus sales. Sales just means you're alive, right? Because as a business, you either have cash flow or not. And if you look at the start, which is the introduction from ideation, looking to the growth stage, maturity, and the decline, there are a couple of factors that really play a lot in the life cycle journey of an SME or a startup. And some of the key things to look at is entrepreneur mindset. How are you able to adapt to evolving changes, and also looking at critical thinking to assess the situation. We're also looking at support functions that the SME or the startup needs. That's co-working space, mentorship, seed capital, and many other inputs. We also have the aspect of legal and compliance. How are they structured, and how are they also able to attract capital but still retain the sovereignty of the business to the founder? And also looking at the key issue of talent and human resource, as well as also tapping into ecosystem data and resources. One approach that ASEC would like to take this year strongly is looking at the knowledge, can you go to the next slide? Looking at the knowledge and learning approach, which what we call agile research. Ladies and gentlemen, we're living in a world today that has been disrupted by technology. No longer are we shopping heavily on Facebook or going to the store. We are using TikTok, we're using WhatsApp status, which is literally 5 seconds. So how then can we also ensure that as we are supporting the entrepreneurs, we are also conducting research that is at a micro or bite-sized level to ensure that we adapt quickly to that scenario. Our goal as an association is to really transform Kenya's socioeconomic development, and I wanted to bring in the two models. We had a meeting, a panel discussion I think last week or the week before with FCDO on how the quadra helix versus the triple helix model. And I just wanted to show our perspective from this. If you look at the existing triple helix model, it's missing one component. Who are we missing in the triple helix? The community, right? Yes. And so what we try to do is how then can we not only add the community in the quadra helix model, but also have a key focus on the startup and the SME. Now, let me explain to you why they are important. They are the ones that actually go and create the jobs and solve the critical societal issues. But guess what? There's an entire platform that actually is supporting them as they drive that change, and that is the Entrepreneur Support Organization. What do they bring? The network of enablers, they come with tools, skills, and resources that the startups and SMEs can leverage to, one, increase their business efficiency, build their teams, and even scale using different platforms to scale. For example, we also have a partnership with Konza. They have the cloud software platform. That already is an infrastructure that the SME can leverage that is low cost and efficient. The second thing that our members are doing is we're able to showcase the success stories, the case studies, and impact reports. Someone has been asking about what are the relevant issues or themes that are coming from the ground. Our members are constantly collecting that data, and we're able to package and share that out as well. The third thing is looking at the ease of doing business. We cannot talk about the macro issue without having policy engagements being at the forefront. And what I mean by that, every time we innovate a product or service, we have to look at what is the cost of getting an IP of that service. We have to look at the cost of moving goods from one county to another, or even across border using the African Continental Free Trade. And therefore, having those human-centered discussions, it now brings in a different methodology of how we can ensure ease of doing business in Kenya. The other thing that we can do is that our members are we can provide reach and scalability potential. We have 150 ESOs in the country, meaning they also have their own teams. So we're looking at a deployment of more than 3,000 trainers and coaches that can work diligently with all the startups and SMEs to help them scale, at the same time also achieve that socioeconomic agenda. The third thing is also looking at incremental innovation. We need to look at innovation in levels, just the same way our business is growing, and ensure that even as we are building the business, we are continuously doing agile research to keep tweaking and improving to achieve low-cost technology and affordability for the consumer to access that product or service. And the final one is globalization. Again, leveraging our network of networks to be able to tap into larger networks for that commercialization to happen. Let's go to the next slide. The final thing also just want to mention is looking at the cross-border innovation bridge. How are we going to do this? We have partnered recently with the East Africa Business Community and the Inter-University Council of East Africa. They bring in a larger group of higher education institutions across East Africa, the 8 states that are in the EAC community. And from there, we're now discussing how do we create a sustainable framework that can collaborate and even bring together different capabilities to foster trade and investments into the region. The target countries for now, we're looking at Burundi, DRC, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, South Sudan, and Tanzania. And some of the key activities are piloted looking at cross-border tour, regional pitching competitions, and regional ESO capacity building programs. The other thing looking at pipeline, next slide, pipeline development is 3 things. One is support in the establishment and management of university-based innovation hubs. If you look at the market right now, we desperately need a pool of entrepreneurial thinking leaders and also entrepreneurs themselves. The university is the right engine that can actually produce that. Some of the key things needed are infrastructure, which is hardware. They also need entrepreneurial curriculum. They also need technical support, that is in expertise. There's access to resources. And the second, I'm about to finish. So the 2 remaining ones are the capacity strengthening for the sectoral ESOs. Here is looking at how can we achieve not only multidisciplinary knowledge sharing, but also looking at strengthening sectors at organizational development and hardware innovation. And finally, looking at industrialization pathway that can actually provide that access to market. If you look at the picture, I managed to participate at the Kenya KCA University CEOs Roundtable, where they brought industry and academia, and they actually had a corporate partner that was willing to fund the innovations that were coming out. The final slide is the ASEC Annual Conference, which also is a platform that is looking at convening multiple stakeholders and the key thematic areas under the theme of collaboration for impact, which is looking at economic empowerment to address unemployment and to promote sustainable innovation. We'll be looking at strengthening the ESO capacities to support job creation and increased investment flow. There's also the EAC cooperation and cross-border framework for the research to commercialization framework to work. There's also the multi-stakeholder collaboration framework to drive incremental innovation. We also have the adaptation of green and digital transition for improved innovation and business resilience. And finally, we're also going to be doing the Innovation Awards that leads to recognition. Our partners are there, and so when we say we have to walk the talk, we are also very keen on building equitable partnerships that are like-minded, and my contacts are also there. Thank you so much. That's just a picture to show you how collaboration really is happening at an East African level, and ASEC is really championing that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mercy. I think from you, the one thing that I picked in terms of like shared support, it is the intangibles, it's the network, it's the knowledge that comes from being a part of the network, it's the funding, it's the push for policy. And last but not least, we are going to have, Daktari will correct me if I don't say this well. So I'll just say Dr. Calvin Onyango, because I don't know how to say the ING. Kindly correct me. And if you could kindly take 5 minutes, that would be really helpful.
Let me try. Good morning. Yeah? Yes, good morning. Yeah? So I'll give a brief presentation. Like you've heard, my name is Dr. Calvin Onyango, Director General of KIRDI, Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. So I'll go straight to the presentation, but I'll have to jump some slides in the interest of time. Where's the system? Can you use this? Yeah. Can you use this? Yes, fine. So I'll give you a brief presentation about leveraging of shared infrastructure to empower innovation and drive economic growth. Basically, what we are doing at KIRDI, Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute. So as an institution, we've got 4 key things we're supposed to do. One is research. Our mandate is clearly defined, research based on the name of the institution in industrial technologies. That means all engineering aspects, all technologies like food technology, leather technology, textile technology, ceramics and building materials, and also anything associated with it. Energy issues in the industry, environmental issues in the industry, and the rest. Then we also require to disseminate. So if you look at our mandate, it's twofold. 1, do the research. 2, disseminate that knowledge. That's what we are supposed to do as an institution. Of course, collaboration is also very critical with other partners, and then also advisory services to the government. What we are facing as a country is basically the issue of manufacturing contribution to GDP. There's a lot of talk about it, but still we've not gotten it right. 1990 it was about 20% contribution. We are now talking about 7.2%. The current government is actually looking at how can we reverse this trend. So there's a lot of talk about taking it back to 15% by 2027 and 20% by 2030. Of course, there are a lot of factors why it's declining. Yeah? Things like deindustrialization, why are companies leaving the country to go to other countries? Yeah? Because of the cost of manufacturing, for instance. So these are the factors, things we are grappling with. And why we need this as a very important factor is manufacturing is what is the engine of development. Farming is good, a lot of us do farming, but the land sizes are very small. The future is in manufacturing. How can we turn around this to ensure that we actually have 15%, 20% contribution to GDP? Because that's the only way in which you can be able to create wealth and also employment. If we look at the R&D ecosystem that we work with as an institution, there are 2 things. One is to do the research, be it basic or applied, but basically how do we create new knowledge? That's the research aspect of it. All the other 4 units that you can see there, whether development, technology, innovation, or invention, basically refers to how do we actually apply the knowledge to improve, to produce improved goods, products, or services. So they are talking about development, whether they're talking about technology, innovation, that's what Kenya is all about. And then invention, which is the bedrock of innovations. Of course, invention is the key thing in this particular point because that's where now you can be able to turn your research ideas into commercial products. Invention, normally you look at 4 things. Is it new? Does it have commercial value? And is it not, it's not obvious in terms of what you've actually produced. So the system which we work on is indicated below. Of course, research for its own sake is not sufficient. You need to have the research that can be applied. If you cannot apply that research, then you'll still be stuck. And this is one of the reasons why we've got this problem of manufacturing contribution to GDP. A lot of research is being produced, but can we translate it actually into products and processes that can actually improve lives? So, as an institution, we use what's known as the technology readiness level model, which is a model which was developed by NASA to look at how we can actually convert ideas from the research point to commercialization of that research. So if you look at TRL1 to TRL4, basically this is what most of the researchers do. You've got an idea, you can formulate it, you can prove it in the laboratory, and you can validate it. Now, the challenge comes in the valley of death, the region between 4, 5, and 6. What then happens after you've gotten your idea, you've gotten your publication, high impact journal, yeah, good citations, but can you convert it into now something that can eventually be commercialized? That's the issue which we need to look at as a country. And this is where now KIRDI becomes very critical, because of course universities do a lot in TRL1 to TRL4. KIRDI, we actually focus a lot also on TRL5 to TRL7. How do we actually support people who have got good ideas to actually move to the commercial space? And this is where now we've got what we call pilot plans, establishment of pilot plans that actually can be utilized by especially MSMEs. Let's take an example. You've got, you know how to make bread. Bread is made from wheat flour or from rye. And the reason why you make bread from wheat or from rye is basically because of a certain protein known as gluten. You can't be able to make bread so easily from cassava or from maize. But you can do research in this particular area and decide you want to make bread from wheat, from cassava, sorghum, or maize, what you call gluten-free bread, because it doesn't have that protein. So you can do your research, you can do TRL 1, 2, 3, and 4, you get a product. Of course, you'll publish it, you'll present it in a conference. But now can you translate that, what you've gotten, into something that you can be able to sell in the market? Therefore, you need to validate it. And how do you validate this? For instance, if you do not have the resources to actually translate that knowledge into something, a product that somebody can see, the gluten-free bread, for instance. So you need a pilot system. And that pilot system is where now KIRDI comes in as a very critical institution to actually assist you to ensure that you can be able to get it. Then once you go to 8 and 9, then you can be able to now commercialize it. So most MSMEs that we also work with normally have the challenge in the TRL 4, 5, and 6, what is known as the valley of death. How do you actually translate the ideas into something that can be commercialized? And this is what we shall look at in the next slides. What kind of support does KIRDI give these institutions or these MSMEs to ensure that they can actually be able to move to the market? So the first thing, of course, is knowledge. And what we look at in this particular case as an institution, it's a research institution, but when we take you as an MSME or we want to support you, the issue is not your qualification. You want to make something. Not everybody who makes bread is a food technologist, yeah? But you find a lot of people making bread or bread companies, for instance, but they're able to sell the product. So the first thing is giving you the knowledge. And again, we don't look at your qualifications. You want to learn how to make something, we can be able to take you through the process, then you can be able to put it in the market. And what you are seeing there in the slides are basically this is what we do with a lot of MSMEs as an institution in terms of supporting them to ensure that they get the knowledge that they require. So you can see again another example of knowledge dissemination in the engineering aspect, whereby we train a lot of MSMEs how to make, for instance, improved cookstoves, or what are known as GCOs. The next thing that we do, once you've gotten the knowledge, you realize a lot of MSMEs that we interact with, they don't have the capacity to actually procure the equipment that they require. You know how to make bread, but you don't have the resources to actually procure a mixer, an oven, or a proofer, for instance, yeah? So what we offer then in terms of shared space is incubation facilities. Basically what this means, we allow you come utilize our facilities, if we've got it in that particular case, for about up to 12 months as you test whether you can actually be able to go to the market. Now, we also work very closely with other institutions, KEBS, for instance, and also KIPI. Because now KEBS will look at KIRDI as a manufacturing center. So KEBS will come to us, they pick your samples from our institution so that you can be able to go and market it out. So you can get your certificates of quality from KIRDI. You don't have to have your own premises. So this is the kind of support which we try to give MSMEs before they go into the market. Of course, to do this, there must be some eligibility criteria which you have to look at, which are in any standard contract. You'll need to have some engagement between two parties. And this is nothing but, so instance, you have to be registered in Kenya. You must not, the activity must not contravene laws. Of course, it must be in a sector that we engage in as an institution. And of course, you must have IP protection strategies. Issues of age and issues of also language are very critical. Again, the other issues, you must not be able to do more than 2 products at any one particular time. And you must have sufficient funding, for instance, and also accept to undergo periodic M&E when you are in our institution. So you can see the kind of equipment that we actually offer to different MSMEs. Of course, you can see if we say that we do both research and dissemination, the capacity of the machines are rather big for undertaking research activities. That's why we call them pilot plant facilities, yeah? So for instance, in Kisumu, a honey processing line that can be utilized by MSMEs or startups to actually process their materials, and also juice processing lines as an example. The other example, again, you can see, for instance, for briquette production from solid waste, things like burgers or rice husks or maize cobs, you can use that to produce your burgers. In the engineering section, you've got, for instance, a CNC laser cutting machine. Again, how do you produce standardized doors and windows so that you can be able to meet the market requirements? Essential oils extractions from things like eucalyptus to also produce essential oils that can be used in the cosmetics industry. Now, the other option that we offer to MSMEs and startups is known as CMF, or Common Manufacturing Service. Basically what this means, and it's different from incubation, is that you can do the part of the processing in your own facilities, then come and do the rest of it in Kiridi. A good example is in the leather sector. You've got your hides and skins, you want to convert it into leather, then what do you do in this particular case? You can convert it until intermediate stage, not as wet bloom. Then you come to Kiridi as an institution, then we can assist you to actually do it to the end. So the difference with this is that you do part of it on your own, then you come and do the other part of it in Kiridi. So we can take you through the steps. 1, the training, knowledge transfer. 2, the incubation aspect of it. Then 3, CMF, or Common Manufacturing Facility. Of course, it also has got conditions which you must be able to meet, but these are standard. They're normally not difficult for any entrepreneur who is actually willing to go into the business. Other examples of machinery that we've got, for instance, is for sanitary pad making machine, which again is available, and also for leather processing. I realize the interest of time, I'll try my best. Then of course we also give support in laboratory services, again, testing of samples, for instance, texture analyzer for testing texture of food materials as we are trying to go into the market, or also texture of pharmaceutical and other materials, laboratory emission monitoring system, testing of cook stoves. Kiridi is the only center in the country that's accredited to test cook stoves. Yeah? Then also the dynamometer for testing of motors. Other ways in which we work is also through research and innovation hubs. Again, we try to work with communities. We've installed, for instance, 2 solar cooling and drying technologies. One is in Kwale County, another one is in Migori County. Again, we are trying to put up hubs whereby you can go to do both the research and also community can utilize these systems to actually benefit themselves. If you look at the other area that we work in is also providing infrastructure to students on attachments and also people doing their research activities. You can even see the number of attachees, for instance. We even have more attachees than even the number of staff. Most of you are from academia and you know how students normally are desperate to get opportunities for attachments. We try to give them as much space as possible so that they can come and do attachments in the institution. Of course, most of them come within the window of May to June, July. So there's a lot of strain on our resources, but nonetheless, as a public institution, we try to give this facility as much as possible to students who are looking for attachment opportunities. In terms of numbers, again, you can see since 2013, 2014, we were dealing with about less than 200 MSMEs. These are people who basically walk into the institution. Forget about the groups who are brought by other institutions. These are people who actually come, walk into Kiridi, seeking services, either in training, in incubation, or in CMF. Right now, we are talking about 1,400 that we deal with in each particular year. Of course, for those of us in garments, you are aware we need to translate these numbers into A in A. So of course, there's a lot of pressure also to actually produce money out of it. But, and I know MSMEs are not so happy with us in some of these respects, but nonetheless, there's a pressure also from the government to actually produce revenue from other sources. So very briefly, that has been about Kiridi. I know I've taken it a bit fast, but that's what we do as an institution. 1, the research, but research which has to have a purpose. Therefore, we need to disseminate it. Our main clients are MSMEs in the different areas of industrial and allied technologies. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. I know you had said at the beginning that once they are done, we will get into a Q&A session. Unfortunately, in the interest of time, we won't be doing that. But what you can do is that during tea break, you can get to engage the 3 speakers individually and get to ask them any respective questions that you have for them. In summary, I would say 3 things that I've picked from this conversation that are important for us to ponder on. So 1, if you are working with innovators or faculty that are seeking to commercialize and they need highly specialized
technical expertise. You've heard that they could have access to such shared infrastructure through either KIRDI or Konza. If you're looking to ensure that your innovators, your faculty members have access to intangible, benefits that come from a network, so access to funding, access to knowledge, access to a community of startups, then ASEC. You should be able to get that from ASEC. Thank you very much, and we look forward to continue to engage on how we can all leverage such facilities to grow the research to commercialization work that we are all championing. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Katuchi. A round of applause, please, for our panelists and Katuchi as well for moderating that session. And now, with no further ado, please, let's go and have tea. Kindly, let's all be back here at noon. We'll have a 15-minute break for tea, and let's all be seated by noon. Thank you very much, and have a good tea break. Sound. Sound.
By the way, we've already said, next time we're not in the panel, so that they can speak to one again. It's okay, we learned. Yeah. I love that model. Yeah, I love that. I think what I've loved about education model is teaching people information a lot. So, for example, telling who would support the exactly. Oh, okay. I'm telling you. It's okay, next time. I know. Even the whole thing around don't know how much it's still sharing.
We do our best. And my goal is to see how, from an innovation
I was there. I participated in on Wednesday.
So you are thinking.
Ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come back from tea break, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As we come back from tea break, please let us take our seats. I'm not sure we can finish by 3 because it's the closeout ceremony. It's supposed to happen at that time. But we can try to control the next session so that we don't have.
Yes. You know, when you are emceeing and the other lady, make sure that you are met first of all the moderator who is coming.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats as you come back inside the room. I am talking to every single person that is in this room today, including you, Dr. Tony, and Marcy, and all the gentlemen and ladies standing here. Please take your seats. Enos, I hope you're ready and your panelists are around. Yes. Please get to your panelists as I have everyone settled in. Wakio, wherever you are, please help me get everyone seated.
Check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. 2. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We have 2 minutes before we proceed to the next phase of the program. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. One last time, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. Thank you very much. Take your seats, please. As you come in, please occupy your seats. We have 2 minutes as we proceed to the next phase of the program.
2. 2.
Thank you. Allow us to proceed to the next phase of the program. Thank you very much. Please take your seats as we proceed to that. If you can hear me, tap to your neighbor and tell them you had a good breakfast. You're still hungry. Lunch is on the way. Yeah. I still see a lot of movements. Thank you, Wakio, for getting people seated. To all the innovators and everyone standing back at the innovation stand, please take your seats right now. We are proceeding to the next phase of the program. I would like everyone to be very cautious of time and how we move around. and transition from one space to the other. So I'd like to call upon the next speaker on stage, who is going to actually look at advancing entrepreneurial education through venture-based curriculum and challenge-based learning. He's going to tell us more about what is it that we need to learn in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. How should we teach it in terms of inculcating the entrepreneurship culture to be able to bear different results? If we're doing things the same way every single day, it makes it very difficult for us to be expecting different results. So what is the phrase that they actually say when you want to plant something? Sorry, I'm having a brain freeze. Oh, so getting a brain freeze was the idea to get everyone seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Enos Weswa, the country director of UK Kenya Tech Hub, as he comes on stage to lead the next session on advancing entrepreneurial education through venture-based curriculum and challenge-based learning. Enos, you have 30 minutes for the first discussion and 30 minutes as you proceed to the next panel discussion.
Thank you. All protocol observed. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once again. Now, I want very, very encouraging responses from you before we proceed, because you've just had tea break. And so you're feeling more energetic, you've had conversations, so I hope that this will be a discussion rather than us talking to you. So I want you to prepare yourself with questions now that you know what topic we are going to cover. But just before we proceed, I wanted to know how many of you have attempted to start a business? How many of you have attempted to start a business? So let's go back. Let's go back. How many of you have thought of starting a business? Thought of starting a business. Okay, so majority of you have attempted starting a business. How many of you are currently running successful businesses? Oh, wow. So quite a handful. Now, for those of you who attempted running a business, how many of you failed in running a business? Okay, so interesting. I would want you to take note, okay? I would want you to take note and encourage them, because the success rate of someone who started and failed just increases when you start your second business. So it's a challenge for you to start a second business. But the last question I have is that how many of you, the attempted business was inspired by a university organization? Okay. So none of you. Oh, one. At least we have one in the room. So the conversation at this hour is about the university curriculum, venture-based curriculum, as well as challenge-based curriculum. And how do we encourage that and encourage entrepreneurship? 12 years BC. So I just have two scenarios to paint, and then I'll invite my panelists, who are very, very inspiring, as well as experts in their domain. So I have two stories to tell. One is 12 year BC. That is before CEIL, okay? 12 years before CEIL, I don't know, Professor Emily is not here. She spoke earlier, but Professor Emily and a group of creative entrepreneurs were funded by the British Council, and I was included. And we traveled to London for an exchange program to create the first creative entrepreneurship diploma course. At that time, Professor Emily was at TUK, the Technical University of Kenya. And it was the first program that we thought would really help creative to actually run their hobbies as a business. And it was quite an interesting journey. And then the other scenario, so question would be, how did that program help us create better creative entrepreneurs? And then 10 years before CEIL again, there's a tale of two universities. One is Strathmore University, and I know Dr. CEIL is here, Professor CEIL is here from Strathmore University, welcome. And University of Nairobi. And these two universities, I happen to be part of them at my entrepreneurial journey. And at that time, I know also it's a very interesting story because it's also one of the guys that is in this room was also almost shares a similar story, and that's Dr. Tony Omwanza. So we were with Dr. Tony at Strathmore, and then he went to University of Nairobi. But at Strathmore, we had started IBIS Africa, which is an incubation center, and then out of IBIS, we had startups like Pezesha. How many remember Pezesha or know Pezesha? So I know Hilda was from Strathmore, and she actually started, this is her second company to start. And then how many of you know WorkPay? WorkPay. They just closed 5 million seed fund, post-seed fund recently. Also, there's another company called FlexPay. So the story about University of Nairobi was at C4D Lab, where Dr. Tony Omwanza was the head at that time, and conceptualized and implemented the Nairobi Innovation Week. So there's a group of very interesting entrepreneurs that came through the Nairobi Innovation Week. I can't remember which year, but as Strathmore University, we facilitated that group to pitch to investors. And one of the companies that came out of that is FlexPay.
Enos, just to remind you that you had 30 minutes for the first discussion,
Okay,
so you're
okay.
already 10 minutes into your time.
Okay, that's not fair, but I will try and work with that. That's not fair. But, I mean, this is just to set the context of why this conversation is very important for all of us and for us to contribute. And I think there's no better time to be an entrepreneur than now, because I remember those days being an entrepreneur was a lot of misses because there was no collaboration, and we didn't have a lot of effort, both from corporates to the university, to create an enabling environment. So the startup that I was talking about is called FlexPay. And FlexPay, these are students from University of Nairobi that actually created through that organization. So allow me to invite my panelists who, in their capacity, they have actually transformed and enabled their universities to actually lead in the entrepreneurial venture-based curriculum, as well as challenge-based curriculum. So first on the stage, I'll invite, and a round of applause, please, for Isaiah Wakindiki, Professor Isaiah Wakindiki. Professor Isaiah Wakindiki is the Vice Chancellor, CEO of KCA University. He'll have an opportunity to introduce himself and tell us more about what he's doing at the university. Second, a round of applause, please, for Dr. Gordon Kwesi from Ashesi University, Ghana. He will also have an opportunity to introduce himself and tell us more of how the Ashesi University in Ghana is doing in improving the entrepreneurial education. Last but not least, we have Professor Michael Toom Dako. Professor he will also have an opportunity to introduce himself and share more about the organization that he leads at the University of Cape Town. University of Cape Town, okay. All right. So a round of applause for my panelists. And just to set the tone, I mentioned about 2 scenarios of university-enabled incubation centers, and the curriculum, as mentioned earlier, is part of creating that needed environment to champion for the growth and sustainability of startups. And so without further ado, allow me to join my panel and start with the questions, and we'll keep it as brief as possible and allow the audience to also ask questions. Yes, so just make sure your mic is working. And then we can start quickly. Just to introduce ourselves, introduce our organization, the organization we work with, and from there we can proceed. So just quickly, like half a minute, talk about yourself and your organization. So we'll start with Professor Isaiah.
Thank you so much, moderator and colleagues. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Isaiah Wakindiki. I'm the Vice Chancellor and CEO at KCA University. KCA University, our main campus is in Ruaraka, Nairobi. We have 4 other campuses. We have a campus in Kisumu, Kitengela, and CBD, Nairobi. I skipped to say that I'm professor of soil physics as I lead the institution. We are a business and technology-centered university running about 50 academic programs. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Professor Isaiah. Let's move to Dr. Gordon Kwesi.
Yeah, good afternoon. So Gordon Kwesi Adomja here. I'm an associate professor of entrepreneurship and innovation at a small liberal arts themed college in Ghana called Ashesi University. We have 3 main majors: business administration, computer science, and engineering. And we actually happen to have the word entrepreneurial in our mission. And so we're very keen about that, and also about experimenting on how to ensure that we achieve our mission of educating ethical entrepreneurial leaders to transform the continent.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Let's move to Professor Michael.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Professor Mike Chumdako. I happen to be an non-indigenous South African. And I come from a background of computer science and information system. And I happen to spend 33 years as an academic, a lecturer, and a professor, and 13 years in the private sector, and some number of years, like 3 years in government, up to the level of a CIO in the Department of Trade and Industry. Now, going back to academic, I then decided to bring all these ideas from academic and the business sector into the university again. So I set up an incubation center called Center for Business Innovation and Incubation to convert postgraduate research into products and startups. And I happen to be the head of it, and it's been running for some time now, and we've got quite a number of pipeline projects that are coming out. So thank you.
All right, interesting, and I know most of you would agree that, as Dr. Gordon has mentioned about vision and mission, is quite critical that a lot of things come out of that, and those things we are able to see. And as Professor Michael and Professor Isaiah have mentioned, is really looking at what is this, how can we grow this vision of our institution to really allow us to bring about the much needed talent that would basically address the issue of entrepreneurial growth in solving challenges that are either within the country or within a given rather challenge. And so this brings me to the first question, and this question I will ask Dr. Isaiah now. Having interacted with many universities, growing up as an entrepreneur, the first challenge was, yes, we have the traditional curriculum, which really focuses on degrees and churning out graduates without necessarily thinking probably how is that going to really affect the outcome and the growth of the entrepreneurship ecosystem. Now, how does your institution integrate the venture-based curriculum with this traditional academic framework that sometimes it's really hard to fight, because these are curriculum that are developed by the Senate or developed, and there's so much that goes into really developing such curriculum. And then for you to actually get in sort of an entrepreneurship curriculum that would really answer the industry question, it can actually become a challenge. So what have you done really in integrating these two, and what measures are being taken to ensure that the approach not only fosters entrepreneurial skills, but also meets the academic rigor expected by the higher education? Because here you're actually measured according to the Higher Education Council, which basically look at have you met the critical criteria for you to actually roll out courses. So what have you done to actually integrate those two?
Thank you so much, moderator. First of all, I should have said in my introduction, I'm a Kenyan, and when we discuss serious things in Kenya, we say mambo ni matatu. I'll say three things. You see, Kenyans are responding. They can tell their neighbors what that means. So I will say those 3 points, and I finish my submission. What we have done at KCA University. Before that, I read somewhere in one of the most popular reference books that train a child on how to live, I'm paraphrasing, and when they are old, they shouldn't depart from that. The essence of that is that training should take place at the young age, at the young mind. If we try to convert entrepreneurs at PhD level who are not introduced at the undergraduate curriculum, it becomes a little bit difficult. Elsewhere, I also read a PhD thesis from Washington State University that we tend to grow with our incompetencies. The way we grow, the way we get promoted into professorship. If there's an incompetency that you had at undergraduate, it is equally promoted. And that's why people are told to retire, because they tend to do things the way they know at the primary level. The second point, colleagues, is that we had to align the organs of governance of the university so that we think the same, all of us. Remember, the implementation of the curriculum requires the understanding of the University Council as the governing organ of the university. And as we sit as KCA University, we are quite aligned from the faculty to the governing organs of the University Council. And I'm privileged that actually I have one of my members of the University Council in the audience, Dr. Kula, if you could raise up your hand. Thank you so much, sir, for having found time to be here. And thank you for other members of university councils who could be sitting in the audience. Having done that, and why we involve the university council is because they are the owners of the budget. We can come up with very nice curriculum, but they say there's no money. We better spend the money putting structures or other things. And there we fail. The second thing, when we come to the faculty, which is in charge of curriculum development, is that we introduced in the last 3 years an effort of recalculation of all our programs to make them, to reorient them into entrepreneurship so that we can truly claim who we are. In doing this, we are working very closely with many partners to rewrite our curricula in the various fields. I did say that our university is actually focused so much on business and technology, and the thrust of our curricula now is challenge-based, venture-based, that we do more of practical instruction than theoretical instruction. I give, for example, if students are learning a course in business or whatever, they would visit an enterprise and discuss the enterprise on the very first week of the term with the proprietors, and together they identify problems, solutions, and they work through, and that forms part of what they'll be graded for at the end of the training. So we are very much engaging the industry. We are engaging other organs of governance of the university, and without giving specifics, we are working with the relevant partners in all our subject areas to redo our venture-based curricula. And lastly, we are very grateful that this effort is being supported by the British Council through the office of Monica. They have been very supporting to my university in terms of the resources that are required to reorient the whole curriculum, and the partnerships as far as Nottingham, the University of Nottingham Trent in the UK, we are working with, and other local universities. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Isaiah. And that's really interesting, and this talks about the kind of vehicles that you build in institutions that could potentially be very well placed in carrying out this venture-based curriculum as well as the challenge-based curriculum. And I know, Dr. Gordon, at your organization, there's a lot of the such vehicles like design labs and an accelerator program. And my question would be really, how do this organization work in a pivotal way to bridge the theory and practice? And how do you ensure that the challenges and ventures your program offer align with real-world market demand? So there's the question of market, and this institution and the ability to actually really bridge that gap between theory and practice, because we know a lot of us have had a lot of theory from university, and we basically, the only thing we appreciate is perhaps the degree and the papers we carry. But other than that, we can't do much as entrepreneur. I asked a question, how many people have actually been influenced by university to start businesses? And that did come out so strongly. So how do you use these vehicles to bridge that gap?
All right, thank you very much. So as I said earlier, we're a small university. So and we have entrepreneurial in our name. So we needed to figure out how to actually achieve that mission. And one of the things we did was to introduce a one-year entrepreneurship course for all first years, irrespective of your major. And because it was very clear to us that in terms of venture-based curriculum, we needed to start everybody on the same level, if you will. And if you think of venturing, it's a research approach. It's a research process, problem-solving process. So we introduced, because we run sort of an American model in terms of semesters, we introduced design thinking as one half of this one-year course. And then the second semester was business simulations. So everybody learns design thinking, which you can simplify as being user-centric and taking a systems perspective in solving problems. So what that means then is that when students or groups start projects, they look at customer needs. They look at users that will need sort of, that they need to solve a problem for. And then they go through that process. So then once they learn that process, then you can throw in any problem and they mostly take that user-centric systems thinking approach to it. So in many ways, the gap through that process, the gap between industry and theory is closed very well. And we've also realized that industry appreciates that, because one of the things about our students is that when they go for interviews and even when they get hired, they always take a step back and takes a systems approach to problems, right? Very different from how most students will approach problems. It was also very clear to us that teaching design thinking and business simulations in the classroom was not going to be enough. So we set up a number of extracurricular vehicles to replicate what we do in the classrooms, because we take, a lot of projects have different cycles, right? Some projects need to be done over 2 semesters. Some just need 2 weeks to figure out whether there's traction with the market or not. And so when you confine that to the curriculum structure, it becomes difficult because, you have assessments, you have, a semester to deal with. But when it's extracurricular, it's a lot easier to manage. And we found that students really appreciated that. And we also found that it was a lot easier to engage with industry through our extracurricular programming, because then we can focus industry demands to specific timelines. Let's say 2-week hackathons or 2-week design sprints, right? And it was very focused, it delivers results, and students and industry are both aligned on the outcomes. So yes, a lot of the mode of delivery for our venture-based curriculum does close that gap between theory and practice, in my opinion.
It's quite interesting about the extra curriculum activity, which essentially, as also Professor Isaiah has talked about, like there's sort of a process which is long to actually get curriculums to be approved, and then to change is also again hard. And so if you want something quick and something that is flexible and something that is agile, there's a way that potentially you have to think and you have to act quickly. And I think that is a very good insight also for us to think about. Now, and just looking at that, I know Professor Michael, you've mentioned about the incubation center and the innovation center. And given the challenges we have in Africa, business environment, how does the challenge-based learning in your program prepare students to navigate and innovate within these constraints? And what success stories have actually emerged from your approach that could serve as a model for other institutions?
Thank you very much. Quite a number of success stories that we can talk about, and that will keep us from going to lunch. The approach that has been adopted by the BIC, which is the Center for Innovation and Incubation, is that the venture-based curriculum is not just taught in a traditional manner. It is taught with an inspiration built into it. And I always coined the phrase, stop teaching and start inspiring. And so when students come to the center, we inspire them. And that has created or increased the student engagement to the point of new startups towards innovation, because students like playing. And where's Professor Singh? I think he's gone back to you, okay? I used to use his software, which was quite expensive, so I'm not using it again. But it was gamification used in developing entrepreneurial ideas, right? And that pushed a lot of students to my side because they could play on the system. Now I've used an AI and machine learning capabilities to create a new platform that simulates your idea to the point that it can even help you create your business model, your business plan, your marketing plan, and everything. And that is exciting when you actually see results. It tells you do something. And so we have increased in that. Now, to add to what Dr. Kojo said, it is not a conflict within a university, all right? If we see it as a conflict, it means we live in a hostile environment. But academic rigor must complement innovation. And that will cultivate entrepreneurial university ecosystem. And these are incremental. It's a work in progress. And as Professor Isaac said, you can't just change things. Council is there to control. So you need an incremental processes where there is available budget, and also academics are very difficult people to deal with. And so for them to change what they are doing, it becomes a problem. Now, in South Africa, being part of the TENSA partners, we have developed what we call TENSA Entrepreneurial Education. It's a train-the-trainer kind of program where academics are now going to be reskilled to incorporate entrepreneurial concepts in their discipline. So if you're teaching physics, you should be able to teach physics with entrepreneurial mind, just to help the student to understand that quantum mechanics in physics can lead you into establishing a business, right, with certain principles. So that is what is happening now. We are piloting in South Africa to be able to, so entrepreneurship or venture-based curriculum cannot be standalone. We've been doing this for many years, even before I was born. But I'm old now. So what we need to do is to integrate it within the discipline so that people coming out of the various disciplines have an idea of establishing a business with the discipline that they are learning from. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And of course, the question of integration really is a big one. And yesterday, I think one of the speakers shared a link, etc. Something. Yes, I looked at it, and it's quite interesting. And I think it's really a question of how do we collaborate, share what has worked, what has not worked, and how do we move forward from here? Because I think there's a lot of information and a lot of experience and expertise as well as insights that sit with us, but we just can't, we don't have this sort of a platform to really share. And I think I would really encourage that, much as we have little time here, how do we make this a continuous conversation of really sharing insights, knowledge, and best practices, as well as the success stories? Because I know a lot of us, when you hear about a university that has had a high success rate, you would want to really be associated with that and even be connected even much better. Yesterday we talked about alumni and how they can actually tap into this as well and bring in angel investment. Investment is also another big topic.
Enos,
So
you have a hard stop
I know
now because you have the next session that you need to finalize the next 30 minutes.
Okay, you'll just have to give me, because I know the next session will save like 5 minutes, so don't worry. So I will want 5 minutes to actually have one question from the floor.
Keep
because
it at 2.
I
Keep it
shared,
at 2.
yes, 1 minute just to have, and keep it short, because this is really me fighting for the audience, because we need at least one question. Yes, there's one question. And I know Monica has her hand raised, so if you would kindly pass the mic to her. All right.
Thank you very much. I just want to put Prof. Wakindiki on the spot, and forgive me for doing this. We've had an incredibly positive experience engaging with KCA over the last few years, and obviously earlier this year you alluded to this. We facilitated a challenge-based experiential learning experience, which was partnership-based and involved a Kenyan private sector representative, and it involved students from KCA and students from the UK. What have been the top 3 determining factors for you in your leadership position to want to expand that approach to other departments? And I want to congratulate you for committing to do that.
Can I respond?
Yes,
sir?
yes,
Okay.
go ahead.
And this will be the last one. Yeah, we said there are 3 things. This is the third one. I respond to Monica. Thank you so much, Monica, the support you've been giving my institution. This morning, I was reading the global employment trends of the youth, as reported in the publication, The Conversation. And they say that in the next 25 years, 1 in every 3 young people in the world will be from Africa. And if we don't create jobs for these people, then there's going to be a youth quake. Youth quake. And the example that they are citing is what is happening in Nairobi, Kenya. They call it a youth quake. We have been accused of producing graduates, and actually the report says these graduates are either with unrequired skills, or they are not prepared to be entrepreneurs themselves. They are always saying, we are looking for jobs. KCA University, we took that strategic reason that we must create job creators, and not job seekers. A few years ago, we had a study concluded by the British Council that showed that at the end of every year upon graduation, 9 out of KCA University students is involved in a productive engagement. In other words, 96% employment rate. Employment doesn't mean that they are earning a salary from an employer, but they are also giving salary to others. And with that motivation, we are aligned to partner to make sure that this mindset is infused in the minds of young people, so that the issue of joblessness, the issue of unemployment is sorted from a venture-based curricula that is developed together with the users. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have to stop now. A big round of applause to the panelists. They have shared with us, and I will just ask them to take their seat as we proceed to the next.
Remind you of your commitment. You said 5 minutes is going to be used in this, so you have 25 minutes for the next session.
So thank you so much, my previous panelists. And so this other session, we are going to talk about leveraging on the power of a niche for the entrepreneurial institutions. And yesterday, we mentioned a number of organizations that are associated by startup clusters or startup community. I don't know how many of you remember, but Stanford was mentioned about the Silicon Valley, okay? We mentioned MIT, and then we mentioned Cambridge. All these universities have been associated with creating clusters of startups, and this is because they have had such a deliberate move of really trying to create the environment that fosters growth and the creation and growth of startups. I don't know, do we have any African university that is responsible for any startup cluster? Anyone who knows? Interesting. So this is a challenge. How do we position our university to actually be like some of those universities, because we do have that potential. So without further ado, I would want to invite, he's been here before and has had a very compelling presentation on his journey with the University of Suffolk, and that is none other than Professor Gurpreet Joppa, who is going to just do a short presentation on his journey and share a few insights to all other universities that are represented here that would really help you position yourself as an organization of influence for the startup ecosystem. Welcome.
Thank you for that welcome, and good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you all again. Slight change to the schedule. I'm not going to do a formal PowerPoint presentation, so yeah, you can take that off. I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes to talk about the power of a niche and what we mean by a niche, and I think there's a couple more speakers joining us afterwards, and I really want to kind of open this up as a dialogue and a conversation. You've been sitting there for far too long listening to us talking at you. I want you to talk with us, ask questions, and let's turn this into more of a conversation. So the topic for this session is around the power of a niche. I spoke yesterday about how we define an entrepreneurial university. So let's just spend a couple of minutes around what we mean by developing a niche and the concept of a niche. I come from a UK higher education system, 131 universities, about, give or take. We can't all be doing the same thing. We can't all be doing technology entrepreneurship, business entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, health tech, med tech, etc. So we've got to develop a niche. We've got to develop a specialism, something that we can focus on, something that we can be known for as an exemplar amongst our field. So a niche is a specialized segment, a particular product, a particular market for a product or a service, and it involves focusing on a specific area of expertise or interest. Why is it important? What's the power in having a niche, particularly for entrepreneurship? We've spoken, and it's come up a number of times, around resources. We are constrained by our resource, whether it's physical resource, financial resource, or human resource. We haven't got a finite supply of that. So we can't back a number of initiatives. So when you're limited, when you're constrained with resources, what do? You focus. You hammer down, you hone in, and you focus in on a particular area of interest. So quick example, University of Suffolk, very new to the world of enterprise and entrepreneurship. We've deliberately decided, because we are a community-focused civic institution, we focused on community and social entrepreneurship. That's what we are supporting. That's our focus. We are putting all of our resource, our limited resource, into that area, and we're growing our specialism and our awareness in that space. That allows us to be focused. It allows us to be differentiated from the other 4 or 5 universities that are in my region, and it also allows me to concentrate efforts and resources in the area where they can have the most impact. How did we decide on social entrepreneurship? We've got strengths in that area. We're a civic community impact institution. Our staff and our students come with that social entrepreneurial insights. That's their DNA. That's what they want to focus on. Our students want to create social impact businesses, not technology ventures. So we've listened to our customers, we've listened to our local market, and that's why we've developed specialized programs, specialized initiatives around that particular niche. So I'm going to leave it at there. I'm going to invite the other speakers on board, and please, let's get a conversation going.
So thank you, Professor Gupret. Next, we're going to have Dr. Bengailori. Dr. Bengailori, welcome to the stage to share your insights. A round of applause.
Thank you. I have a short presentation. So I'm Abiodun Bengailori from the University of Lagos, Nigeria, and I'm just going to briefly share what we're doing in the University of Lagos to create that niche for ourselves. So without wasting time, can you please project? Okay, it's on now. So that's University of Lagos. I'm going to be very brief. If you have not been fortunate to visit, you see how beautiful it is. It's a public university funded by the government, and it's a very big university, over 40,000 students. And it's located also in the city of Lagos. I'm saying this because I'm going to be talking about why we have created the niche for ourselves. So for Lagos is the commercial nerve center for Nigeria. And we have a population of over 21 million. And of course, we have more than 50% of the non-oil GDP, because we all know Nigeria for the oil industry, but for the non-oil, Lagos has over 50% of the non-oil GDP. And of course, like any big city, we are faced with a lot of challenges in Lagos, and that leads me to the main slides that I'll be focusing on. So in order to make the University of Lagos an entrepreneurial institution, we have focused on some key things, which I think that you can also consider in developing a niche for yourself. First is, you must have a leadership and governance that key into this need, that believes in the vision. For For us in the University of Lagos, we've been privileged. The last 3 leadership have consistently focused on entrepreneurship, innovation, supporting that ecosystem. So I think it's too late for any leadership to come on board now and say we are going in another direction. Because usually what we see is that once a university management, once a tenure ends, the new tenure, the new leadership, the new management focus in another direction, try to start a new thing just to create a name for themselves. But we have been fortunate in the University of Lagos consistently focusing and improving that ecosystem. The second important thing is, like Prof said, is the strength of your organization. We are in the city, and we know that in terms of research capability, we know that we are doing well. In 2023, the University of Lagos alone attracted over 11 billion research grants, 11 billion naira, but it wasn't translated. So we know that if we improve that ecosystem, we can make it and develop innovation startups that could actually impact our society. So that is one. Our students is another strength that we have. Over 40,000, they are so creative, they are so energetic, they are able to do a lot of things. And also, we know that we have expertise in almost all of the fields. So we can support the many problems in Lagos State. We can create solutions to them. And then our alumni network, over 2 million alumni across the world, all over the world. So that is the strength of the organization. So you need to look at your own strength. For instance, it is, and then another important thing is the environment in which you are located, like Prof said. So if you are located in a remote area where you know that Greek is your strength, try and create a niche for yourself. Because I see many institutions coming to Lagos to try and do things. Maybe they can't sustain that with these industries. And meanwhile, they are probably called a University of Greek, a University of Technology. You can create a niche for yourself, something that the University of Lagos or the University of Badon cannot compete with you for. So environment is very key. For instance, Lagos is home to 88% of the startups in Nigeria. And you will think that it's already congested. We have so many startups. Why are we still encouraging students and researchers to do more? There's still space. Like I said in the first slide, Lagos is faced with so many challenges, from transportation to energy and so many other things. Community needs is another thing to look while creating that niche for yourself. Access to partnerships. So it's another thing to look at. And then most importantly, the pathway for the entrepreneurs must be provided. In the University of Lagos, all of this started like 10 years ago, intentional. We started being intentional about it. And I will say that at the beginning, all of the efforts seemed not to be showing. But the university management, everybody continued to strengthen the ecosystem first by creating pathway for entrepreneurs, establishing units that will support entrepreneurs, for instance, from research to innovation, filing of IP, to the scaling of the business. So we have all of that. Another important thing that I think we did in our own university is also collaborating with the industry to be able to co-create curriculum. So for instance, for most of our innovation, we have a lot of hubs that are focused on specific field. For instance, we collaborate with companies like Sahara Energy, for instance, focusing on energy. We co-created programs and curriculum for training our students. So while doing that, they support us from our students and researchers, listen to their problems. So we develop solutions to meet that need, so scaling becomes easier. So we have a lot of that. We support different industries, and we have focused hubs supporting that. We are also known for specific things like tech, health, and some other things. I think that is all. Then lastly, let me just say this. Then there must be systems to support it. It doesn't have to be monetary. For instance, in the University of Lagos, we provide hubs, maker spaces free for students to come in and develop at least the proof of concept. As a matter of fact, the university started also to provide prototype funding for students that want to develop their product, because we know that it's difficult. I mean, lecturers in the university are not so well paid. So to provide that will encourage that ecosystem to grow. Thank you. I think I've said a bit. Maybe that will initiate discussions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bengailori, and I feel so bad when I have to interfere with that presentation because it was really good. Last but not least, let me invite Professor Elijah Songok on stage. A round of applause. So, Professor Elijah, you only have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Enos. You have a hard stop in the next 10 minutes.
Sorry, that's a very hard stop. Can I have my, my slide? Yeah, so as you heard, my name is Professor Songok. I'm the acting CEO, DG of KEMRI. I just want to give you a very short talk about KEMRI. And then afterwards, we'll talk about, just shortly also about the niche. So next, this is, KEMRI is the major biomedical research institute in the country and also in the region. Our mandate is research, build human research capacity. The mainly, can you get this slide? Okay. So our mandate is research, in biomedical research. And for the sake of this particular meeting today, we have two other very key areas that we work on. That is to undertake scientific and technological innovation, as well as discovery, transmission, enhancement of knowledge, and stimulate the intellectual life in economic, social, cultural, scientific, and technological development. And then establishing incubation centers for innovation, research, and policymakers, academia, and industry, and health products value chain. We are in near the whole of Kenya. We have 15 centers across the country, all the way running from here in Kilifi to Mandera and to Busia in the west. We have services that we do at KEMRI. I'll just talk about a few services that we do, is that which we manage to support the country, is that one is that we are known more for issues of outbreaks, disease outbreaks. When there is COVID, when there was the issue of mpox currently, that's what more that we are known for in terms of supporting the country for that. But we also have other services, like we do the scientific review for the country, sample management. We have a repository for keeping most of the samples that we have in this country, especially biological samples. We have also an insemination and the DNA testing. So, that is it. In terms of the investments, there are two areas of the programs that we really work on, and this is on biotechnology and traditional medicines. These are the particular areas that are giving us the products that I'm mostly going to be able to discuss with you about today. Out of our 8 programs that we have, these are the 2 that are actually giving out, okay, give us the products that we manage to be able to make them or to commercialize them. We have a staff of 858 staff. Our budget is around 7.8 billion. Most of it is external. It's only 30% that are coming from the government. So you could see that the driving of research and the driving of innovation is usually through our partnerships that we have for getting grants from outside. We also have a graduate school, and I'm happy here today to establish that this was established in 2003. And my team, happy Professor Romano is here, the guy who established this with us. We don't give the degrees ourselves. Jomo Kenyatta University is only giving degrees since 2003, over 20 years. But we think right now that we have grown and we are looking for our own charter. We also have a very big program for training students, also masters and PhDs only. Here in Kilifi at the Wellcome Trust, we have a program called IDEAL, which actually trains masters, PhDs. It's fully funded by Wellcome Trust and postdocs. These particular two programs actually have the biggest capacity in terms of capacity building for postgraduate students or for scientists, not only here in Kenya, but also in Africa. In this particular Cambridge, we have a production center, which we established in 2015. This was established by JICA, and this particular production facility actually is an incubation. It's our incubation facility for the products that we Cambridge have been developing. It also houses our intellectual technology transfer unit, and it also houses a commercial enterprise and marketing department. The enablers of our commercialization of research output is that we have this technology transfer office, the IP office, the revenue sharing policy, and we also have a staff motivation, what is called effort compensation, for this particular staff that we are giving to get these particular innovations. The products that we have established, sorry about this. We have kits that we have produced, or we are innovated. These are kits ranging from viral hepatitis, HIV, kits like now we're working on the one of malaria. We have right now that we are working on the one of mpox. But during the particular COVID time, we produced disinfectants that are very, very critical to us. And these are the ones which are our great selling points in terms of the contaminants, herbicides. We have culture medias and sanitizers. We have also in terms of products, herbal products. We have produced Sedopex, which is antiviral. We have a papina salt, which is for hypertension. And then a deworming porridge called Uji Plus, which is also produced by our traditional medicine team. We have a fungicides, which is for anti-fleas, and various other products that could be able to have actually come out from our innovations or from our researchers. The way of our commercialization is that after incubation, we have particular two ways that we can be able to get our products to the market. Number one is we established first commercial company to be able to do the production and sell our products. We established one called Akeli Cambridge. Then afterwards, we had the Cambridge Holdings. But then we went to headwinds. Running to headwinds is because the moment we established those particular institutions, it directly became owned by the Treasury. So it was no longer ours. So we started having the first challenge in terms of commercialization that we could not own the particular companies that we established. So a second thing that we had to do after that right now is partnerships with local companies. And in our diagnostics, we identified some local companies who had the capacity to be able, after incubation, to take our products and actually produce them en masse. One of those particular companies is actually here in Kilifi. It's called Revital. So Revital is actually doing our production of our kits, and then afterwards you could be able to scale them up and sell. The other company that we are giving in terms of our vaccines is one we formed by ourselves, and it's called BioVax. When we formed BioVax, we thought that we'll be able to be a company that can be able to, we can use it in Cambridge. But afterwards, it got its own legs, but still we are using it right now for the production of the issue of vaccines. We are also looking at now the second other thing is the issue of startups. And this particular issue of startups is a new area for us. And this is where we are now building up to be able to know how we could be able to take this particular step of getting startups. Our the first two challenges that you are now seeing is that if you could be able to have capacity to have our products or to have our researchers to be able to produce or to form their own startups, this is going to be very critical for us. And I could just mention one that actually has come up because of the particular incubation that we did with the KIRDI. And right now it has actually taken up and supported by Grand Challenges Canada, the warming porridge. This is the first step that we are going, the first product that actually is moving towards our startup. But as you said, it is the beginning, and it's an area that we are getting into because it is not so much of an area that we as scientists have been used to. We also have some partnerships, local. We have the bank there. I mean, we have the Equity Bank has taken a very strong interest in Cambridge products, so we are really working with them to be able to see if they can be able to support us in this particular area of startups. As the thing about niche, I want just to say three things, is that the issues of infrastructure that we have, the area of partners that we have, the issue of the focus, and then with this, us being within the Ministry of Health. This has also supported us in terms of this, and also being the area of high infections, high infectious diseases. Those particular areas or those particular capabilities is the one which has made us actually have those niche for us to come up with those particular products, which are only specific for biomedical or the medical field. Thank you very much. Sorry to be very fast and then be able to adapt.
All right, thank you, Dr. Elijah. All right, so I can actually just take two questions from the audience. Do we have any questions from the audience? Thank you. Can give him a mic.
Thank you so much, the presenters. I really appreciate the presentations and the information. Lagos University and Suffolk and Cambridge. My question goes to Professor Ngo from Cambridge. I'm excited about the herbal medicine. And one question that has come through and through is, because we look for solutions from Africa. Most of the medicine, modern medicine comes from plants from Africa. Is there a way of us scaling this up? Because the cost is high. And when you go to hospitals, for example, they don't prescribe the traditional medicine. So that is a challenge to you as Cambridge to move the next level. Thank you so much. Asante.
All right.
My question is to the doctor from Lagos University. You gave a statistic of like 88% of startups in Lagos are from Lagos University. And you talked about the resources that you managed to mobilize. I think 11 billion Naira is equivalent to 6-point-something US dollars. So my question is, what are the revenue streams from your startups? And can you just give us data, like how much you've raised so far from the startups that you have in Lagos, just like the way Enos mentioned about the data that we have for Oxford, MMIT, Stanford, and all that, so that we can also borrow from you. Thank you.
All right, one last question, and then we'll get the answers from the panelists.
My comment and question goes to Professor Sogok. Kenya is known for rich in terms of traditional medicine, and Cambridge, we know, is an institute which has a lot of leverage in terms of ensuring that our traditional resource is harnessed and put into practice. So what has Cambridge been doing to ensure that at least we are able to secure our heritage in terms of medicine, which is so much across the country, and ensure that these products and the patents are put into use for our benefit in the community. The second question is, how can we help to demystify medicine now that KEMRI is the only renowned institution in terms of advising the government, because it is so much centralized. We have only 15 centers across the 47 counties. There are some counties which are not yet covered. How can we do that?
Thank you for that question. I'll invite one question for who this is a bit biased. Oh, okay. So let me have you, because you're asking directly to Dr. Go.
My name is Justice from the University of Ghana Business School. The University of Ghana is a huge university. At all times, 73,000 students. The business school alone hosts close to 20,000 out of those students. So over 100 faculty just for the business school. You talked about niche creation. In such a huge, humongous university, there's the tendency for unit, and I lead the business school, and I try to create a niche for the business school. How do we create, if you like, a unified brand with such a huge institution where all the units appear to work largely independent from the center and have strategies that they pursue? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll ask the panelists to keep it very brief, and we'll start with Dr. Sungok.
Thank you. Is the area of traditional medicines. Yes, thank you. KEMRI, our niche, a major research area innovation has been on traditional medicines. One is that we find traditional medicines is safer if we were going towards the other conventional medicines, because for us to be able to carry out the research and actually come or have the product to market of the other medicines, we had the issue of clinical trials in terms of areas of safety, adherence, and the cost. But when it comes to traditional medicines, these are things that have been used all through. And we could really pick them out, and we could be able actually to do research and then actually test them. We are, as you saw, the products that we have in traditional medicines, we are working with traditional healers, and we could be able to actually identify those particular products that they have, and then afterwards we could be able to come and reformulate, and then carry out clinical trials on them. So yes, we are doing that, but the thing that we have been having has been issues of policies. The policy has not been very strong indeed in terms of how we could be able to move these traditional medicines towards the real, or to come actually to hospitals, or to the mainstream, for the mainstream treatment. One thing that we are doing in KEMRI currently is we are trying to pilot. I think from next month, we are actually piloting with the Mbagathi District Hospital, where we are going to establish a pharmacy of traditional medicines that we already have. So in this way, we think it's going to be one avenue that we could be able to have these medicines actually to the mainstream. So that's one way. As we are talking on the other ones, we are seeing a way that we could be able to have these products come in, and also supporting the ministry, and supporting the ministry, not the ministry, but also the other parts of government in terms of coming out with a policy on the use of these traditional medicines. The other aspect that you have asked is the issue of where we are in Kenya, the particular areas that we are in the country. Yes, we are in 15 sites, but in those particular sites, we still cover the majority of the country, because when we have one in Kirinyaga in Central, that's the area that actually covers the whole of Central. When we have one in Nyanza and Kisumu, it covers the area of Nyanza. We have Busia in Western. So we are not with devolution, we are working with all the particular counties in devolution, but we have particular one region or one particular center in each of the various or the other provisional administrative departments or administrative like now the provision of what we had. We have one center that we could be able to work with. So with that is the way that we are working currently because of particular issues of finances. Also, we cannot be everywhere, but we have those particular centers actually attached where you could be able to get you or support your services in those particular areas.
Thank you. Dr. Gupri.
Okay.
Doctor.
Okay. So I think you got some things mixed up thanks to the moderator that was standing so close to me during the presentation. I think what I said was 88% of the startups are in Lagos, but not necessarily from the University of Lagos. So then also the amount that we generated from research was in 2023 was 11 billion naira, not in dollars. So I think the amount comes a little bit down when you change to dollars. So however, for Unilag, we have statistics, but I did not have time to show the statistics. So we have about 318 founders from 2015 till date. And then from that, we've been able to attract funding for them, some accelerator, angel group, VCs, and I think, and then it depends on the funding. Some were pre-seed grants, then seed, Series A funding, and I think the total funding raised so far has been $702.7 million for them. So that's the statistics from
Thank you.
And then, okay, I think there's still another question. So one of the things that we have also faced in the university in terms of really benefiting from that is that there was no framework to be able to monitor the startups at the beginning. So we were so focused on trying to create the ecosystem and support these researchers and students to do something in that space rather than really monitoring and saying that we are really benefiting from it. So really the technology transfer office in the university, though we had an innovation office that was supporting with IP and all of that, but for the technology transfer part, it started just 3 years ago. So that was when we started actually actively monitoring and keeping record for that.
Thank you.
In 2023, I think the university made 150 million as proceeds from research, and 150 million naira, by the way, as proceeds from research and innovation.
Thank you. Last but not least,
So to be very brief, and I'm more than happy to have a conversation over lunch. Depending on the size, scale of an institution, and the resources you have available, you can obviously have more than one niche, and you will have multidisciplinary research centers that cover different areas. So I've got no issues with a university having more than one area, as long as you are adequately resourcing and investing in it to move the area of specialism forward and become a market expert. I think the role then is of the senior leadership team, vice chancellors and executives, to make sure it all comes together in a common, coherent narrative that is resonant with the brand of the university. So, you know, when you go to places like MIT, where it's all real-world focus, whatever research center they've got, whatever startups they've got, they are talking about its real-world application. At Stanford, it's all about tech, but it can be health tech, it can be green tech, med tech, but it's tech-focused innovation entrepreneurship, and that's the role of the leadership team to bring that together.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to the panelists. So I'll just say 3 things. One is that what they have mentioned is to help you to be more competitive, because when you focus, you become more competitive and you tend to churn out quality startups. And that is really the most important message. And focus, again, will give you a very good brand, which means that a brand is a promise made and a promise kept. So keeping it is usually the hardest part. But I hope you will be challenged to actually keep what you've promised people. Thank you so much. I'll hand it over to you.
Enos, thank you so much. You have really attempted to keep that promise for the time, but we really appreciate the work that you have done. So now we're going to break for lunch. We'll be back here at 10 minutes past 2. We'll settle in for 5 minutes and we'll begin our sessions 1:15. So kindly, let's all leave so that we can have lunch in good time. And accommodate us when we are coming to you and asking you to rush, yeah? Yesterday, there's somebody who left their charger here. So if this is your charger, please come and see me so that we can hand it over to you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's lunch break.
excuse me. This is just to remind you all that we have a lunch break. Can we have everyone heading to the Expo Center for lunch? All the partners in the room? All the partners in the room, please let's head to the Expo Center for lunch. Unless you're not having lunch.
Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Mwanamke tabia, shepu ni majaliwa.
Like, I only have 3 minutes for you. Whoever is inside here, start doing that. Now.
Mwanamke tabia, shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa tabia na shepu kabarikiwa. Mwanamume hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia na pesa kabarikiwa. Na kuona Brazil, hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje, none of my business. And I see you in Ireland, see the gun on a bump, checking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, son of a man. Oh, na, na. Hello, hello.
Somebody loves you.
Susanna Banes.
Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Yeah. Mwanamke tabia, shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa tabia na shepu kabarikiwa. Mwanamume hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia na pesa kabarikiwa. Na kuona Brazil, hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje, none of my business. And I see you in London with the latest designer, shaking what your doctor gave ya. Oh no, it's behavior, Susanna Banes. Oh na na.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Somebody loves you.
Susanna Banes.
Hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Yeah. Susanna. Aisanje nakosa usingizi siku kucha minadua. Aisanje akilini moyoni bado wewe wanisuzua. When are you coming home, Senje? Tell me are you on your way? Tufe tukipendana, Romeo na Juliet. Aisanje nakosa usingizi siku kucha minadua. Aisanje akilini moyoni bado wewe wanisuzua. When are you coming home, Senje? Tell me are you on your way? Tufe tukipendana.
Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you.
Hey, Susanna Banes.
Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you.
Hey, Susanna Banes.
Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you.
Thank you, and a good afternoon to everyone in the room, ladies and gentlemen. I see people that are still standing around and speaking. Please, wherever you are, find your seat so that we can proceed to the afternoon session. Thank you to our able band. I hope you're going to have a very entertaining evening and networking session. Just to remind you all that we still have a networking and cocktail session in the evening. I hope you're still going to stick around. That's the time we can be able to continue, network, and learn more about what we do around here. If you can hear me, Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, please jump. I knew that would get your attention. Thank you very much. Please have a seat, and we are starting in the next 1 minute. Band, thank you very much. We'll see you later in the evening. As we have everyone settling in, I hope Dr. Emi Chirchir is around. Yes, please. And your panelists are in the room? Okay, so we start in 2 minutes. Please make sure your panelists are in the room. Once again, to remind you, we have a networking and cocktail session later this evening. So we are going to have actual dedicated time to get to interact and learn more from each other, as well as share and build relationships.
Where are you going to do it? Here. Okay. Okay. Do you want to be introduced? Because now I feel like you can just take it. I can just take it and go. But what I need is your help. So let's ask them to divide themselves into specific.
Check. Check 1, 2. 2. 2.
All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon from the backbenchers. Yes, so we want to try and unconference it a bit because it's after lunch. I can see people on their phones, they're checking on emails, catching up on maybe, different activities. So what we'll try to do is, I believe, for us, we arrived here on Monday evening. We've spent Tuesday discussing problems, challenges, opportunities, risks, and we all know what they are. So we want to unconference it a bit and start to have a forward look and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? And I think the solutions are in the room. We have, people from across the continent, different institutions. So what I would like us to do, because our session is on scale and sustainability, which I think is where we need to go. It is what, at least for me, keeps me awake at night. So I want to request us to just split the room into two. One part of the room will talk about sustainability, and there looks like there's more people there, but we'll see what to do. I don't know where these ones are. These are the ones who are still catching up on desserts. And and then one side of the room can just, start to discuss, what are the strategies for sustainability, that side of the room. What do we know? There must be something that your neighbor across the table knows, they've seen, they've read, they've tried. There's something that we can always discuss and share with each other. And then this side of the room discusses scale. So just around your table will not take long. Then I'll invite the panel to come and we can reflect on some of those strategies and which ones we can take forward. So if I can just invite you to just, if you're maybe by yourself on the table, just join your neighbors, ask them how lunch was and what strategies they're aware of, what have they tried, what have they seen, what have they read. So this side is scale. This side is sustainability. And you have to be with others around your table. Please, may I request you to please either join the prof there or at least please move. This is the chance to never had him. Join him. Ah. So, yes. So from this table here, you're just discussing scale. Strategies, how do we move from there? What does scale mean to you? Then from here, from Prof. Mamzandi kwenda huko, we're discussing sustainability. Just around your table. Scale, sustainability. Scaling, how do we scale this commercialization? How, sorry? Scale. Scale. Pole sana. Yeah. Scale. Scaling. Expanding. Replicating. Maybe we can have the title of the session on the screen, eh? Yes? How we scale, strategies, what do you know? Yes. What strategies have you heard? No, we're not talking about challenges. We know challenges now. No problem. Solutions. I am looking for solutions, not problems. Yes. How to scale? How do we sustain these initiatives? What strategies have you heard? Yes, you guys are on scale, eh? Yeah, this is scale, yes, yeah. So how do we scale? Now that you have startups, you have a leadership farm, whatever it is that you have heard, how do you scale this? Yes. What does scale mean in business commercialization? Does it mean more money? Does it mean, if you have a campus, you add more campuses? What is scale? What does scale mean? And then what strategies are you aware of that we can definitely borrow, that we can adopt? Or we need to create new modules? Yeah. Is it about funding? Is it about partnerships? This is sustainability. Yes, I know it's not balanced, but yeah, it's supposed to be kutoka hapa Mzandi. Now in sustainability, wale ni scale. It's not a half, proper half. Yes. So we need to find maybe 5 minutes. Yeah. What time? So maybe 45. Yeah. 2 more minutes. We have 2 more minutes. So, we'd like to hear from the sustainability side. Any table that's ready to just share some ideas? You're ready? Ah, this table is ready. Faith. All right, let's listen to them. Please go ahead.
Okay, for our group, we were looking at sustainability of research commercialization. And we came up with about 7 points. Should I stand up? Okay, so for our group, we were looking at sustainability of research commercialization in Africa. And there are about 5 points that we looked at. First is knowledge acquisition, to sustain the pathway for knowledge acquisition and ensure there is a pipeline for commercialization within our universities. The third point is on protection of intellectual properties and to exploit the registered IPs in our institutions. And then in case there are any new ideas, we continue funding them and establish an innovation fund. And lastly, continue to upgrade and revise curriculum in our universities to align them with research commercialization. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's clap for him. That's the first group. I am in the market for just 2 more tables. If you have additional, on this side of sustainability. Yes, okay, this table is ready. Do we have the microphone? Oh. Allow that table to go.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. We have only 4 points to make. So we thought about capacity building. That's very important, and it is a continuous thing. Professor here gave a good example about the vice chancellors, the way we have taken it from the people at the top to understand this, because it will take institutional understanding on why these things are important for them to start taking action from the institution level. And we think that should continue. It shouldn't end at the top guys at the university, for example, these institutions, but it could go as well beyond them and build capacity to all the involved parties. We also thought about collaboration and partnership. We think that is very important, especially because what commercialization normally needs. We know from the university, for example, point of view, this is something that we won't have enough resources to do it ourselves. So collaboration and partnership, especially with the industry, is very important, and there are some specific avenues for collaboration which are already sort of like take this pathway. Funding, a lot of people don't talk about it most of the time, but it is still there, especially in testing the ideas and trying to scale it. Funding is very important. And in the end, leadership and support. It will take the leadership to understand these things and play that leadership role in ensuring that things are actually going through. And these are 4 points that we discussed in our table.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ismail and your team. The last table on sustainability. I will bring you in, but not now.
Okay, good afternoon. I think most of our points have been highlighted by other group, but what we have not mentioned is about the end user involvement for sustainability, and also to have what we call reward system, so that at least, okay, I'm sorry. The first one is about end user involvement. Another one is about establishing an endowment fund. We also have what we call a private sector partnership. The others have been listed by the other group, therefore I don't need to repeat. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll move to this side of scale. Just need 3 tables, 3 submissions. This table is ready. This table is ready. This table is ready.
Yeah, I'm Dr. Chion Cheluket from the Management University of Africa. On the issue on scale, we looked at scale as how can we enable the business idea to grow, to expand basically from the prototype to be a large enterprise. So some of the issues, the other side, we have had them mentioning, things like having a good governance structure in place to support it. Because basically, at the end of the day, a budget will be needed, of course, to make it a success. Secondly, there should be a proper policy to anchor that particular idea within the university or the organization which is undertaking that particular activity. Going together with policy have in place is, of course, the SOBs, which are necessary, because within the SOBs, it will basically now define the way to go about. If it is financing, how do you go about it? If it is about nurturing, so there should be proper SOBs in place. Following the presentations which have been made from yesterday, even today, especially with Kirti, you realize the issue on networking is critical, collaboration, and of course, linkages. We can't wish it away. Importantly, is having a very conducive ecosystem, because you realize this particular endeavor has very many players who have to work together to ensure the success of it. So having that conducive ecosystem is also critical in scaling up this particular idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This table will excuse me because I'm sitting here, so they'll forgive me, but let's go to that table.
Thank you.
Let's give him a clap.
Maybe the rest of the people can clap. You can't just have the
Yes.
team members alone clapping. It doesn't feel fair. All right, so we did identify a set of 4 pillars for scaling, which we see as the essential enablers for this. And the first one, a little bit with similarity with sustainability on talent and skilling, which the people becomes a very, very important part of scaling. When you have capable people with the right abilities, with the right skilling, it makes it easy. And they were thinking around how do we also make it easy for a national scaling, for example. And there's thoughts around building stackable skills, a sort of a national mechanism for stackable skills that you can be able to provide an ease of scaling without necessarily overspending in terms of the way you're building a sort of a horizontal scaling mechanism. And then we identified finance as the other very critical piece. Again, provision of incentive capital, access, financial literacy and management. I think ability of the entrepreneurs to be able to run their finances. There could be available capital, as you heard yesterday from the banks, but again, people need to be aware of that availability. There should be no barrier to access, and again, there should be adequate knowledge for people to be able to run on their own with the financial planning. Policy and regulation, in our view, is another very, very essential one. And out of this, putting in aspects around protection of the market, that if you can be able to provide incentives, that you can be able to ring fence and protect the market, such as tax incentives, tax holidays, and these kind of things, that also secures the market. Government-driven standards, we identified as the other very important one. Such policies as Buy Kenya prioritize on that. That then ensures that people prioritize purchasing from the local space. And then lastly, enabling infrastructure. I think this goes without saying for all of us that if you don't have the right connectivity, you don't have the right infrastructure, even as basic as power, it becomes a little bit of a challenge for you to be able to address this scaling. We think these four are the very essential enablers for scaling. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before we move to the panel to reflect on some of these, I just want to check from a social inclusion side that this table, yeah, gender balance as well, gender and social inclusion. Just one point that maybe has not been mentioned, because we've mentioned quite a number of them.
Okay, I'll skip what has already been mentioned and just share what stood out for us. We mentioned sharing, or to avoid duplication and look at what is working with the others, collaborate and share with others. So I'll add that onto what others have said. Thank you.
Okay, so collaboration, sharing. I thought we would do it a bit differently, just because we've been sitting and discussing and conferencing, and I believe that we all know the challenges, we all know the problems, and maybe it's about time now we start to have a forward look. But I'll invite my panel. We have Professor Netzanet from Ethiopia. We'll just do maybe one line of introduction. I think the audience already knows Deridin, and the audience already knows Professor Benga Ilorin. But please just introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I am a pediatrician from Ethiopia and currently Vice President for Research at Jimma University. Jimma University is one of the leading universities, research-intensive universities in Ethiopia. And I'm happy that I visited our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These are some of our grantees from the Research Innovation Systems Africa Fund. I think we have seen sort of different models of research commercialization in Ethiopia, in Ghana, in Nigeria, and of course in Kenya and Rwanda, where that's our geographical sort of scope. But I just wanted to reflect with these three colleagues. I mean, when I look at the points made here, partnerships, resourcing, finance, capacity strengthening, IP exploitation, it's very much the same things that I think we've been discussing, not just this week. Last week we were at the National Research Festival, and there were the same issues that were raised. Over the last 3 years, same issues that were raised. I work on a program that addresses these very same things. So I just wonder, are we missing something? Should we be doing something differently? What should we be doing? Should we be revamping some of these models? What strategies work? Maybe just one quick comment from the panel, starting with you, Prof.
Okay. I think one thing that is consistent from the comments of everyone, especially when it comes to scaling of innovation, is that there is need for support. Because I'm a researcher and I know that the way we work, we are so focused on our research and we are so passionate about it that sometimes we focus on what we love and what we want to do. And we usually would have progressed with the research before getting input from the industry. So I think one thing that we need to start looking at is to involve and engage the industry from the very beginning. and the support usually comes from the institution. So there's need for strong institutional support, not just in terms of providing infrastructure like the hubs, the maker spaces and all of that, but we'll also need that intentional effort to involve the industry. For instance, what we do in the University of Lagos now is that as you are preparing your proposal, we start with the Research Management Office and they invite us from the Innovation Office to come and just listen. And then the researcher presents the proposal and all of that. And then we suggest ways in which you could start thinking about the innovation from the very beginning, and we'll start to look at industries that we can invite. Because sometimes we think we know the problem, and we're trying to solve the problem, but that may not be the solution to the problem. But when we involve end users, then we are intentional. And then it makes it easy to scale. We have so many IP in the University of Lagos that scaling is so difficult. We are really putting a lot of effort trying to scale, but it means that people are just not interested in that area. But because researchers are usually passionate about what they do, they just do it anyway. But by the time we give them that institutional support, it helps to to improve the number of IP that are scaling. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Netzenet, is that the model that you're taking where you're engaging industry from the beginning and then moving into your research, or what's the model that you have?
I can say Ethiopia is at early stage in terms of implementing research commercialization. Most of our universities are focused on graduating students rather than bringing community impact, positive impact to change lives. But currently, Ministry of Education and Ministry of Innovation and Technology are setting directives and encouraging universities to focus on entrepreneurial activities. And for that, I can say we are at early stage and we still raising awareness regarding university-industry linkage, community engagement, and focusing on real societal problems. So I cannot provide a model that is working because we are at a preparatory stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But you've raised a point around, working with the ministry that's now coming on board. And I know that Deridine, you've worked a lot with the ministry, MESTI, I'm forgetting the full name, Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology in Ghana. Is policy, aligning with policy and government, a way to enable more sustainability?
Yes, definitely, because the government has the power to drive change. If the government in Ghana, mostly we say government provides an enabling environment, and policy is what defines what kind of environment that would enable any process to be sustained or to continue. So also, within a research commercialization space, if government puts in place the right policies, of course, then that would stimulate economic action, or that would stimulate stakeholder action that would drive the level of sustainability. So if government, for example, says, hey, we are giving tax incentives for private sector entities that invest in public research or that invest in research, then of course you're going to have a lot of private sector people investing in that sector. If government says we are making the certification, the standardization, and the conformity assessment process very simplified for researchers, and of course a lot more people are going to be oriented towards that side. So government has a very big role to play in aligning economy actions within the research innovation value chain. So, and they can drive that through policy, and more importantly, through policy implementation. Because a lot of the time, government has all the nice poetic, policy actions, but when it comes to getting the policy off the ground, sometimes very lackluster. And that's one area too that we can look at, policy implementation. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think the second area I wanted us to discuss was around capacity strengthening or capacity building, but I think it's more strengthening than building. You know, when we had our pause and reflect earlier in the week, that was one area that people were saying, and we had it today. You know, we do it too much. We do it too many times. It's not sustainable. But we've heard it come from the audience that, you know, that's one way of enabling sustainability, although it was addressed more at the leadership level. And then we heard again about talent and skilling. I think they call it stackable skills. I just want us to reflect, you know, if we were to prioritize, should we be looking at the individual level or the institutional level in terms of capacity strengthening, and then capacity strengthening in what area? Maybe if I can invite you, Professor Netzanet, from your early stage, what are you seeing from the other ecosystems, and what are you sort of replicating from a capacity strengthening perspective?
Okay. I would like to thank RISA and Victoria Ventures for assisting us to conduct research to commercialization training at Jimma University. Before the collaboration we had with RISA and Victoria Ventures, we have never had conversation regarding research commercialization. So it's something new and very important. So thank you for helping us and collaborating with us. So training as a short term for innovators and researchers is important, but for sustainability, integrating entrepreneurship skills and knowledge into educational curriculum has to be prioritized so that our students will be capable of creating jobs rather than just graduating and remaining unemployed. So our education curricula has to be revised, and integrating into the existing system is the preferred approach, in my opinion.
David Dean?
Yes, it's capacity building. Have we had enough of it? I don't think so. I would like to see it from a value chain perspective. And if you look at so where I work, Heritage Labs, we work to develop what we call the innovation market and value chain map. And you have multiple nodes within the value chain of the R&I ecosystem. So I'll look at capacity from an ecosystem point of view. And I don't think we can have enough of capacity. Maybe the approach could be different at different levels. But if you pick, let's say, from research intent, to invention licensing, to conformity assessment, to product development, to mainstreaming, these are a lot of key areas that will require a lot of capacity to build, to be able to stimulate and create more economic action, right? So do I think we are having too much capacity building exercises? I don't think so, especially if you look at it from a broadly ecosystem point of view. I think we actually need more capacity at different levels, because when you have research, the outcome is one product. How do you market the outcome? You need capacity to market the outcome. How do you ensure that the research conforms to all the standards for export, for example? You need somebody to be trained in that sector. How do you what about intellectual property, patent? You need capacity in that regard as well. So I believe that we are not yet there, and we need more investment in the capacity, and we need to look at it from a value chain perspective and also broadly within an ecosystem dimension. Thank you.
I think I will just say this briefly. We can't do enough of capacity building. We still need more, because I remember when we had our program on Project I2M, which is funded by RISA, we had, anytime we call for pitching, especially from researchers, because most researchers are so focused on what they do. And I don't know if it is the case in other countries, in Nigeria, many of them were recruited into academics from after graduation. Maybe they graduated with first class, and they immediately get employment as a graduate assistant in the university. So they've never experienced what it is like to work in the industry and all of that. So even relating and presenting your research work to the industry is different from presenting your research work to your professor. And anytime we call for pitching, we realize that people from the industry are always lost when researchers come to present because they are talking about equation, and this is about your business. It is not about the research. You are not present. So all of those things are very essential because we see that our students do well in that area, and then the researchers are just, if you don't know them, it's because you know, as a researcher, I know that they have put in a lot of effort and we are able to help. But for the people in the industry, they are lost. They are not interested from the beginning. So I think we still need more of that.
Wonderful, thank you. It feels like that could be the next topic for the next debate at the next CEIL Summit. I want to thank my panel, and I want to thank everyone who participated in that small activity. I did promise that table to have the last final word. I don't know whether they're still interested. This table here. Yes, you. This one. Yes, so they'll have the last word. Thank you so much. If that's fine, thank you so much for your input. I'll hand it over to them and then over back to you.
Round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Amy. You have done well. You have done extremely well in timekeeping. All right, final remarks, and then we carry on with the next session.
All right.
Our floor managers, please, can you hand over the mic? Yes, go ahead, please.
All right, thank you very much. We actually were looking at sustainability, how then as universities will be able to ensure that the issue of research and innovation commercialization will actually be able to be sustainable. And of course, we looked at 4 pillars. And of course, the first one is that the university should be able to develop a framework of seed funding. And of course, that will actually be able to ensure that you have enough fund to be able to ensure that there is sustainability. Of course, we also talked about the master plan. How do you ensure that you have a master plan all the way from conceptualizing the idea all the way to the market? That really came out very, very well. Then the issue of economic viability. We actually looked at how do you then develop frameworks that will be able to ensure that there is economic viability, look at business plans and stuff like that, such that as you start, then you don't actually die in between the way. Then we also looked at the issue of curriculum development. How then do you actually come up with curriculum development that will be able to ensure that students have this idea of design thinking. All the way, as I teach my class, actually, we need to go to a way where students will actually go to the market, look at the social problems that are currently affecting the market, and develop solutions based on those problems. That's what we looked at. And also the issue of collaborations and partnership. That one I may not be able to talk about it because it has been talked quite a bit. Those are the items that we looked at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't think we can exhaust these conversations. They'll keep on carrying on and carrying on. And so we look forward even for the cocktails in the evening. Make sure that you are carrying on this conversation as well. So right now we're going to move to the next session. It's also another fire chat conversation. We're going to be moderated by Professor Andala, CEO, National Research Fund. So I want to invite to the podium Professor Mary Kinoti, Director of Intellectual Property Management Office, University of Nairobi. Round of applause for her as she comes in. And also Ken Mwendwa, co-founder and managing director, eMobilis. Please let's join the podium and then we can continue our conversation. Round of applause for Professor Andala, who's going to be our moderator. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I know you've been sitting for long and it's after lunch. Kindly rise up and then you can be able to stretch and then sit down. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tap your neighbor, tell him or her, do not sleep. Okay, kindly have a seat. We are on the fireside chat with two colleagues well known to me, Professor Mary Kinoti, also well known to you, and Ken Mwenda, co-founder and managing director of e-mobiles. So I'll not talk much about them. I know some of you have flights to catch. We'll be very brief, and you're also looking forward to our gala dinner tonight, so you need to freshen up before you come and jog yourself a bit. So I'll go direct to the questions, and it's all about where are our alumni and how are they contributing to youth entrepreneurship, jobs, and wealth creation. I'll start off with Prof. Kinoti, and my first question is reflecting on the tangible successes we've seen, what are the specific examples that bear testament on the transformative power of the alumni in enabling innovation, commercialization, and research translation within the academia and industry linkages? Prof, you have got 2 minutes. Just press. Can you try and speak to it?
Not working. Oh, it's now working.
Okay.
Okay, fantastic. So it's a good afternoon, and one of the questions that was asked is that where are our alumni? As you have heard, I'm from the University of Nairobi. I'll just start by saying a lot of our alumni are in this room. Do you agree with me? Yes, if you are asked to raise your hand at whatever level, how many are here from the University of Nairobi? Please don't be shy, even the vice chancellors, a lot of them. So a round of applause for them, because that is the question we got. Where are our alumni and how are they contributing to the innovation and ecosystem space? Already, even the CEO of Kenya, simama tukupigie makofi. He's one of our alumni. So from a University of Nairobi perspective, I can assure you, our alumni are making a lot of impact locally, regionally, and globally, as the people here in the room are testaments. So coming back to the question, I want to say that our alumni, especially from the University of Nairobi perspective, they have actually contributed a lot to the innovation and ecosystem, entrepreneurial ecosystem space. I just want to cite one success story. And Kefit Desai is here. He has always been talking about how our alumni are connecting with the university. And I want to tell you this story. There is one of our professors from the University of Nairobi who had connection with alumni in Elgon, Kenya, which has supported us to put what is called Agricultural Technology Innovation Center at the University of Nairobi, which is an innovation center which will be focusing more on agricultural value chain. So this professor knew there was another alumni in that industry, so he went there. He was commercializing actually his agricultural technology. And out of that, they connected. We had, initially we had commercialization with Elgon Kenya, because it's good also to actually appreciate what the industry, through also our alumni are doing. So the professor connects with a colleague, with his alumni. The alumni connect him with the company to commercialize one of our agricultural technology. And out of that conversation, we walk in there just to talk about how well our commercialization effort are. And then the CEO tells us, by the way, I think the students at the university need to be street smart. They are very conceptually smart, but they need to be street smart. So you can see a connection starting from a professor to alumni that read to a very successful industry, academia linkage. So that is a very successful case story. And what the CEIL has been talking about, we'll be launching it, that center, agricultural center, will be launching it probably in October. And it has just taken a year, it is constructed, everything is in place. So that is one of our success story of how our alumni connect us to the industry, and then once we are connected to the industry, we are able to commercialize our products or our innovation. So just to wind up, I can see Adara is looking at me. What I think, this must be documented, because there's a lot all the universities that are here are doing with their alumni. It's only that that documentation has not been done, and those success stories put there out, so that we have the right perception that alumni are assisting the university, and also the industry are assisting, the industry is assisting the academia through linkages. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Kinoti. Dan, Ken, please. Can you be able to hear me? Ken, please, can you?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure and honor. So to answer, I think, the same question. So I'm not sure how many Immobilis alumni will be here, so allow me to take a step back and maybe explain who Immobilis is and what we do and where our alumni then are. So we're a 14-year-old technology, digital, and software development training institution. We have been accredited by the Ministry of Education and TVETA, and we've been training to date over 10,500 young people on everything from data science to cybersecurity to software development. Along the way, we had the benefit and the privilege to work with Microsoft, with Google, to offer boot camps, digital skilling, digital literacy skilling. But more recently, and the reason that we're actually here, for the last 5 years, we've been entrusted by the government of Kenya through the Ministry of ICT and Digital Economy, and funded through the MasterCard Foundation, to help deliver as an implementing partner the Algeria Digital Program. So where are our alumni? We've trained through the Algeria Digital Program and skilled young people on online work, and the total number now is over 378,000 young people across Kenya through 101 centers spread across the country, Algeria Youth Empowerment Centers, and through Algeria clubs that are based actually at universities and at TVETs. What has been very exciting is to try and track and understand where the beneficiaries and the trainees end up going. And what we found is on where we train them on AWS cloud services, for example, some have ended up at Safaricom, some have ended up at companies like Silicon Overdrive, which is South African. But this model of where a lot of our alumni are is providing their services on global platforms from Upwork to Freelancer, to Guru, to Fiverr. So basically providing their services on those platforms. Another interesting place that our alumni have gone to is as we deliver Algeria Digital with KEPSA, there was a transcription project, an e-government project to increase and enhance the efficiency of the judiciary and the courts. And so transcription work and scanning work was being done through 5 BPO centers spread across the country, from Swahili Port here in Mombasa to Ndiwa Center. And 75% of those hired were those that the Algeria program had skilled as transcribers. So that's the other place that some of these young Kenyans that we end up training and skilling end up going, is to work for BPOs. There are also many of our alumni from our software development side who we found are working at Google as community managers. We have young people who we've trained and skilled on software development who ended up working at Facebook in Ireland or in Silicon Valley. And so on the tech side, we're happy to say that they are global and they're local. And then on the Nigeria side, we're happy to say that they're in BPOs, they're working to enhance the judiciary and court processes through BPOs, but also on global platforms, doing transcription, digital marketing, and other areas of work. So, thank you.
Thank you. I am quite aware that we've got vice chancellors in the house, and it will have been great to mention the names of the specific individuals and the university they come from. It will motivate them to reach out to these innovators and entrepreneurs to give back to the society or to the respective universities. For instance, the university that I schooled in back in the USA, they keep writing emails to me asking to support the vulnerable in the community because they know I'm already employed and working somewhere. So it will be of importance, especially to get to know when you live here, those successful individuals that have been mentioned here, they should be able to give us back to the community. Now, this brings me to the second question. Why are these successful entrepreneurs agnostic and they are not willing to give back to the community or to the universities and mentor others? I'll start with you, Prof. Kinoti.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. There could be many reasons why our successful alumni don't come back. And one of the reasons being in the academia for a long time, I think is lack of a structured approach to engage the alumni. Because, you know, like if academia, the way we work is different from what people in the industry work. So our pace, our tradition is very, very different from the alumni or the industry. I'll be using alumni and the industry together because they also represent industry. So I think that lack of structured engagement is one of an issue we need to sort out because they are willing. But sometimes when they come, the cultures of how academic institutions are run, they don't align to the cultures of where the alumni are learning their business or the industry. So we need to have that conversation between the academia and the industry and our alumni so that we know where are the conflict areas, where are the gaps. And once we understand one another from the same perspective within a working framework, I think we can be able to resolve that, that gap. So that is how I would respond to that. I will allow my colleague probably to go further before I can share more.
Please. Yeah, I think that's a great response. I would add to it in this way. I think one of the challenges for all of us as Kenyans is, as we always say, hi uchumi, is the idea of people are busy, people are chasing their livelihoods, people are particularly entrepreneurs, and even where they've made it, then just busy, lack of time. But I think the other one, and this we found on both Ajira and in the regular work that we do, is universities and institutions and bootcamp providers such as ours need to be very intentional and very deliberate about creating communities of alumni. So I'll give an example. One of the things that we found many years ago was that there was an underrepresentation of young women in the STEM and software development fields. And the more we try to investigate and understand why that was, is just lack of financial means. So we plug that in by finding donors that we can work with that can give financial scholarships. Now what we found is that a young woman who got financial aid, who got aware of this area of unmentored, is more willing to stay connected to the institution, the university or the bootcamp provider, because they feel a sense of either belonging or a sense of they were helped by that organization. So we formed something called Moby Girls, which over the years has helped train many young women, mostly on full scholarship. And recently, then we took it the next level, which is then we said, let's form an alumni community with groups on WhatsApp where we'll do events, and young women who have benefited from the program will come back and mentor other young women, or if in the places that they're employed or working or the companies they founded, they have an opportunity for a software developer, a software engineer, or a data scientist, they can then, through this community and platform that we've given them, share that opportunity so that then young women who are in the current Mobi Girls program can then apply and then benefit from that. So I think it's just creating this virtuous cycle of giving back and a sense of community that has to happen while they are still in the institution. So beyond academics, what reason would a university student or an Immobilis student have to feel a sense of giving back? Because when they leave and they get busy and they're chasing a livelihood, and you contact them, was there a community? Did they feel they were truly helped? Do they have a sense of camaraderie with their peers, with their lecturers and their professors, in a way where they're very happy and excited if they get invited to come back and speak and mentor others and sort of role model. So I think those are some of the things that we've seen that are challenges in our experience.
Thank you, Ken. I know we've got university funding and we also have help. When I completed my studies and found a job, help were already on me to start paying back for the loan that I received. It makes me ask the question, this data is with the help, and getting alumni where they are working is not difficult in this country. And I want to now bring back to review the question in a reverse order, the question that I've asked. How can we make them be part of the pool that are going to drive innovation and entrepreneurship within our university? Because they have actually been way left out, and we need to find mechanisms of bringing them on board. I know for sure it is possible, and through the network of entrepreneurial universities, we can have a sort of framework that we can be able to maybe develop. I'll start with Prof. Kinoti.
Yeah, I think it is possible. If we are intentional as universities to actually bring our alumni and also to motivate them that once they contribute to the matter innovation and entrepreneurship, we also give them recognition because they are adding value. They'll be adding value to our university. They will be adding value. They will actually be hand-holding our youth to be able to innovate, to be able to build sustainable businesses and create employment rather than being job seekers. So as you have said, Professor, we should be able as universities to collaborate horizontally, to also collaborate with institutions like the HELB to be able to actually track our alumni because it's a great resource. And that's why I said as university we need that, first of all, to have that structured way of engagement. Once that is in place, then we can be able to, when we reach our graduate or our alumni, we can be able to bring them together to actually hand-hold our youth to be job creators. Yeah, thank you.
Ken?
Sure. Maybe let me also mention why I think this is a very timely discussion, because our research shows that over 800,000 young people enter the labor force every year. Only about 300,000 of those will get jobs in formal employment. So that underscores the need for entrepreneurship, startups. The good news is a piece of information that surfaced last year, which is that Kenya beat Nigeria, South Africa, and I know they're represented in this room, so no offense, but in startup funding. So Kenya received or startups, Kenyan startups, received 114 billion shillings in startup funding in 2023. That's very encouraging because the question then becomes, these startups, which areas are they in? A lot of them are in fintech, there's agtech. I think the challenge for us as skills providers and as organizations is when young people or just entrepreneurs, those who have an entrepreneurial bent, when they start and tap into this ecosystem for startup funding, how can they come back as alumni and then hire from University of Nairobi or any university represented here, or they mobilises because they know the quality of talent, because they went through the training, is of a high quality for them to have, software developers, software engineers, data scientists, cybersecurity experts that then help them get to their next level of growth as an entrepreneurial firm. So that's one aspect of the whole equation. The other thing is the rubric that we've used in both Ajira and in our software development work and trainings. On Ajira, we started to understand that freelancers oftentimes work in a very isolated manner. It's a very competitive space when you're bidding for software development work to be a remote worker or even digital marketing sort of work. So we started to say, how can we help young people who have more work than they can handle in the online workspace to form and formalize an entity that then hires alumni who are trained through Ajira. So as of the last 7 months, we've launched an accelerator for super agencies. Super agencies in the sense that you can start as a freelancer, so you're a micro-entrepreneur of sorts. You start to get more work than you can handle. You now need 3, 4, 5 other people to join you for you to be able to deliver and parcel out the work. But you'll agree that the qualifications and competencies it takes to be a good online worker are very different from what it takes to manage people and set up a firm and formalize. And so this accelerator will help with the skilling and the knowledge and the mentorship that's required in order for more young people to set up these entrepreneurial firms. The other area that we've seen an interesting opportunity for bringing in alumni is on when we do, say, for example, hackathons, or we find opportunities, or we find partnerships, and then the question becomes, how can we now then bring in our alumni to train, mentor, or be judges, or even participate in those hackathons so that they can get funding for their startups and then to take their solution or technology idea forward. So by adding value to them, by either mentorship through the accelerator, by linking them and pointing them to sources of funding that help them grow, by providing them the talent that they need as entrepreneurs, we find that then it's something that's useful and then gets them reconnected back to us as an institution. Thank you.
I would like to open the floor to Q&A, but before I do that, the National Research Fund has also been funding innovators, and I know we have alumni. Kindly, by show of hands, where are our alumni? Thank you for the good work you're doing, and we appreciate, we'll continue hand-holding you. So I'll wish to open the floor to question and answers, and I'll do first round of 5 questions, and you can pick. You can direct one to Prof. Kinoti or to Ken. We've got 10 minutes to wrap up the session. Who's the first one to go? I'll start from the gentleman, then a lady here, and you are one gentleman. So you can start. Be brief and to the point.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine will not be a question, it will be a comment on what Professor Kinoti has said, that we need a structured way of dealing with the alumni. And I think that can be addressed through a knowledge management policy. One thing I note is that in most of our organizations, we don't have knowledge management policy. And this knowledge management policy has got 4 types of knowledge that is supposed to manage. One of them is know what, know why. The knowledge of know why sometimes is dealt with by the IP policy. Then know how and know who. The know who has to do with the alumni. But when we don't now develop such kind of policies, it becomes very difficult to reach out to those people. I think in Kenya, I know only one organization which has got a knowledge management policy, which is effective, called KenGen. KenGen is a good example of people who have been able to develop that kind of a thing. And I think those fellows are doing much, because these are fellows who have gone to the point of organizing themselves in what we call communities of practitioners, such that in an organization, you are able to know who is able to do what, and who can be put together with who, so that you can do something, deliver something. Thank you very much. So I'm just agreeing with the Kenoti that we need a structured way of doing that.
Thank you. Thank you, Engineer.
Bring the mic on this table in the middle. Maybe mention your name.
Good afternoon. Fanny's from Riera University, and just want to thank the panelists. And the question is, where are your alumni? How are they contributing to the jobs, wealth creation? I just wanted to comment on, of course, we've been talking about startups, creating jobs that way. But I think even as I think you mentioned about your graduates being in Google and other global organizations. So we should also look at intrapreneur, where our graduates are creating jobs within the confines of another organization, not just them coming up with their organization. So even as we do a tracer study, probably we need to look at that, because there are quite a number who are leading organizations, and they're creating jobs by coming up with new processes, new ways of doing things, engineering processes, and creating jobs in the confines of other organizations. So we should not leave out that and just focus only on the startups. Thank you.
Yeah, continue.
All right. Thank you, Chair. My name is Omosa from the University of Nairobi. Two things. One, I think institutions and the vice chancellors who are here needs to do mapping, like what we are doing, we call ecosystem mapping. Find out where are your alumni, what do they do, okay? I think that is one, because we were trying to see, like the University of Nairobi, when is the last time our alumni association did that? It was like 6 years ago. Now that's a problem. Number two, I just want to ask, before I pose the question to Professor Kinoti, who is a Man U fan here? Man U? Arsenal? Now, there is a kind of loyalty that goes to football fans. How can we create that fanatic loyalty about the organizations and institutions we come from, like the one you see with football? Arsenal, Man U, I don't know which other one I did not mention because not many. Liverpool, eh? How do we, my boss, how do you create such kind of loyalty? Thank you.
Two last questions, then we
All right. Thank you so much. I'm the second last. My name is Caroline Ayuya from Data University. I think yesterday it was mentioned here, if there is anything that we, most of African universities are not doing about the alumni is, what experience do we give students from the first day they arrive to a university to the last day they graduate? If we give good experiences, they will always have loyalty, they will collaborate, partner, and bring in wealth and co-create with us. But if you are in a public university or private university, and a student gives you a supervision of a master's thesis, and you take 6 months to give feedback, how else do you expect that student to ever think about you? How is it that a student graduated with, you told the student you're coming here for 2 years. You go ahead and give a student 10 years doing a PhD or a master's. I think there's a problem, and that's why alumni in our context, especially African universities, especially the postgraduate, is the worst experience. Unless we do something, no matter what we discuss here, alumni will not come back to us. We give them terrible experiences, especially the postgraduate students where research innovation is extremely high. Thank you.
What was your question?
I'll just give you a comment.
Okay. We've got behind you, then VC Masai Mara will be the last.
Hey, good afternoon, all. I like the conversations we are having, especially on putting in a strong structure to support alumni. The experiences I've had with the alumni hasn't been really pleasant. I remember I'm very passionate about my alumni. When I graduated as a young person, I was still looking for jobs. I'd go for alumni meetings, and it was always about, donations, support from somebody that left school. So I ran away from that particular meeting. Then the second experience I've had with alumni is that they directly target those that have a lot of money. They give them honorary doctorate degrees. They come with pomp and pageantry. A big ceremony is thrown for them. They throw in cash. And then the school does not feel the impact of whatever they've dropped in to support students. So I really like the conversations we're having on setting up a strong structure for alumni. And beyond that, having a very strong alumni department that will continually follow up on, on students, not just for money or donations, but support. I've gone on to other schools, and they keep, abroad, and they keep on sending me mails, information regarding how well the school is doing. I'm yet to get any mail from the African university I went to. So please, conversations should be around keeping in touch, encouraging them, highlighting on things that a lot of people are doing, and not only targeting those that have money for honorary doctorate degree.
Vice Chancellor Masai Mara.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. I think there's a lady there who captured what I wanted to say. I want to apologize on behalf of all the VCs if you didn't, looks like she didn't have a good experience wherever she was. But moderator, what I wanted to say, just to echo what she's saying, is that yesterday, Professor Hiro was here. And I think I picked something from him. The experience that we give students, whether undergraduate or postgraduate, the kind of respect that we treat them with, that will determine whether they will be at Chelsea, Man U, or whatever it is, Arsenal, or whatever it is. But that experience, Mr. Moderator, is very critical. I would want to go back if I'm treated well. But if I'm not treated well, I don't even want to say that I graduated from that university. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow our panelists 1 to 2 minutes each to respond, because most of them were not questions, and then give also your closing remarks as well.
Yeah, I think the question my colleague had asked me has been answered. I am a professor of marketing, and I actually teach customer care and customer experience, so I agree. As institution of higher learning, if we want to reap big from our alumni, we must read by example, give them that good customer care, customer experience, and I'm here. I'm happy because there are many vice chancellors here. When you talk about soft skill, like caring for a customer, giving somebody a good experience, sometimes we are not understood. I'm very happy because it came from the floor. So one of the things we should do is ensure that we give our customers good experience as a strategic direction, because we do know we will need them in the future to hold our young students to be able to be innovators, entrepreneurs, and to give back to the community. So that's how we build loyalty and fanatic follow-up to our institution. So having said that, it's a challenge to all of us to also come back to the university, knowing the problem that our youth are grappling with. But of course, once we develop a structured engagement, because what this means will be actually contributing to the future of our children and the future generation. So let's, despite whatever we went through, let's take it as our responsibility, as our alumni, to come back and see what we can contribute to our youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I can see my timekeeper is saying sorry.
1 minute, Ken.
Yeah, sure. I think the first one is just to, agree 100% with ecosystem mapping. We have also been deliberate and intentional about that by saying, can we bring in a consultant? Can we then track back just by doing calls, just the basic donkey work of let's just call all these alumni from this year and see what they're doing, how they're doing, what are they doing. We're not asking them for money, but we also know that by keeping in touch with them, we can invite them for events where they can role model or talk about their successes. They will remember when they need talent, software developers, data scientists, they will know to come to us. The challenge a lot of times is people have changed their numbers, not updated us. Their emails no longer work, they're bouncing. So there's that aspect to it, but I agree, the work needs to be done on that. I think the second thing I was going to say is just to follow on something that was very insightful, that was mentioned in a panel yesterday about when you think about this alumni connection to, so forget even Manu. We know certain high schools here. I don't know if I want to go into the names or cause commotion here, but I'm an old boy, for example, of Sterehe. And in Sterehe, our groups are they're by class, they're very active, and people have a sense of pride and a sense of loyalty to helping when the school needs money for the endowment fund, but over and above that, it's just amongst ourselves, right? Someone has a wedding, we're going to do this and this, we're going to visit, can we do a reunion? So sometimes the groups exist, but they're not necessarily connected to the institution. They're just peers of those groups. So as an institution, how can you tap into that? One thing we have done with Ajira now is say, can we host, which means, the food, the venue, all this sort of stuff, for alumni once or twice a year, where it's just a get-together. There's no expectations. No one's asking you for money, but we're always happy to receive. I heard IIT got 35 million from an alumni, so of course we're praying for alumni to get to that level and give back. But yeah, just no expectations, sort of keep that connection with them by actually then facilitating the hosting. But yeah, so those are the additions I have. And also, of course, knowledge management system was a very good point.
Thank you. I won't add or reduce. However, I would wish to either recognize excellent panels that have been able to give us their thoughts. Kindly, can we clap for them? And then it was not tit for tat. I didn't want to slap them because they initiated a heated discussion towards how the treatment we get when you're undergoing or undertaking our graduate studies. So we'll improve and we'll work on it. Thank you, the Vice Chancellor, Masai Mara University, for coming in. And for those who are planning to pursue Masters and PhD, we're going to handle with soft glass. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe before we get on stage, it seems like this is a very interesting conversation. They're the only panelists that actually have gifts. Very interesting. So we actually have gifts. Would you like to say something? Okay. Camera guys? So wait and pause for the camera. The other side, yes. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you very much. A round of applause as they take their seats. Thank you, professors. That was a very interesting conversation. Experience. I mean, by the end of this conversation, we all realize it's the experience that as students, they have to go through in the institution that actually make them attached to go back to that. Professor mentioned something that some of these alumni have changed their phone numbers or email. If they get a good experience, they will come back and update those phone numbers and email. So allow me to introduce the next speaker on stage. I hope you are somewhere around. This is Ms. Jacqueline Munyalo, the Senior Resource Mobilization and Partnership Officer at the National Research Fund, and she is going to present on Kenya's National Research Repository on the progress and updates. A round of applause as she comes on stage. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, as you heard, I'm Jacqueline Muyalo from National Research Fund, and I'm just going to take you briefly on our National Research Repository. And I'm just waiting for my slides to come on. I've been given very tight timelines, and I'm going to stick to them. Let me introduce my organization. I work with the National Research Fund, which is a, sorry, I don't have that. Thank you. So I work with the National Research Fund as Senior Resource Mobilization and Partnership Officer. And National Research Fund is a state corporation established under the STI Act of 2013. And we became operational in 2015. And our core mandate, we are supposed to mobilize, allocate, and manage financial resources to facilitate research for the advancement of science, technology, and innovation. I'll just go direct, I'll skip that STI legal framework, but just to mention on STI Act, we established 3 institutions, that is NACOSTI, that is Kenya National Commission of Science, Technology, Innovation, that is NACOSTI. We have, and NACOSTI, what they do, they manage and give research permits to the researchers. And as is the National Research Fund, what we do, we found out the research up to research output level. And when we realize the research output, they are commercialable, we refer you to Kenya. That is the Kenya National Innovation Agency. So just briefly to say one of our key functions, we are supposed to mobilize resources for the national innovation systems from the government, private sector, venture capital, development partners, and other sources. And this function aligns with one of our mandate. And after we get these resources, we are supposed to prudently manage and invest those funds towards research development. We are supposed also to support development of human resources through grants, and I know most of us here, they have received grants from National Research Fund, and we are supposed to allocate also funds for research and promote multidisciplinary collaboration among universities and research institutions. That's the gospel we've been preaching, to encourage the collaboration amongst the universities and research institutions. So what I'm going to present aligns with one of our core functions, which is we are supposed to compile and maintain a national database of research and innovation projects funded by us as NRF, and those are as well funded by other agencies. I'm just going to take you briefly on how the National Research Repository background, where it is a comprehensive centralized online platform designed to store, manage, and provide access to national research data that has been funded in the country. And the rationale of developing this research repository was to address the fragmentation of research data across various institutions, and also aligns with one of our functions. So the initial phase of this development of our National Research Repository, we were funded by the British Council and FCDO, and we are so appreciative of that. So, and now, why do we come up with the National Research Repository? First is to complement the designated institutional repositories by domesticating all research outputs and innovations. It also enhances visibility of our research outputs on the web and a wider readership in the whole world. And also, it also provides a national platform for different STA actors and subsectors to engage and access data and information from the previously funded research projects. It also provides a knowledge base that facilitates STI policy dialogue. We said policies are very key, and we want to make policies which are evidence-based from the research. So our implementation process, we did a comprehensive, it was a collaborative process where we did a comprehensive stakeholders mapping exercise. We reached out to research institutions and universities, and they gave us data on the areas we invested on. We also did an extensive stakeholders engagement with institutional contact points, that is the vocal persons and researchers. And we also updated our research repository. We've done the data collection and uploaded, and it was officially launched on 20th of February by our PS, that is Dr. Beatrice Inyangala. So what are the key features of our repository? What makes it stand out is because it is intuitive and user-friendly interface. It is interoperable, that we want for it to work with other systems or institutional databases. And it has a register of all repositories in Kenya. Though the development is still ongoing, we are not done with it. And it also has a very powerful power search, filtering the capabilities, that is by subject, author, title, funder, and category, and the date of issue. And one key feature is it also provides analytical data where you can see the number of views per research output, and also number of downloads and top countries who are accessing our data, our research publications. So it also have a comprehensive data management where the researchers will be able to contribute their data sets from their various institutions, and it's user-friendly, and we have an open access policy which has been adopted by our Board of Trustees, and we are taking it to the higher level. So in our repository, we've created research profiles of experts in STI. So the reason why we came up with this, we want our researchers to be able to connect and collaborate among themselves. So if you want to know more about our repository, you can Google and go there. So what are our future plans and upgrades? We want to continue on and ongoing enhancement, the user feedback integration. So we want to continuously improve it to make sure it accommodates the ever-evolving research community needs. We are also expanding our expansion and innovation, where we want to expand and include other thematic areas, and also integrate cross-cutting technologies that AI, so that we can have data analysis. And our call to action, because I know we have VCs here and Director of Research, we are requesting to actively participate in our repository and do your contribution. And you give us feedback on where you want us to continuously improve on. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause to her once again as she takes a seat. Okay. I don't know if you guys were excited, but I was actually excited for the next session that's coming up. Normally, when we talk about investment, innovation, there's a pitching aspect, right? Where they get to present their business ideas and models to potential investors and see how they could actually get funded to introduce it to the market or actually scale their current business ideas. However, this next session is to do things the other way. We've talked about research and how to commercialize it. Now we're going to look at it from the pitching perspective. What does the industry actually need? So the next session is on a reverse pitching. Instead of the innovators being the ones that actually pitch, then we have the industry experts actually pitching to actually say where the demand is at. So before I call the next speaker on stage, they will be looking at it from the industry needs. So this is a reverse pitch session where they'll be just tackling a very simple question on what's our client's pain point and what can be solved with research or innovation in collaboration with higher education, institutions, and research centers. And I'm going to call upon the two panelists and moderator on stage. Can we have Marcy Mao, the head of partnership and digital Britam? Marcy, wherever you are, please start walking on stage. Kennedy Mbaya, Senior Relationships Manager, Sovereign and Public Sector, KCB. Please come on stage, Marcy. Do we have Kennedy Mbaya? Okay. And the moderator of this session is Dr. Fred Maina, Assistant Director, Technology Transfer, CALRO. Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon. I will not take much time because, yes, we always told that industry does not have much time. They only have 5 minutes. At times it's an elevator pitch. In 2 minutes, give them what you need to tell them. Now we need to hear from them. What is it that we miss? So I think we can start with Esther Mercy from Britam, and then just give a brief introduction of yourself. Give us like 5 minutes of what are you doing at Britam, and what is the pain point? What is that aspect that we are missing?
So good afternoon. So I had a presentation, and I'll take, I hope I'll be less than 5 minutes. And I'll say this is an elevator pitch. So my name is Mercy Mao from Britam. I'm the head of partnerships and digital innovation. So I'll start briefly with introduction of who Britam is. I won't take so much of that. Then I go to what are our pain points. So Britam is an insurance company. I hope everyone here has an insurance policy with us. And hi. So we have a range of solutions that is in so yeah, we have companies across, we offer financial services across different product lines. That's life assurance, general insurance, the micro segment, health, pension, business, property, and asset management. Then we are in different regions, 7. So head office being in Kenya, and then the 6 other countries, that's Uganda, Rwanda, South Sudan, Malawi, Mozambique, and Tanzania. So in 2021, we had our strategy, and our strategy, the current that we're running right now, is called EPIC. And why are we here today? It's because of innovation. So in the middle there, you can see there's something called innovation. So the rest of the things, they are our other strategic pillars, but the key one there is innovation. So with innovation, what we did as Britam under this strategy, we came up with a corporate accelerator program. Yes. Oh yeah, sorry. We came up with a corporate accelerator program, and this corporate accelerator program is known as Beta Lab. So in Beta Lab, what we do is, it was established in response to the need of Britam to stimulate innovation within the financial services and insurance sector. by incubating and accelerating growth of the business and cutting-edge ideas. So these are our objectives. So the financial return, how can we be able to empower the startups in the ecosystem? Deal flow pipeline, ensuring that we can have several startups running within the year, and we can tap into them with innovative ideas, and then we can scale them and see what we can be able to bring in the market. There is succession planning, ensure that Britam can sustain its growth, so in profitability and in the future, ensuring that we don't just lead in terms of the traditional products that we currently have, but see how we can be able to futuristically grow our products. Then ecosystem building, so collaborating with partners is one of the key strategic things that we do. Having partnerships, strategic partnerships that can be able to grow the business. Then learning and development, where research falls in. And also within this learning and development, what we have done under Beta Lab is that we have an internship program that we do with universities. Like right now, I think we partnered with UON, where we currently have students, and we've actually even transitioned them to permanent employment. I can report successfully that we've run 4 cohorts, and in the 4 cohorts that we've done under the Beta Lab program for internships, all of them have actually secured positions, whether outside and actually even within Britam. So this is a successful program showing that we can actually be able to work together with our university students. And I am here to actually say that we are producing good candidates outside there, very good candidates. And it means that we can be able to develop solutions that are good, even within our ecosystem, right? Then finally, regulatory lobbying. So when startups come to us, one of the things that we do is we ensure that we can be able to be the bridge between them and the regulator, ensuring that if a product needs a regulator's ear, it's us guys that who can be able to go and broker that relationship. So this is the program. What we do at Beta Lab, we usually bring in startups through this program called pre-incubator, incubator, then accelerator program. But finally, before I leave so that I can be able to finish on time, the needs that we currently have. So I'll go straight to it. Some of the pain points, the key pain points that we know in our insurance industry. One of them is in terms of the consumer behavior. What we've noticed is insurance was traditional, where we have basic policies, life insurance that we know about. So what about this new age group that is coming out? What new products can we bring into this industry? We are struggling with that, and this is part of a space that we can actually get research in and see which kind of products that can come about. Then we have health insurance and even the climate changes. So the type of products that we had before, they cannot be sustainable within this particular time, right? So we have drastic things happening in our climate changes. So what kind of products can we bring in? The other thing is in terms of cybersecurity and data privacy. So if you can look at the regulations right now, when it comes to data privacy laws, there's a very thin line to what we can actually do with customer data. Even when it comes to research, we actually don't know how do we ensure that we don't cross that line of customer data. So we need help in ensuring that we can be able to manage these kind of things. So when we are building things, how do we ensure that we protect ourselves even in terms of the laws that are currently coming up? And how does the insurance industry as well be able to manage themselves in this particular space. Then finally, one of the areas that is really growing, it's the emerging technologies and their impact. So what can we do in AI, machine learning, blockchain, things to do with telematics, telemedicine? We have a lot of things that can actually come out. And something that I can be able to say here is through our lab, if there is any innovation in terms of data, AI, we are actually encouraging that people can be able to come to us, and then we can see how we can co-create these solutions and be able to place them in the market. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You can hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Mercy, for that overview of Britam and what they can do. It's much more than insurance. I don't know what you have at KCB. Bwana Kennedy, you can take 5 minutes, introduce yourself, and give us what is it? What is the pain point for what it is that you're doing that regards to the conversation that we're having this afternoon?
Thank you. As I've heard, my name is Kennedy Mbaya, and I work in KCB. So I want to do a lot of introduction of KCB since Rosalyd was here yesterday, and she did a very good introduction of KCB. So I'll just go straight to the points that, rather for this session. Well, something that maybe some of you people are in financial sector, normally banking and insurance go hand in hand. So whatever maybe she mentioned, it's the same thing that the bank also go through, because we somehow serve the financial space. So some of the pain points that probably I throw it to you people, the researchers, is what she mentioned about cybersecurity. There are new attacks. You remember the other day there was an attack, and the system just went down. I think throughout the world, we were affected. Our bank was affected because we could not transact things online because something had to be done, and it took almost the whole day. So cyber attacks. So there are new threats, new attack vectors. So some people are developing, those young men are very weird people. There was a time I was going to, just digress a bit, I was going to consult a customer, and they were changing their IT system. So when I was sitting there, those young men were just there, and they were talking how they hacked into 3 banks, and they transferred money. They didn't know that I was a banker. I looked at them, I said, this is serious. Well, those are things. They were talking because that's how they are trained to hack, and then now to see how to stop those hacking. So what I will ask maybe probably the people who are doing the research is that we must collaborate so that we can come up with new encryption methods so that we can forestall such things, because it is there. The other day you heard about one of our competitor who lost some 2 billion. Something small. Just the young people have, the Gen Z as we call them, they're very sharp. So we think, just think how can you help us as the researchers? Another thing that probably, another pinpoint is about the climate change. As you might be aware that KCB is the first institution, financial institution in Kenya that was accredited in the Green Climate Funds. And we have the funds. And Kenyans are not coming. I mean, not many Kenyans are coming to benefit from those funds, because I think they have not conceptualized on how to think, on how to be able to tap on these the global climate funds. It is there, it's available. Although it's targeting a lot of money, the little is 50 million up to 250 million US dollars, if I may use that term, USD. So somehow you think about it, because climate is a real thing. And we as a bank, we're supposed to be people who are responsible lenders. We won't lend to a project or an innovation that will affect the emission. Yeah? We won't, we'll definitely not. So we are very keen about the green agenda, in our lending, in our socialization. Anything that you apply, you look at the environmental, social impact. We look at that. We see how will it impact the society. So you can even as you are thinking of those innovations, think how will it be things that will affect the environment? If it is not, then come. But if it's going to affect the environment, then you might need to relook at your strategies. Another point is that as a bank, we have that workforce skill gap. And sometimes you can come to the bank and find an engineer working as a clerk. You find a lawyer working as a clerk, because there are no jobs. But we need somebody who fits the department or the job that is needed at the bank. And this is where now the university can come in to analyze the skills shortages and future jobs market trends, so that we can be informed and even be able to do things well. I know the AI is coming up, and it's really coming very fast. Probably maybe think about it. How do we, as you people, the innovators, think about that space? How would you help the banks to be able to manage or be able to embrace the AI? Then finally, there's data privacy. Data privacy and management. Well, here, there's so much. The people who are Kenyans, you know that act, Data Privacy Act, which is very hard. In fact, I was surprised that last week I was attending another meeting, and we had to sign in data privacy, that our pictures, when they are seen, will not sue the organization. I didn't sign one here. So there are those things that we are faced as a bank, that even if we have information, people can access the core banking system, but there is also the data privacy. How do we protect data from wrong people tapping into it and using it? Most of the frauds that you hear in the bank, you hear that frauds are done on dormant accounts. The frauds are done on the accounts of the elderly people. So how do you come up with models that can protect such things, so that at least when the banks are doing their operation, they are safe, and we are able to secure the data of people, even if they are sick, terminally sick, and they have money in their bank, so that they don't fall into that trap. So mine was just that, because I said the insurance and banking, we work together. So she has expounded most of things. I'm just going to chip in so that I can just fill in the gap, so that I can look at it from the pain point from the banking perspective. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. So is it that, okay, yes, please give a round of applause. So is it that easy to come in and say, well, we've been seeing in the news that there are cyber attacks, or there's this challenge we've identified. How easy is it for the research institutions to come in? Because what you're told is the research institutions, the universities, you're not working with the industry. So how can the research institutions, the universities, even the students themselves come and access, and just provide those solutions? Do they need to come with a product? Do they need to co-develop? What do you think would be the easiest way? Okay,
now for the bank, for KCB, I know we have a department known as Digital Financial Services, where now there are developers who are there, some of them. Most of them are developers. And probably it's good for the university to just collaborate with the bank. If you can say we are studying this thing, we want to collaborate. Like, for example, how do we fight the cyber attack? Then the bank is very open, as long as there is the data privacy now, so that when they share data, it won't leak out. We are very keen about that. We are very keen about non-disclosure agreement. Because anybody can sue the bank and can go for a very big compensation. So it is a bit tricky, but the university can approach now through that level. The VCs and the MDs, they talk and then they see how they can be able to be allowed to work together. That's the challenge that we have. But it's something that it is workable. Thank you.
Mercy, I don't know, in the beta lab, I don't know how that works. Have you, just tell us, like, in a minute, a bit more about that and how that would benefit the industry.
Okay, so
Hello. Yeah.
So, yeah, under Beta Lab, what we normally do is, yes, first of all, the non-disclosures have to be signed. Then the other thing is we also do due diligence, just to ensure that the person that we are dealing with also is someone that cannot leak the information out. The other thing is once you introduce people within Beta Lab, right, is you find that they have something that maybe Britam does not have. So it's that skill set that we are getting from outside that we tap into. For us, we could be having the data, then the skill set of making that data means something, right? So that is what we try and do. So in terms of data protection and privacy and even cyber attacks, you'll find that there's a thin line, like I said. Even when you use customer data, up to what extent can you use this data? Because everyone, even when you're purchasing a product under insurance, yes, we say there are terms and conditions. You should look at the terms and conditions. You'll find that there are some areas that we cannot be able to go, right? So these are the areas that I'm finding that, and it's something that we've actually been discussing. What can we be able to do to ensure that we find that win-win with the data that we currently have, and up to what extent can we work on it to make better solutions. So that's the area that needs now further development.
Let me just add something. Most of the public universities have accounts with KCB Bank. And that's in fact an entry point. Most of the public universities. And you have a relationship manager who in charge of the public universities in Kenya, even private universities, the same person. So that's another entry point that you can work with the bank, because through that relationship manager, he can be able to bring you on board and start seeing how you can collaborate into giving out solutions.
I don't know that there are some quick questions to our panelists this afternoon. Yes. We could get a microphone, please, on that table there. Any other
were there
questions?
roaming mics? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Just finally I get a mic. I've been dodged for long. Thank you, Mbaya, for, as you spoke, if researchers were keen, you are giving them opportunities. Cybersecurity, research on that, find a solution to that, banks are ready to take. The green agenda, banks are ready to support. Then this is the bit I didn't get to ask the person of KCB when she spoke, which you can, because when I worked in KIPI, we worked with some of my colleagues here, KCB was approached by one of our colleagues to support an invention which had already got a utility model certificate. And it takes a bit of risk where you use the invention or the patent as collateral. Basically, it's like you take it to the market, it can make money or not make money. If it makes money, the person is able to pay the loan, and the bank will get their money back. So you are talking of, even the insurers, talking of many products, innovating many products. But why are you not innovating products to risk your money on an innovation until it gets to the market? Because if it makes it, those are millions. But if it doesn't, look at it as the money that you spend on CSR. Can you risk it there also? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I take it and then probably she'll add on that. Well, you know, banks don't have their own money. They have the public money. It's people's money. And they're very keen. They don't want to burn their fingers, if I may use that word. You invest, and then somebody yesterday said, yeah, there's a lady from Ghana, Nigeria or Ghana. She said startups, 90%, 80 to 90% of them collapse. They die doing inception. So the banks are very careful where to put their money, because they know if it goes down, somebody will say they have invested wrongly, and it can have a ripple effect. So it's a bit tricky. It's something that you have to work very careful. But nowadays, the bank, okay, like us now, we might talk about KCB. We have what you call KCB Foundation. They have those thematic areas that they support. Education and research is part of it. So nowadays, if somebody wants to partner, wants to get that, he can go through the KCB Foundation, which is a semi-autonomous from the bank. They have their own budget. So if you use that one, if they can support you using the KCB Foundation, the better. Because the main bank will not.
Maybe, Kennedy, the pharmacy comes in. At what point do they need to come? Is it when they already have the product, or do they need to come earlier so that then the bank can see that there's prospect?
They can come early, as long as they have a case or rather they have something to sell, and they have an idea that they feel if it is progressed further, it will bring some value to the community. Yes.
So for our side, it's a bit different. And it's because we have Beta Lab, and we thank God for it. So we have been able to test products, and that means Britam does put in something for the testing. Some of the things, after testing, you're able to actually get data on what to improve, right? So as we continue also growing, what we did is ensure that now we have some frameworks. So in the event that even a startup approaches us, we know where to place them. So like what I said, we have a pre-incubator program. So a pre-incubator program literally deals with, you have an idea, and you need training and mentorship more, right? So that you can make this idea more viable, and then you can also work on your MVP. So that one usually takes 3 to 6 months. After that, you can be able to pitch, and then we see, does it move to the next level? Then the next one, we have an incubator part. If in the event you come as at the incubator, we profile you and we find that you have actually done an MVP, and it's ready for piloting and testing. We have the customers, you might also be having the customers, and then we can be able to co-create something and push it to the market for testing. Then we have the accelerator. So for the accelerator bit, you've already done some tests, and you have a good product outside, right? Then you want the muscle. So what that means is we get into a deal and see how we can be able to see a win-win solution, a win-win entry. Whether it's in support of making the, accessing the market in terms of customers, or whether it's in terms of even improving your product in areas of research and all. So at least we have a vehicle to do it.
So we have like a minute left. In like 30 seconds, what is like 1 or 2 things that have often, you've realized, this one people always fail on this point, whether it's SMEs, whether it's researchers, whoever, this one, they'll always, the higher percentage of people fail at this point. What would that be for KCB, for Britam?
Okay, for KCB, normally it is the environmental assessment, that part. We are very keen. We work very closely with NEMA and the other bodies. So we are very keen about that. If we see something small that is to the negative, we will not assist.
All right. Okay. Ours, due diligence. So if you fail on the due diligence, it will be hard to enter.
Where do people mainly fall? In that, when you're doing the due diligence?
How you rate yourself as well. Mm-hmm. Even also, so due diligence has 2 aspects. The idea itself, it could fail.
So you could come with an idea and outrightly it can't work, right? Then the other thing is in terms of you as a person as well, when we do your due diligence and see that in a financial industry you could raise some issues, that there also you can also fail. Mostly those are the issues that we encounter and are the issues that barriers to entry. Other than that, I think there are other things we can be able to work on and ensure that a startup can actually grow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any other? Our time is up. I don't know, one quick burning question. But I think we can give them a round of applause. I don't know whether it's been interesting for you that there's so much, that the industry also, much as the whole idea was to see what are those things that we fail on very quickly when we are approaching the industry. Today we had the insurance and banking, but then I think it cuts across in most of the other industries, that when you go there, what are the things that we can fail on? So let's give another round of applause to Mercy and Kennedy from Britam and KCB. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Freda. Thank you, Marcy. And thank you, Kennedy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually the last session that we had today. How does it feel? That good was very fast. Is it good because it's coming to an end, or is it good because you've had 2 interesting days? So I'd like to call upon my co-MC on stage. Before we call Dr. Tony to give the closing remarks, it's good to actually just have a feel of how the last 2 days have been for you, to get a bit of a feedback. I know once Dr. Tony is making the presentation, we are going to present on Slido to get your feedback on how the 2 days have been, what you'd like to be done better for 2023, 2025 CEIL Summit. I think we were talking about the reverse pitching, so I started taking the years in reverse as well. So it's good to get their feedback as well. And maybe just asking you, my co-MC, how does it feel coming to an end?
Oh, let me just talk about my highlights. For me, I think I really enjoyed the debate that happened during the breakaway sessions. I think it's really been important for me as a budding entrepreneur in the creative sector to learn about the opportunities that I have in terms of innovation. I feel like I really need that session on AI, online, virtually. I need to find it. So kindly, please make it happen. And I think it's very exciting when you see, it's always been my feeling that the scholars are very rigid when it comes to engagements. Like for me, in the creative sector and engaging the scholars, it's always been rigid. But I'm seeing there's a big shift in mindset from these conversations that we've had, that the scholars, the academia is interested in knowing how best to practice, how best to be impactful to the society, how best to be innovative and creative, even in terms of, like the table we were in over there, they were thinking of how the methodologies that they use in training their students can be upgraded so that it can allow them to be more innovative when they leave the spaces, the academic spaces. So it's very exciting to see this, and I can't wait for the action points. Oh yeah, so yeah, you can scan that QR code for feedback. So just scan it as we go on to talk about our highlights. You can scan it and give your feedback over there. But yeah, you see, innovations are going everywhere. We don't have to come to you and tell you, what did you feel? You can easily just scan the QR code and give us your feedback.
This is part of the innovation, the spirit of innovation. This is one of the ways that we are tapping into innovation and technology to be able to give our feedback. Imagine if we had to have every single person in this room, 250 people, to give their feedback, whether it's on paper or by word of mouth, having the mic passing around. That would have been something that's
actually
very challenging.
Take up your phone, scan the QR code. We are seeing you, so we can actually judge you if you're actually doing it or not. So take up your phone.
And how
Don't
you
just
hold,
lift
how
it
you
now
hold
if you like
your
going
phone.
around.
Yeah, how you hold your phone would actually know if you're on Slido or you're not.
Fantastic. Rukia, how has the experience been for you?
I think the experience has been very, very interesting. As someone who actually aspires to be a sociocultural anthropologist, the human behavior, and I know part of the conversations that we had yesterday was that entrepreneurship it's a culture, it's a lifestyle. it's not from the hard skills that we actually learn in school and the concepts of entrepreneurship, but it's basically the day-to-day relationships that we establish, the resilience, the community, the customer experience, that we're willing to do whatever it takes to actually make it work. And from a behavioral perspective, I think that's something very, very critical in whatever that we do, regardless of the sector that you're working in. Whether you are supporting innovation and investment from the government, from the academia, from the private sector, from the development partners that are supporting this, or even from the community itself, it is very important for us to understand there is enough for everyone on the table, and we also just need to understand what is my share of stake in this one stake that we all feel like we need to fight for. So I think that's a very interesting thing. I would really wish that this keeps on going beyond just convening people in conference rooms, but also with the meaningful relationships that are established out of convening people in such spaces to just have innovations, the experience come out of this space beyond just being a conversation, but actually seeing it implemented in the institutions that we came from. And I think the experience played very well. For me to go back to the institution as an alumni, I needed to have actually had a good experience in that institution. Yeah.
One thing that I picked out is that throughout the 2 days we've been here, this side of the room has been very quiet, this side. So we're going to start to get our feedback, especially from this side. So this side of the room, right from here, going this direction, kindly give us your feedback. Do we have a floor manager with us?
Can we have the roaming mics on this
Share
side?
with us maybe your aha moment, share with us maybe your takeaway, share with us something that you're going to do differently moving forward. Yes, we have someone right over there.
They're on Slido.
There we go. Good.
Thank you very much, Professor Simiyu, Masai Mara University, Director, University Industry Linkages. And my aha moment here has been sharing great moments with the presenters on the university or academia industry partnership, and also the issue of the funding, just changing the paradigm shift from donor to being a partner. So we are taking up that and we are running away with it. Cybersecurity issues in the last topic were also moments where we see the opportunities for us to tap in to offer solution from the academia to the industry and the banking sector, for example. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Mwiriki Kiula, serving as Director, ICT and Innovation, Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital. My best moments: innovate, create enterprises to answer the question of youth unemployment. Else, we anticipate youth quick. Thank you also for the opportunity for networking. I appreciate.
Thank you. Can we have at least a lady from this side? Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Evelyn from Immobilis for the Agile Digital Program. It's really refreshing to see this discussion and really the kind of conversations that were in this room. But really to say that beyond the conversations, beyond what has been discussed and agreed, how do we ensure that even by the time we're getting to the CEIL 2025, that these ideas are implemented? How do we ensure that every feasible idea that was discussed here is incubated, is scaled, and is sustainable to really support us or to help create the jobs, help create the wealth, and definitely grow our economies, especially in the global south? Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. Let's have our friends from Tanzania. Our friends from Tanzania, please. Let's have someone from Tanzania. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have one, I can say, opinions. Normally, in the early stages of education systems, the focus was to train individuals so that they can be employed by the industries. But now we are focusing on ensuring that we develop skills to individuals who will be able to become entrepreneurs. so that they can employ themselves, okay, rather than focusing on getting employed. But also this will need to be go in consistency with the curriculum improvement that will look at the need of the society, so that these individuals are trained on areas that are priorities to the individual sectors, economies of individual countries, so that it becomes easier to transform what they learn in the universities into tangible outputs that will be utilized by the society. Thank you.
Asante sana. Huyu ni jamaa wa suluhu. Tumeshukuru sana for that solution. Let's move to West Africa. Let's move to West Africa. Any representation from Ghana, please? All right, let's get the mic here. Over here.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Justice. I was really excited to see vice chancellors get involved and sit through, abandon their positions and the many meetings and sit through this for these many days. It's extremely powerful message to the extent to which they get involved in turning their universities onto entrepreneurial universities, and to provide support to the actors down who actually deliver the day-to-day activities that will make entrepreneurial universities. So for me, this is extremely critical, and I'm excited about it. What have I liked about this? I think the involvement of the vice chancellors to tell us what their universities are doing, and to kind of inspire the rest of the university to follow the visions that the universities have. In most places, the difficulty is that the bottom has a lot of energy, but they need the support and investment from top hierarchy. So this is something that I'm excited about. I am excited about the extent of innovation in the East Africa region, and I've told my colleagues that we don't appear to have as much as is happening here. So I'm not too sure what can be done in our region, but I go back with a lot of energy to do as much as is dependent on us, and to try and bring and infect as many people as possible with the ideas that we have to. Of course, Kenya cannot run away, because the Gen Zs have shown the big people what is possible. I'm sure next one it will be at the university professors, and to say, hey, you guys do something for us. And in my language, they say that when you find your brother's beard on fire, you fetch water and put it near yours. Or at best, you dip your whole head into water. So the things that are happening in Kenya, it's a wake-up call to the rest of Africa, and say that we need to do a lot more. I'm sorry that I want to take advantage of this opportunity you have given to ask a very, very important question. This is not to undermine the interest in the older generation to give or create enabling environment for young people to set up their businesses. But I've asked this question before and I got trouble. I met professors who said, when I was young, 3 of my first businesses failed. And beyond that, I got a bit better. And when I grew older, I had more successful businesses. So I keep asking the old people, when would they also innovate, set up businesses, leave their jobs and go run those businesses, because we older people, I'm 53 now, 52, I turn 53 next year. We have a lot more experience in driving, and we have a lot of resources. Some of us don't need to go borrow money because people have accumulated money. So whilst we are at it, creating environment for young people, let's see how we can demonstrate what works by stepping into the field and dating ourselves, like our colleague who came from one of the universities that has started, goats, has started, pottery, and things are happening. Yes, so I think we should do that so that young people can learn from us and give space to young people. Other times, we should resign our jobs so that young people can take over, and then we can go and start up startups. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That's a challenge to all the professors in the room. Are you willing to actually give up your jobs right now and actually go and try running the businesses that you keep on? You're doing the two right now. So what he's saying is you resign and you focus on the business so that someone else can actually do that. I think we could actually get feedback around the creative economy as well. We've had a lot of feedback organically around the different sectors. It would be good to have an understanding of that. In the morning, when Professor here was making a presentation, especially on the music, it was interesting to understand how music is not just a performance, but it's a form of expression, it's a form of storytelling. At the same time, there's a huge commercialization opportunity that presents itself. I don't know if we have enough professors in the room that would be able to look into the creative economy and see the potential that research in this sector would be able to bring about commercialization and investment in the sectors. Yes, we have a question here and a question over there.
Thank you so much. Again, my name is Professor Peter Kibas from Zetech University. Somebody talked about professors retiring. I'm 72 now, and I still have about 5 years to go. Contract. The younger generation require people like us. And I'm sure many of the younger generation here, among them some of my former students, look at say, you still have some time to give us. So we are saying, the older you are, what comes in? Many things come in. So we don't retire, but we give advice. That's what we do. Now, regarding the creative economy, you remember after the professor there finished, I stood and I said, standing ovation to her. Because it's an area that has been neglected. You look at the music, you look at athletics, come from an area where people run, make money and bring it to this country and so on. Football is the same thing. How can we tap into this? Because these are people who earn their money, their sweat. They may not be academic. Some are academic and combined, but they may not be endowed with those kind of skills. So what do we do? That's the challenge I'm giving all of us as we move the next stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we have one last response before we call Dr. Tony on stage?
Thank you so much, because actually I'm from the startup perspective, but because now we're only remaining with the creative economy, and now I think I also want to contribute a little bit about the creative economy. I mean, when you talk about creative economy, actually we're talking literally about creativity and what creativity can bring. And I'll be here to support what actually what starts for the creative economy. What happens here is when you talk about creativity, of course, criticism also comes in. People think like when you're creative, you create poems. When you have poems, you start criticizing the government. So those kind of things, nobody wants to invest in them. What has ailed up the creative economy is actually lack of investment. The same idea, people feel, actually, if you look at, let me pick Kenya for example. If you look at Kenya, what actually ailed Kenya, I'll be very honest about this. What ails Kenya creative economy, it has to do with everything we do with the role of the government. If you look at the time of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Ngugi wa Thiong'o is a very renowned writer, and he used to write about government very negatively. So the government created a department called Department of Culture. So the Department of Culture was supposed to register and deregister people. So any company that was not very good in the hands of the government was actually being deregistered. So up to today, Kenya has no really policy on creative economy, to be honest. And what they have is Department of Culture. Department of Culture doesn't support art. It actually deregisters art. That's the role of Department of Culture. So how can you have, so what we need right now is actually a fund that actually, or a grant that is able, if you give this artist an opportunity, let me tell you, artists are very good spenders. If you want the economy to grow, give these guys money, they'll spend it, the whole of it today. They'll finish everything. But that's not the case. The case is they will create actually, what happens here, if we would get the creative economy rolling, we have to also look at how to support the artists, not to deregister them, and also create new ways and new ideas, and to let them really thrive in their game. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness, that is so passionate. Do you have inside information on the Kenya Actors Guild being deregistered?
100%.
Thank you so much. I think we might be ready for our final remarks.
Yes, I'm not seeing Dr. Tony.
He's
I don't
right
know.
here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. As we come to the end of CEIL Summit 2024, we'd like to call upon Dr. Tony on stage to finalize and officially end today's event with the closing remarks. And also, just give us the CEIL resolutions for 2024. We need to understand why we're here, what are the outcomes of how this came about, and maybe foreseeable plans for the CEIL Summit 2025 so that the partners can be able to look forward to it, do something better, be a different person by the time we are reconvening here in the same space. Thank you very much, and on to you, Doctor.
Let's appreciate our MC team has worked so hard. I'm sure you have had to learn what was commercialization last week. Yeah, so that you can speak the right language to these great men and women. So you had to go through a crash course of some sort. So we are here to close the the forum, the Commercialization and Entrepreneurship Summit 2024. It's the third year. I would say, honestly, there has been significant improvement in many ways. The kind of people we have in the room, the kind of engagements that we're able to have. Some people who used to be hesitant about what to say and how to say it, now they get more comfortable and are able to engage more. And I think to me that's really impressive. Not a perfect event. We have our own challenges, resources, how much can you do about what, time management. I saw some people trying to press buttons and say as many things as they can within the shortest time possible. And we learn out of that and figure out how to do better next time. But how many can confirm that you have learned something new as a result of this, at whatever level you are? Great. Thank you very much. How many of you would say, by the way, when you raise your hand, blood flows better in your system. So if you don't raise, Second, how many would say that you have built some kind of partnership or network that either is shaping up, emerging, or has already just happened as a result of? Great. Wonderful. How many would agree that we actually have some very good support from our PSs who came yesterday to get a position of government, our vice chancellors who have sat here until end of this day? They came on Wednesday and they had morning session. There were members who were in the council, had a whole morning. In the afternoon, they had a whole training up to around 5 o'clock. Yesterday, they were here the whole day, and here they are the whole day. I mean, I am a CEO, so I know what this means. And when you're running a whole university and you can see, that means you're really passionate about the subject. So how many would appreciate that this is really great support? Partners, vice chancellors, and so on and so forth. More blood flow. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we have great momentum. I have been walking in and out and talking to different people. I think we have really great momentum. And those who have a sense of where we're going, and we're just only managing the stages of it, we can see a really great opportunity in the future. We just need to stick on this course. Now, these are some of the resolutions that we've picked out of conversations, engagements, and out of consideration of the journey that we have been all along, so that when we meet, God willing, next summit, we'll look at the progress we've made on some of the following issues. Remember, from our standpoint as Kenya, the event, CEIL, is a celebration moment of the accomplishments of a year in the space that we are in. And it is an opportunity to challenge ourselves about what we could do the next 12 months. So it is for a purpose that we gather together here. Number one, the Kenya Network of Entrepreneurial Institution Leaders, NEIL. We've run it for about 1.5 years now. We have a council. We've kind of come up, of course, with our strategic plan. We've got priority projects and so on and so forth. And one of the resolutions we made yesterday, but one, is now we are putting together a formal framework of how we admit institutions into the network. And that could be universities, it can be TVETs, it can be research centers, it can be anyone who wants to join. We'll think through the value proposition, we'll think through the commitments that you have to make. You know, membership only thrives if there is a lot of value coming from the individuals. What are you bringing into the network? What do you get out of the network? So we have a council meeting in January that will make resolutions and adopt a framework for admitting members into the network. So that's a major thing that we hope then we will see the implication of it by the time we gather to the CEIL Summit next. Number two is on the IS program. Now, we started off with 3 universities, 2 research centers, have grown to 14 universities, 2 research centers. A number of institutions have come and said, you know, how do we join, you know, and so on and so forth. We are a lean team, but I think we can handle a little more. So the plan we have is to move into phase 3, and I've talked to a few partners who are interested in this area. We will be running a call to admit a few more institutions into the IS program 2024-5, and in the process, enable more of the R2C running at institutional level. As much as possible for me, things should happen at the institutional level, then we aggregate the result. If we concentrate everything at the National Innovation Agency, then you know, we can only do so much. So we try to empower as many institutions as possible. And thirdly, within that frame of institutional support, which has, of course, very many things for those who know, the third new thing we'll try to do is to strengthen the institutional working group. So one of the things I am exploring is how to, what mechanisms can we use to strengthen the institutional working group? There are already 3 members there. Whether we can add more, I don't know. Whether we can do more capacity building, whether we can facilitate, whatever we can do, we make you stronger for you to follow through the resolutions of the NEIL Council as well as the CEIL Summit. That's 2. Number 3 is on the maturity framework. To us, this is like the best yardstick we have, like the guide that helps us to think through what are the new interventions that we need to construct to support institutions, whether it's capacity building, whether it's enhancement of infrastructure, whether it is the teaching and learning that needs to be, whether we need to develop a curriculum, you know, for entrepreneurial teaching and learning, whether we need to take the faculty who are teaching entrepreneurship for some kind of course or peer learning, whatever. Everything really is anchored on the maturity framework. So here's what we'd like to do. 1, we want to leverage the NEIL to mainstream that maturity framework into our institutions as much as possible. If you notice, the maturity framework has nothing to do with competition as to who is better than the other. It has everything to do with self-improvement. So it is a very objective, gentle way of improving our ecosystems. So mainstreaming. Second, on November 26th, when we start off the Kenya Innovation Week, we'll have the final session of the training of the 14 vice chancellors. And there they will sign off the master plans, the innovation master plans, more like a 3 to 5 year transformation plan for your institution. So we hope then we will kind of officially move into the M&D phase of those master plans. Of course, the M&D has kind of started a little bit, but formally it will start at that time. And then we will transition into getting more institutions and supporting the current institutions in the implementation of the master plans. Since we have done the self-evaluation and a little bit of the peer evaluation on the maturity framework for the 14 institutions, what we'd like to do is, as part of the M&D, the 14 vice chancellors, you can expect to see Kenya in your institution in the next 1 year as a follow-up of what did it mean to you, all right? And how is that aligned to your master plan? And how is that aligned to your implementation plan? What reforms are shaping up and what new initiatives are shaping up to implement the master plan? Secondly, 12 months after the first evaluation, we're going to do another self-evaluation. all right? So as an institution, you should be able to say, okay, so we evaluated ourselves last year, and this is how we felt. 12 months later, after a set of interventions, including training and exposure and summits like these, new initiatives come in the institutions. You initiate new things. How would you evaluate yourself? How will the peers evaluate you? And how will we validate that process? So that becomes some of the work we'll do under the maturity framework. So those 3 bullets, and I intend to circulate these slides as we polish them. Bullet number 4 is about the TTO as a service. You know, we've spent some time to think through what the institutions would have to go through in the establishment of strong, fully functional TTOs. And we recognize that not all of them will move at the pace that we all would desire, for example. And so one way to address this is to build a shared TTO. And over the last couple of months, we mobilized some resources and got a consultant to help us design it. From September, which is this coming month, we are moving into a pilot phase that will run all the way to around February, and we mobilized some resources to that, to support that. Then beyond February, we're going to scale this substantially, and the TTO as a service becomes a vehicle that enables institutions to tap into the services at a very professional level, national level, linking with the institutions. So we are focal persons at institutions. And our dream is that the members of NIL will benefit from this service, and we will have to figure out how to operationalize that. Finally, we will ensure coordination of capacity building of TTOs at the institutional level through the national framework that we've put up. Number 5 is innovation funding. Now, we made this as one of the resolutions of CEIL last year. And I presented yesterday morning about some of the little progress that we've made. You know, the support to the R2C as part of our mobilization efforts. But I feel we need to scale this up a lot. Now, we made a lot of effort pursuing a number of options. Some succeeded, some didn't. And we've kind of come up with a number of new ideas, engaging here, of how we could actually scale this agenda. And we envision that by the time we're at CEIL 2025, we will be announcing a mega fund, a mega innovation fund that has a very strong link with private sector and a number of partners to support our innovation efforts. And mark my word, we will have to have a table here and have it signed off. If it doesn't happen, I will not come to CEIL Summit 2025. And I hope that by the CEIL Summit 2025, some of the innovators who have benefited through the efforts that we've had and are at the point of scaling, the TTO as a service is going to identify priority ones and try to support them to move again up the value chain. And by the time we're at the CEIL Summit, you should sign an investment deal. If we are not signing an investment deal, I'm not coming. Then we are moving, isn't it? Because funding is going to help us to achieve as many of the results that we want to achieve. So we already have some engagement with some partners who are helping us, who are going to help us to craft this. I've talked to a couple of partners, and the last one that I just spoke to as I was a few maybe 30 or so minutes ago, actually was very excited at this thought of the fund and having some deals signed at the CEIL Summit 2025. Number 6 is around the entrepreneurial leaders training program. Now, we've run a pilot with vice chancellors. It has 6 modules. 2 days we spent together in Diani, then we moved to Nairobi and immersed ourselves at KU and the CPE. We had a session 2 days ago working with the vice chancellors again. We'll all go to India in October, 14 of them, and immerse ourselves for 3-4 days, and we will wrap up in November, on the 26th. Now, out of that, we think we will create a version 2 for the vice chancellors as a support mechanism for the M&E work and the implementation of the master plan. So we'll try to create a version 2 of the vice chancellor's training, and we'll create a version 1 for DVCs and directors, because it's part of building an ecosystem. All right? See, I'm not a politician, but yeah. So hopefully by the time we're at CEIL Summit 2025, we will even be going further down. Say, let's get as many people exposed as possible. Then I think I've finished that. Number 7, and Kev Dr. Kevi Desai is behind here. The last couple of months, we've been thinking about how to try and now move into the sectors and get them more and more pronounced. We've got national priorities for research, SD&I, and so on and so forth, but we don't always talk about the depth with which we need to manage that entire value chain and the support systems that need to be in those value chains. So, for example, Kevi Desai has agreed to coordinate the agriculture value chain, innovation in agriculture value chain. We've got two other people who have also agreed to do, manufacturing, and someone else is interested in biotech. You know, Vice Chancellors, this is where pressure now starts to emerge. When we say that the university leads a cluster, a national cluster, this is where now the niche engagement starts happening. Because you don't think about it only in the context of your institution. You think about it in the context of the country, that we are the drivers of this agenda. And therefore, the entire research ecosystem in that area is in your radar. The entire private sector ecosystem in that area is in your radar. The entire government machinery is in your radar. Startups in that area are in your radar. So then you become a strong force at national level. So whatever opportunities we will try to craft together on how do we bring the entire set of players within the various clusters will be amazing to build, so that by the time we're at the CEIL Summit, we are able to engage more and more on the efforts around the clusters. At the Kenya Innovation Week, we do have a session specifically around the clusters. So I think it's an agenda that is shaping up very strongly. Last but not least is 2025 CEIL Summit. You asked me for the date, 28th, 29th. I think it's a Friday, a Thursday and a Friday. Hopefully, we will stick to it if nothing happens. August 28, 29 of 2025. And we will be emphasizing more outcomes and the impact, including the results we're getting out of the maturity framework. And we want to target more private sector involvement. So a target of about 40% of participation next year will be private sector biased. And we hope that we will be having as much impact as possible in our national ecosystem of innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And maybe because we started with music, we can continue having some music as we invite, I think we should have some photos taken. So I would like to invite just different groups of people to come ahead in front here, and we have some pictures taken. Maybe we should start with the partners. I want to invite all the partners who have supported CEIL Summit 2024 to come on the podium and take a photo. Please, if there's anyone from RISA, please come on stage. Anyone from Victoria Ventures, British Council?
Can we have the band play something in the background?
Yes. All the partners who are present at the moment, please just come and join us here. Those who are here, let's try and move with speed. Immobilis, you just had a session a few minutes ago. KEPSA, MasterCard. Thank you so much. Yes, let's walk with speed a little bit. And then maybe the Secretariat can prepare themselves and we have a picture with them as well, real quick. Band, you can go ahead. All right, yes. Enos, are you coming for the photo? Yeah, please, just hurry up a little bit. Let's just wait for Amy and Maureen. Lovely. One second, we have one more. Yeah, thank you.
Wakia, the partners are not smiling.
They're sad it's coming to an end. That's why. Lovely. Maybe we can have the members of the Secretariat. Members of the Secretariat present, please come up and take a picture. Thank you so much. You can see we are moving with a bit more energy. Great. Members of the Secretariat, come onto the podium real quick. We take a nice photo. Thank you so much for putting this together. Next, we will have all the delegates, all our VCs, all our scholars from countries that are not Kenya. If you're not from Kenya, please prepare yourself. We would like to take a picture with you. Fantastic. Let's have all the delegation from different countries apart from Kenya. All the other countries apart from Kenya. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're taking photos, remember there is a networking cocktail that has been prepared for you. You can continue dialogue. Yes, the only non-Kenyan. So kindly do not leave. There is a cocktail prepared for you, a networking cocktail.
You need to say You need to say Akwaba. Akwaba. Welcome.
All right, the Ghanaian delegation wants their own photos. Yeah, watu wa Ghana wamesema they will occupy. Ghana has occupied the pod. Next, please, let's prepare our R2C innovators. Please do come and join us. But before that, can we have the Kenya delegation? Kenya delegation, members from Laikipia who came through, all those who came from Kisumu, Eldoret from Moi University. Kenyan delegation, please. Let's go up to the podium. Kenyan delegates, please, let's go to the podium. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Lovely Kenyan delegation. Those who are on stepping on the carpet, please go a step behind and be on the podium. Those who are on the carpet, take a step back into the podium itself. This cameraman is taking a video of very stern looking faces and there's music playing. Let's have a little bit of smile. Ebu move kidogo before we take that photo. Are you hearing the beat of this music? Kenyans. Lovely. Britam is representing very well. Kenya is representing very well. Daystar is representing very well. But this side of the crowd, what is happening here? Let's see a move. Give us a move. Anguka nayo. Are we happy? Fantastic. Let's have the R2C's innovators. R2C's innovators. R2C innovators. Dr. Tony, you're the only constant in these photos. R2C innovators. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Dr. Tony, please join them. You are the only constant. Rukia, where are you?
To all the delegates in the room, please do not leave. We have a few instructions. Please do not leave until we say leave. Give us about 5-10 minutes, please. We request for 5-10 minutes before you can go to the beach. We also have a cocktail networking sessions later. So please stay back for about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Fantastic, fantastic. Band.
Special song too.
Special dedication.
CEO Tony.
CEO Tony ni wewe
Dr.
unaambiwa.
Tony on one side.
Dr. Tony, Dr. Tony.
Dr. Tony, this is yours.
Dr. Tony, Dr. Tony. This is for you. Turn around, turn around, turn around and look at the screen.
Dr. Tony, this is your
Look
song.
at the screen, look at the screen. Turn around, turn around. Hey.
Nitaimba na kucheza, na kucheza. Weka keki juu ya meza, juu ya meza. Oh, ila usiniteke.
Hello.
Nitakuletea zawadi, utabarikiwa akimwana mpeke. Aje na dumu la maji, asije kakumwagikia. Nakapicha kako nitakaposi, so kupenda itawakosi. Leo siku yako nishajikoki. Tuko rafiki zako tunasema happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Hey.
Happy birthday.
Hey.
Happy birthday, Tony. Sinyagi bombe leo talewa, niwape shombe wala chelewa. Zigini pana mwone tampe Tembela ngome umalewa. Asante kwa mama. Nakupanda keke. Akulinde baba. Maulana. Takuombea na dua. Nakapicha kako nitakaposi.
You know, first of all, okay, I didn't plan. So, you know, I generally plan things, no? This is what I didn't plan, so I'm not very sure exactly what to say. But it's really fun. I mean, it's interesting. I think mmenipata, hapo nimekubali. Nimepatikana. Number two, yeah, I knew about birthday, yes, but I didn't plan nothing. You know, I was like, I'm going back home, and you know, and then I'll plan something. So this one, nikupatikana, and then, you know, I'm that personality that structures things. You know, you're thinking ahead. You know what you're gonna do next, and so on and so forth. But this one, kaput, nimepatikana. Thank you very much. It's really fun.
Just a minute
Very
before
much.
you leave, we have a surprise song for you.
Humble. Thank you very much. Yeah?
Listen to this. I need you to dance.
Unleash it.
Dr. Tony, that's a special dedication to you.
Not to dispute, but okay, just a moment, we are two.
I mean to, I mean to, I mean to, rero rero, ayo wega, rero rero, yeso man. I mean to, I mean to, I mean to, I mean to, rero rero, ay gakwega, rero rero, ay dokwega. Yesu no muyare, Yesu no muyare, Yesu no muyare, Yesu no muyare, Nero nero, Yesu no juega, Nero nero, Yesu no juega. Ay minto, redondero, ay que acuega, redondero, ay que acuega, ay minto, ay minto, ay minto, ay minto, redondero, ay que acuega, redondero, ay que acuega, Yesu no muyare, Yesu no muyare, Yesu no muyare, Yesu no muyare, redondero, aquí ya juega, redondero, aquí ya juega.
Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Dr. Tony.
Just a moment of silence, just for a word of prayer. We started with a word of prayer, and we just need to honor God and say thank you. So kindly let us pray. Father God, we just want to thank you for your faithfulness. We thank you for the successful CEIL Summit that we've had. We thank you, King of Glory, for the different areas that we've looked at and the action points. We just praise, we just exalt your name even for Dr. Mwanza, and we thank you for all partners that made this successful, for institutional support team, the vice chancellors, and all the leaders that were here. And we just praise you for that, and we thank you for the resolutions. Just praying that, King of Glory, as we go back to our different institutions, our different countries, that we will be able to implement them, and that King of Glory will make a difference in our countries, in empowering the students, and just contributing to the wealth of our nations. And glory and thanks will be unto your mighty name. And for those who are traveling back to different parts in Kenya and other countries, we pray that you'll grant them journey mercies. Those who are staying, we pray that you'll continue to watch over us, and glory and thanks will be unto your mighty name. For it's in Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Thank
Keki,
you.
now it's time. Kukula keki, then
Thank you.
cocktail
Before you
later
leave,
on. Thanks.
before you leave, we have tea that is actually served at the Expo Center, and then we reconnect at 6:30 for the cocktail and networking session, still at the Expo Center, but at the garden area.
This is not enough.
Of the program, we really enjoyed it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.